Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
65.
So sorry, I was looking at things on TikTok whilst welcome again, dear friends. So here we are. We gather again. Good to see you all. So good to see you all. Always a delight in your company. So good to have you with us. So the usual protocol. So we start with the protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in, of course. Click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that already. Please correct that. And the only reason why we always emphasize that is because that is what propels you on the YouTube algorithm space. So just by clicking on like and subscribe, you help the platform come to the attention of other people. Whether you agree or disagree, at least other people can come and agree or disagree just as you have done. So click on the like button. So that's why we always invite that. And make sure you're subscribed as well, of course. And then if you want to come join us on the screen to partake in the conversations, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. That hyperlink, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and have a conversation with you. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join in the conversation, then please click on that. There are no designated or allotted seats. It's first come, first serve. So click on that. And then, of course, if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, several portals, you can either use the $ at the bottom of the comment section to supercharge, or you can use the preferred format of the platform, which is the buy your host cups of coffee, which is what is showing on the screen. It's in the comment section as well. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe, and then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come be part of the conversation. And then if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So there it is. Let me bring you to the headlines. Cash swap. Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. I'm not going to tell you who is saying this first, but I'll tell you who is saying this in a moment. But Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst. So when Tinubu had that outburst in Abeokuta, a lot of people immediately latched onto that to try and leverage it as an attack against the Buhari administration, inviting them Buhari to weigh against him. But that's a misreading of the situation. Tinubu has an instinctual political calculus, which oftentimes, if not all the time, but often enough times, has always served him and has always won through. So off the back of that Abeokuta outburst, the Nigerian government has now moved quickly to move the changeover date forward by or back by 10 days. Even 17 days, because there's an additional proviso that still grants another 7 days grace. So that's off the back of that Abeokuta outburst. So will Tinubu now get the attribution for effecting this change to the good of the Nigerian person? Certainly not. The spin, of course, will still to wait against him again. But that is the power and potency of that man. Nigerians owe gratitude. Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst. So who is saying this? It is the Arewa group that is saying this, the Northerners. So these Northerners, they acknowledge, and we all saw it play out. We saw it play out then, and some of us that are tuned to political machinations, some of those that are long in the tooth in politics, we understood the signaling, and we knew where it was going to birth. And on this platform, a couple of days before the change of heart by the government, we had the anticipation that Tinubu's commentaries in Abeokuta will effect this change. And the Arewa space acknowledges it. Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst. So it is the Arewa group telling us that. But then, of course, very quickly they'll spin that round to see how it weighs against him. Old Naira note, is Tinubu factor behind CBN 10-day extension? Details emerge. So details emerge. So we've not read the body of this, but almost with certainty, they would try to take the credit away from Tinubu, of course. But then, of course, if they had not had a change of heart, they would have used this outburst against him. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Old Naira note, is Tinubu's factor behind CBN 10-day extension? A headline attributed, well, it's not attributed to anybody. Details emerge is what it rounds off with. Buhari, Keyamo reveals what Atiku plans to do few days to election to get northern votes. So Festus Keyamo, of course, this will be in the realms of speculation, but you can already imagine what Keyamo might speculate to. So it is no reach, it's no genius to conclude that Atiku will talk at the heartstrings of tribal loyalty as the final desperate throw towards this presidential race. So it's no stretch of the imagination. In fact, we all know that that's going to happen, and it's going to time it for the most impact. So it'll be within the last week to 10 days of votes being cast. It's going to tug very heavily at the heartstrings of ethnic loyalty. But is that tugging at the heartstrings of ethnic loyalty, is that going to move Kwankwaso towards him? Because if it doesn't move Kwankwaso to collapse to Atiku, then it might not serve the purpose that he hopes it will serve. So there it is. But what is Keyamo speculating? Well, you have to hang around to find out. Keyamo reveals what Atiku plans to do few days to election to get northern votes. So quite what that is, you have to hang around to find out. Oyetola versus Adeleke. Inec finally opens up on controversies over BVAS on Osun election. So the plethora of excuses is medicine after death, really. And I'm not sure that there's anything that INEC can say as an aftermath after the event that would renew anybody's confidence in the system. The system is certainly fallible, and the fallibility to the point that it actually affected the swing of the popular will of people in a different direction. The overvoting in Ede and other local government areas in Osun State swung the vote in favor of where the electorate had not directed it. So that is to say that the system has a fatal flaw. Oyetola Adeleke, INEC finally opens up on controversies over BVAS on Osun election. That should be in Osun election, of course. But so there it is right there. Also, and here it is right there. Tinubu is wasting his time. Atiku remains the best option for Nigeria. This is Dogara speaking, of course. Dogara, a senior member of the APC once upon a time. He and Babachi Lawal, of course, typical of Northerners. Kwankwaso lacks capacity structure to rule Nigeria. Ex-NNPP, NNPP chieftain. So tell us something we don't know. Kwankwaso just a local champion, Kano State, and no further. Northern leaders optimistic Kwankwaso will step down for Atiku. So we will explore this just to see if there's any actual meaning to it and what impact it will have. What impact would a Kwankwaso stepping down for Atiku actually have on the electoral process, with one of his own senior functionaries telling us that he lacks capacity? But is Kwankwaso's is his potency too overplayed? It's a question that we must ask. So we might or might not land on this. This was what I was going to bring you yesterday before I decided not to come online. 2023 presidency, list of influential campaigners Tinubu has lost to his rivals. So we may just make a pit stop on that, or we may not. Let me see. And then we'll land on this. Akeredolu predicts landslide victory for Tinubu. So if all factors remain the same as we're going towards now the final furlong of these elections, then certainly there's no equivocation that Tinubu is going to flog his way into that presidency. It's going to be a beating. Because Atiku is not showing anything outside of pinning his last hopes on an ethnic loyalty and ethnic familiar amongst the Northerners. So if that doesn't hold true, or if the Northerners backing Tinubu back him all the way through, then Atiku will get a beating of his life, and then that will be the presidency all done. So there it is. It's all resting on a knife edge, but we will unbundle all of it, of course, here to bring you as near enough, an understanding and an accuracy as to what will play out. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, that call still on. The like numbers are not looking anything like healthy. So make the like numbers look healthy on the for the stream. And then, of course, if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So don't leave it till the last minute. When we get to a certain point in the conversation, you then feel you want to have an insertion, and yet, so that by that time, the space is already filled. So I always encourage, if you want to be on the stream, just click on early and reserve your seat. So there it is right there. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be frontal on the screen. Click on the link that says buy your host cups of coffee if you're feeling generously inclined towards the platform. So do all that, and as you do all that, let's take another micro break before we get into the throes of it. But first, let's make a pit stop with the Kegates.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agwese, pardon me. Ikuko Niru Agwese, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that. So Ikuko Niru Agwese, as guys, I bring you this. Cash swap. Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst, a headline attributed to the Arewa group. A northern group under the aegis of Arewa for Asiwaju has said the outburst of the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, over the Naira swap saved Nigeria from plunging into crisis. In what it tagged the Abeokuta Declaration, the group believes it forced the federal government to extend the deadline to the 10th of February. The Arewa for Tinubu, whilst attributing the sudden 10-day extension of the Naira swap to what it called Tinubu's sagacity and courage, said it was this courage and purposeful leadership shown by the Asiwaju that compelled the government to go back on what it had earlier said was a no going back stance. It, however, said that Nigerians certainly owe Tinubu immense gratitude for stepping in and risking everything to change the obviously bad situation occasioned by the initial January the 31st deadline. In a statement by its North Central coordinator, Aliyu Musa Pass, the group noted that whether anyone wants to believe it or not, it is the courageous sagacity displayed by Tinubu that invariably saved the Nigerian commoner from suffering the pains of the initial timeline set by the federal government for the unpopular new currency swap. And by that singular action, Tinubu also saved the nation from going up in flames as a consequence of the raging public anger that pervaded the atmosphere before the sudden 10-day extension. Tinubu, proving himself a great statesman in his now famous Abeokuta Declaration, took the bold and necessary step of alerting on the danger inherent in the new Naira policy, its timing, and the deadline. Apparently rattled the president invited Ashwaju to Daura, where the man stood his ground, insisting the policy was unnecessary, unpopular, and would only harm the common man and lead to greater conflict. The nation certainly owes Tinubu immense gratitude for stepping in and risking everything to save an obvious bad situation, the group said. So there is categorically, absolutely, without equivocation, there's no refuting the fact that Tinubu, it took a big political gamble when he made that speech in Abeokuta that this is a bad policy and it would not fly. So look at that. He needs Buhari's support. If Buhari doesn't back Tinubu, he doesn't win this presidency. And Buhari is quite fixated on this currency change. Tinubu took the stumps in Abeokuta and it frontally risking everything, saying, look, my guy, this is a bad idea. Change it. And, but Buhari, he invited him to Daura, of course, and Tinubu then, maybe not as forcefully as he did in Abeokuta, sat the Daura man down and said, look, Aboki, look, I've already got my money padded down already, so don't worry about me not being able to buy or not being able to rig the elections. Don't worry about Atiku not being able to buy or rig the elections. He has his money padded down. But the people that are going to suffer, and a lot of you, of course, you saw the clips coming out of Kano just as recently as today, where Buhari's helicopter was being stoned, just as it was warned by Ganduje, that the people are so vexed by this Naira change policy that the reception would not be friendly if it turned up in Kano. And just like Ganduje said, his helicopter was being stoned. So Tinubu took it on frontally. And of course, the usual screaming banshees in the usual quarters where, brain seems to be a rare commodity, they were flapping at the wings and flipping and flopping, screeching and squealing as they always do. Look at that, this is it now. It played out again, because this guy has an instinctual political calculus for making the right move. And this is it again. So with this move now, the acknowledgement from the Arewa space that this is a pro-people move at a great political risk by this guy. And of course, everybody heard that speech, and we know that the country is vexed by that policy. And off the back of Tinubu's speech, the government moved. So how that resonates with the common man, you can continue to scream, Isande Sheikh, Bola Balu, but continue with the Bola Balu. But this guy making his way in a masterful manner, You will see, how many more days? 26 more days. TikTok. So on to the next, old Naira note is Tinubu's factor behind CBN 10-day extension. So the whole of the political space, they know they're reflecting on Tinubu's input being the factor that changed that policy position. This is what the landscape believes. So you can ring fence the obedience space and put them in the ethers, in the wild corner, just the inane squealing and screeching. So pack them to the corridor and ring fence them in some ghetto somewhere. But the real conversation amongst people of sentient functioning is that is Tinubu's intervention the impact that changed this policy? The Arewa for Tinubu has claimed that Bola Tinubu's declaration against the Central Bank of Nigeria's initial deadline for the swap of old Naira notes for the new one played a huge part in the extension of the deadline. Tinubu was commended by Arewa for Tinubu for being fierce whilst reacting to the initial deadline. So now let's now see what the opinion piece says. The group said, this was courage and purposeful leadership shown by Asiwaju that compelled the government to go back on its earlier no going back stance. According to the Arewa for Tinubu, I hope this is not just a repeat of what, I hope there's a counter argument. According to the Arewa for Tinubu, Nigerians owe the APC chieftain a great deal of gratitude for saving the country from chaos due to the scarcity of the new Naira notes. The North Central coordinator of the group, Aliyu Musapa, in a statement said, Tinubu's courage and ability to speak up when required saved the nation from chaos. So let's see, does anybody have a counter? Okay. I'm just trying to see if there's a counter argument or it's just a rehash of what we just read. As reported, and by this singular action, Tinubu also saved the nation from going up in flames as a consequence of the raging public anger that pervaded the atmosphere before the sudden 10-day extension. Tinubu, proving himself a great statesman in his now famous Abeokuta declaration, took the bold and necessary step of alerting on the danger inherent in the new Naira policy, its timing and deadline. In another development, the presidential candidate of the ruling Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, will be visiting Anambra in Leicester. Oh, that should be interesting. I hope they live stream that. If they live stream that, I will certainly live stream it here. Tinubu visiting Anambra, it'll be interesting to see the sort of reception he gets. In another development, the presidential candidate of the ruling Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, will be visiting Anambra in less than 24 hours. The APC bannerman is expected to meet with Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State at the State House. It is expected that Tinubu will also be meeting traditional rulers in the state to solicit their, he's just taking the piece then. He's just taking the Mickey, rather, let me not use that. He's just taking the Mickey, meeting traditional rulers to solicit their support. Is it even worth the effort to campaign in Anambra at all? Is really the thing. Just a pointless exercise, if you ask me. Kiyamo reveals what Atiku plans to do few days to election to get northern votes. The spokesperson of the Tinubu presidential campaign team, Festus Kiyamo, has declared that the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, can't get bulk votes from the North in the 2023 election. He submitted that Atiku is thinking of getting block votes from the North, but can't automatically inherit the 12 million votes of President Muhammad Buhari just because he's from the region. According to Kiyamo, in a Twitter statement on Monday, Buhari got the block votes because of his legacy of honesty and forthrightness, which he built over the years. And certainly are two attributes that nobody will ever think to attribute to Atiku, honesty and forthrightness. Even his age is a hardened criminal. We all know that. The Tinubu campaign spokesman, however, pointed out that Atiku, on his part, lacks these qualities. He alleged that Atiku has plans to stir up religious and ethnic sentiments a few days before the February 25th polls in order to swing votes from the northern region in his favor, but the plan will not work because northerners have written him off as a dishonest and an untrustworthy person, just exactly as I anticipated. There's only one pathway left for Atiku to tug at the toga of ethnicity. It can't really tug at the toga of religion. because he's not a fastidious Muslim, is not an honest and pious Muslim. So they don't see him Islamically. So he doesn't have the toga of religion because the North does not see him Islamically. Anymore so, they probably see him as being just as Muslim as Tinubu, which is some diet coke sort of Muslim, because they value whatever they consider piety there in religion. And it's not as fastidious as somebody like Buhari or even Kwakwanso. But, so they don't see him as a Muslim in that ilk. They see him more as a Tinubu type Muslim by name, sort of Muslim. But and they see probably somebody like Kashim Shettima even more Muslim than Atiku. So he cannot talk at the toga of religion. But what toga can he talk at? He can talk at the toga of ethnicity. But will the ethnicity override Kashim Shettima's ethnicity and his religious shortfallings? And the fact that so there's so many hurdles, but he will certainly talk at the toga of tribe in the final phase, in the final days, and no more than a week plus to the elections. The Tinubu campaign spokesman, however, pointed out that Atiku, on his part, lacked these qualities. He alleged that Atiku has plans to stir up religious and ethnic sentiments a few days before the February 25th polls in order to swing votes from the northern region in his favor, but the plan will not work because Northerners have written him off as a dishonest and an untrustworthy person. The APC chieftain finished his statement by writing, Buhari is not Atiku. Kiyamo wrote on his Twitter account, the problem with Atiku is he thinks Buhari just woke up to get 12 million votes in the kitty from a section of the country because of ethnicity. No. Buhari built a legacy of honesty and forthrightness over the years. Atiku's legacy is the direct opposite of this. In the final days to voting, Atiku plans to unleash all manners of religious and tribal sentiments to sway voters in the North. Unfortunately for him, the North has written him off as an untrustworthy and dishonest person, not worthy of their bulk support. At hashtag Atiku is not Buhari. So Atiku is not Buhari, of course. And that really plays in very much. But what is Atiku's pathway to the presidency? It will certainly be aided by an alliance with somebody like Kwakwanso. So it will certainly be aided with an alliance with somebody like Kwakwanso. But how likely is that? Because Kwakwanso is under a lot of pressure in the North, by the way, to step down for Atiku. Northern leaders optimistic Kwakwanso will step down for Atiku. Northern leaders on Sunday said they were optimistic that Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, will eventually step down for Atiku Abubakar, the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party PDP. Though Kwakwanso, who has a large followership known as Kwakwansiya movement in the northern part of the country, has acknowledged pressure from certain quarters to step down. He has vowed not to withdraw from the race, but slug it out with other contestants in the February 25th presidential election. Late last year in Lagos, when asked if he will step down in the days ahead, he said, "We are not merging with any political party, and anybody thinking I am stepping down must be mischievous. We have our names already approved by Inec to contest. NNPP is all out to win the 2023 general elections. No serious person should now think of any one of us stepping down at this stage. I am ready for all candidates for debate." Also speaking at Chatham House a few days ago, the former Kano state governor said he replied those asking him to step down that he may consider the option if he sees any candidate better than him in terms of experience. What I told them is what I will tell you. If anybody wants Kwakwanso to withdraw, just bring criteria and select the best. anytime I have a better candidate, I am ready to talk to him. So that opens a window, of course. However, a leading member of the Northern Elders Forum who spoke with correspondents on Sunday said the leaders are optimistic that a partnership will be brokered between Kwakwanso and Atiku. According to him, the northern leaders have agreed that there is a need for the region to forge a common front ahead of the election, especially given the hostility and gang up against Atiku by the PDP G5 led by Yemse Wike of Rivers State. The NEF chieftain, who asked not to be named as he is not authorized to speak on the issue, said eminent retired generals, religious leaders, and traditional rulers are all talking to Kwakwanso on the need to collapse the structure for Atiku. He added that if the North can present a consensus candidate and the Southern votes are shared between Tinubu and Peter Obi, Atiku will easily coast home to victory. Yes, I can confirm that talks are ongoing. Kwakwanso keeps insisting that he will not step down, but we are optimistic that he will listen to the voice, especially from our elder statesmen and religious fathers in the North. From what we have seen so far, the best we can do in the North is present a consensus candidate. With the popularity of Kwakwanso and Atiku in the North, we believe the presidential election will be a done deal because Atiku already commands appreciable followership in the South. Kwakwanso supporters are also in the South too. So I'm not quite sure where Kwakwanso supporters are in the South, but there it is. If we can unite the North by fielding a sole presidential candidate, then the election is as good as won. Because the Southern presidential candidates will divide the Southern votes, Atiku will also get votes in the South. Speaking with correspondents, the Atiku Abubakar Presidential Campaign Council said Atiku has promised to run a government of national unity and will partner patriotic Nigerians in the mission to rebuild the country from the ruins caused by the APC. Kola Ologbodinyo, a spokesperson of the campaign council, said Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has told Nigerians that he will run a government of national unity and that he will operate an open policy. He said if elected, every Nigerian will be carried along. So there it is right there. So it continues. A lot hinges on Kwakwanso, but the two factors that will play out significantly might not be the determinant factors in this election are moves made by Kwakwanso and Atiku Abubakar. Not Kwakwanso and Peter Obi, rather. The best move will be for them to hold steady and let everybody let the chips fall where they may. So on to the next. Oyetola versus Adeleke. INEC finally opens up on controversies over BVAS in election. Following the ruling of the Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal and the discrepancy that followed the bimodal voter accreditation system, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has spoken. The tribunal sacked Governor Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, after removing overvoting and adding new votes to Gboyega Oyetola of the All Progressive Congress, APC. I wasn't aware that they added new votes to Oyetola. I thought the deduction was what it over. Oluwole Asays Uzi, a former director of voter education and publicity of INEC. Let's see. Have I skipped a paragraph? Hold on. Just bear with me one moment. The thing just jumped into. All right. Okay. Let me just take it from there. Right. Oluwole Asaze Uzi. Those names don't even cohere. Oluwole Asaze Uzi. A former director of voter education and publicity of INEC, disclosed this on Monday, January the 30th, while speaking on Channels Television's Sunrise Daily. According to him, the discrepancy should not have come up in the 2023 governorship election in Osun State. According to Oluwole, a certified copy of the initial server report was obtained by the APC before the transmission of the initial data reported by the BVAS hardware. He also pointed out that the tribunal ruling was not a unanimous judgment. The second tribunal member, the Honorable Justice, who dissented from I would rather use the primary source of this information, and the primary source of this data is actually the machine itself, the INEC official said. It is basically a computer. So rather than go to the server where it is transmitted, I would use the printout from the machine. So I'm not quite sure that from anything, because if there was stronger data than the data being presented by Oyetola and his team to the tribunal, then it would have been my expectation that the Adeleke space, they would have used that stronger data to end the protest at the tribunal phase. So if this stronger data favors Adeleke, then they'd have presented it. So I'm not quite sure what gobbledygook is going on there, but as it stands, what we do know that it's not gibberish is that a tribunal has pronounced an Adeleke, soon to be former governor. Tinubu is wasting his time. Atiku remains the best option for Nigeria. APC chieftain Dogara, of course, speaking. Former Speaker of the House of Representatives, retired Honorable Yakubu Dogara, has declared that the race for the 2023 presidency is between former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, based on empirical evidence on ground in the polity. According to Dogara, the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Senator Bola Tinubu does not have a chance for a good showing at the forthcoming February the 25th presidential race. He added that the former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso of the NNPP has not carried out a nationwide campaign required for the presidency. So that is just to tell you, of course, disregard the first half of what he just said, but the second half of what he has said, that Kwankwaso has not carried out, and I've not really seen. I think he made a pit stop in Lagos, and that's about how far he stepped out of his comfort zone. So I've not quite seen any indication that Kwankwaso is campaigning for anything other than for a special purpose vehicle that he can sell for influence. Speaking further, the former senator said amongst the first two candidates mentioned above, Atiku remains the best presidential option for the nation, judging from experience, performance, and social relations he has established over the years. Dogara dropped this hint over the weekend as a keynote speaker in Jos during the Arewa Christian Indigenous Pastors Association Days of Prayers, Awards, and Book Dedication. He rated 4 of the leading presidential candidates and scored them according to what he described as their track record, visibility, good social relations, as good social relation virtues of unity and brotherhood. Concerning Atiku, he said, God forbid that we should imagine that he is perfect, but we cannot deny that he is by far the most experienced, and that what he has done for the Northern Church has not known parallel in Nigeria's history. This was one of his major appeals to some of us who endorsed his candidature. In case we had forgotten, let me remind us of Governors Boni Haruna and Jolly Nyame, who governed Adamawa and Taraba for 8 and 10 years, respectively, with the full backing of Atiku. Don't also forget that Atiku was my only backer at that level when I ran and won the speakership nearly 8 years ago. So there he is right there. Due to his own self-interest, that is what qualifies Atiku as the main candidate, as the best option for Nigeria. So this, I'll only read you the headline from this one. Actually, let me do something quickly first. Hold on. I downloaded a clip of Buhari's helicopter being stoned in Kano. So I'll just play you a little bit of that, but I won't play you too much of it because, of course, it may well flout YouTube rules. Kwakwanso lacks capacity structure to rule Nigeria. So this is a man that has not even campaigned anywhere outside of his comfort zone. So we just leave that as given. List of influential campaigners Tinubu has lost to his rivals. So who are they? Some instances of carpet crossing the APC has witnessed in recent times have been carried out by politicians who used to be the backbone of his presidential campaign. Correspondents have listed and highlighted at least 3 of these former APC chieftains who would have added more vigor and might to the ruling party's campaign council at the national level if they had remained. So who are they? Abdul Mumin Jibrin. Abdul Mumin Jibrin, the former Director General of Bola Tinubu Support Group, in May 2022 confirmed that he has resigned from the APC and later went ahead to join the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. So that is for reasons, that's for local reasons of local politics from Kano. And there were extenuating circumstances that led to that. In a lengthy piece posted on his verified Facebook page, Jibrin said he dumps the APC to take the needed measure to ensure that I survive an onslaught by a vengeful man who abuses the privileges of his distinguished office to frustrate my career and the careers of many. He also said he would no longer be involved with the presidential campaign of Tinubu because he has moved to NNPP. So that's for reasons peculiar to him. The former House of Representatives member did not name the vengeful man who triggered his exit. There are strong suggestions that he was referring to Abdullahi Ganduje, the governor of Kano State. So there it is. So the next name of influence, they will say, to leave Tinubu's space to his heavy loss. Beatrice Nkwada, NKWUDA, Beatrice Nkwada. Another prominent bigwig the APC party and by extension Tinubu has lost is Beatrice Nkwada, a former woman leader of Ebonyi Central. As to why she left the APC, Nkwada noted that before Umahi's defection from the People's Democratic Party, she and her colleagues in the ruling party were at peace and liberty, but that everything changed when Umahi came on board. According to her, the Ebonyi governor took over everything, not minding the old people in the party, whom he failed to accommodate in his alleged style of leadership. So that's for reason again pecuniary to that space. But this one, of course, Hajia Najatu Mohammed, now the one that told us Tinubu has dementia and everything. So we already know her story. So no need to regurgitate all that. Okay, let me give you one more readout and then I'll come into the room. Akeredolu predicts landslide victory for Tinubu. All things being equal, you would anticipate that, but all things never equal, of course, in politics. The governor of Ondo State, Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, has predicted that Bola Tinubu, the APC presidential candidate, would win the general election next month by a landslide. On Monday, Akeredolu intensified his grassroots effort in support of Tinubu, whilst pleading with voters to choose someone qualified to fix Nigeria. The governor made this plea at the Ondo Town campaign event for the Ondo Central senatorial race. Akeredolu used the platform to campaign for every other party candidate running for a seat in the National and State Assembly. The candidates received party flags from him at the event. At the event, more than 350 members of the People's Democratic Party decamped to the ruling APC. And then it goes on to give us a list of people who are not important, so you may well not want to hear it. Okay, let me skip to this paragraph. Meanwhile, President Mohamed Buhari has asserted Nigeria's problems cannot be resolved by a single government. Buhari stated that it will take the efforts of numerous succeeding governments for the nation to emerge from its current predicament. The president stated this at the Nigerian Bar Association State of the National Conversation on Security, the Economy, and the Administration of Justice held in Abuja on Monday. Buhari, who was represented by Boss Mustafa, the secretary to the government of the Federation, praised the NBA for the dialogue and said it will help the nation improve. He said, I would say no one government in this country will be able to solve the problems of Nigeria, but as we build on the precedents set by successive governments, not discarding completely what has been put in place, we would, in the course of our desire to build a Nigeria of our dreams, be able to pick one or two things on which we can concentrate and move. As a government, the outcome of this dialogue can be transmitted to us so that whatever resolutions are reached, that will become part of the document that will prepare us as we transit and hand over to an incoming government. So I'm not quite sure what that means. A lot could have been done by the Buhari administration. So a lot of failures there and a lot of failings then from him. Might well be a short session. Adale Koko, we see you. War Peace, we see you. Des, good to have you. And Tony, good to have you. So good to have you, gentlemen. So good to have you. Let's kick it off with Tony if he's ready to go. So Tony, are you ready to go? Tony, if you're not,
I'm just turning my soup, sir. My obe.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Des. Des, are you ready to go? All right. We have to let Des go. So let's kick it off with Solomon. Solomon, are you ready to go?
Yeah, woman.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Solomon. So good to have you. Let me start you off actually with the goings on Buhari being stoned in Kano State. What are you making of that? You would have seen the clips, of course. Buhari being stoned.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah, this Buhari being stoned at even while the helicopter was still in the air. This shows that the people are very, very angry with his administration, like his administration.
Have you lost signal?
Them and is really, really, really painful. So and look at the kind of policies that he and his CBN governor are even bringing up, the monetary policy and all that. It really affected this. And if you watch now, I feel like this thing is being political now, and it shows that I feel Ganduje is really in charge of Kano State.
Do you think Ganduje orchestrated that stoning? A little bit of me feels that he orchestrated.
I feel like because because some days back, Kandiji told him, Buhari was supposed to be in Kaduna, in Kano. I think it was not today that yesterday he was supposed to be already in the next day. That was just 5 minutes into 31st of January. So yesterday being 30th, I don't think that was the date Buhari was supposed to be in Kano State. So Gandhi told him, sent message that it's not safe for him to be in Kano now. That kind of thing. But immediately this 10 days extension was granted, he now sent the message saying that the president, he now made in an interview, he said that the president can come now. They sent message to the presidency that the president can come now to Kano State. And look at when he got to, before he even landed, they were stoning him and chasing him away and doing all sorts of, even at the end of the day, there was a picture that was posted online where the helicopter was, even the stones went through the glass of the helicopter, where the pilots would see through the helicopter, and the thing penetrated.
If that was in the southeast, let's say Anambra or something, that they were stoning Buhari's helicopter, what do you think would have happened?
This thought came to my mind. I was like, wow, that if this thing was to be in the southeast now, Operation not even Python dance.
They will
Operation Python dance, Operation Crocodile dance.
They will machine gun all of them. Every single one of them.
I am telling you, like, you see how the level of injustice is.
They will say you know that. They will say
I am telling you. I am telling you. They will just
the politician, supporting that as well. That is EPA that was responsible for that.
This is what I'm trying to.
Not all Nigerians are equal, though.
You don't need to tell me this. I mean, Abuja here. I know what is happening. So I know how the terrain, what's the kind of thing that is happening here. It's just people who are not here that would come out here and be whining mouth, thinking that they know what Nigeria is all about. Wait, this Buhari's thing, if it happened, assuming it was in the southeast, there will be Operation Python dance, Operation Crocodile dance, Operation Rabbit dance. That's every nook and cranny of the southeast. People,
Operation kill them and their mother. Kill them and their mother. Everything.
People
kill and go.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how this is supposed to be a funny thing. I don't get it.
Funny. No, it's not funny. No. I'm just laughing concerning No. It's just the operation. It's just the operation stuff that I'm just saying that is just making me laugh. It's not a funny thing, to be honest, but it's just the operation thing that is just making me laugh. But I know that would have been what would have played out if it were to be in the southeast. So it's really, really funny that I'm laughing that this thing happened in their own side in the north, and nothing was. Buhari was dumb. Like, he did not even feel like something happened. He was just. I saw a video when he was working to go and commission one of the projects Ganduje has built in Kano State there, and we have to give it to Ganduje. The man really tried in Kano State. Let's forget about the way he packed dollars and all that kind of thing. And that is why I get angry with our governors in the southeast. It's not they will make our people to be feeling more marginalized. When they are the cause, they will give you money to do things in your place. You will not do it. You'll be expecting people will not be putting all the blames on the presidency and be feeling like if there is no president, there will not be hope in the country. Meanwhile, the governor has not even done anything. We'll be saying the north. What are our governors? What are they doing with the money they are giving to them? Nothing. But the north here, we call them Mumu. But the Mumu people are still building things. This cancer center that he built in Kano State, we match that of Wike's own. He will match that of Wike's own. Many projects this guy is doing in Kano State. We have to give it to this guy. We have to give it to even Arewa. But our people in the southeast, they are there waiting for the whole allocation in the world.
You know what really highlights that the South space are the achievements of people like Wike, who has been commissioning project after project after project. He doesn't get a special bunch of money. He gets the same 13% derivatives that all the oil states get. But all of them, Okowa is 850 billion debt is leaving that state. But Wike is leaving the state projects after project. So you are right.
Yeah, so but I don't even want to talk about Okowa because Okowa is in the south. I'm talking about my southeast, where I come from, and my governors, our people. What we just look, we tend to our fighting for Igbo presidency when our own governors has not even done our places, our place well, our geographical location. The place is just messed up. Like it doesn't make sense at all. We should scrutinize our governors. Even the Okowa we're talking of, Okowa, there is this thing he commissioned in Asaba there. That place now is a source of revenue. It's going to generate revenue for that state. Like an amusement, it comprises of an amusement park, a cinema, as in is a location and where you can go for outing.
Is that not the sort of white elephant project that Donald Duke did in his state back in those days? As soon as he left office, the place was taken over by rodents.
No. This in Delta State is not like that. In Delta State, please, all these kind of places, they don't just die out like that. The way they run them is something that is continuous. Even when he hands over power to any other person, the place will still keep on booming and still functioning properly. Even more,
Woman, please, can I interject Solomon a little bit?
Yes, I can.
Carry
on, but be consistent with the conversation.
Yes. On that area of continuity, which woman was trying to tell you, there's not like continuity. Can you show us a project that was implemented by Ibori, Udwaga, and then a big continuous?
If you can mention anyone to me, I would. No,
you should have known that. You should have known that. What woman is telling me that?
There are most things Ibori commissioned in Delta State are like schools.
Those roads, all those, you don't see those. Go to Sapele Market, go to Wari, you see it's looking like bullshit. Look at Benin City. I mean, nothing is happening in that area.
Okowa still did roads. I'm not trying to defend him.
They are not using, hold on. All these Southern governors, wait. All these Southern governors, as one man at least said, they are not using the money. Look at those states is just 5 million people. Look at the amount of hundreds of billions of dollars, that they have received. Nothing is happening there. People are just being stupid. You know, maybe not too much gogoro when they drink.
He's not. It's not. It's not. I don't see like too much gogoro. It's just out of greed. It's the level of greediness. These people are more greedy than the North. Look at the North. The guys are trying. They are trying. You need to give them.
I sent you video now. I sent you some videos. You didn't see some of the videos I sent you. Yeah, you see, Kano is looking better than Abuja and Lagos, my friend. Kano, I can't believe this Mondi city that I used to know. I can't become my friend Lieutenant Damu from there. Oh my God, I went there. Everywhere was dusty city. But if you go there now, you can't. I mean, you can't just believe. Or that ground system, flyovers, all those kind of flyovers, like overhead flyovers. I can't believe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The one thing we have to add is that the Buhari administration has been unfairly biased towards the North. So all of the, I won't say all, of course, but majority of their developmental projects have been in the North. So,
yes, sir. Yeah. You are right. Yeah, you are right, sir. Because all the money are being stolen from the South, and then all their resources are being letting them, have their resources, and then they're taking our resources upstairs. You know what I'm saying? Like all these tax and everything. I mean, many things. It's so crazy, woman. From Kwara State upward, you will be surprised that you are it's like you are in a different country.
Of course.
All right, back to you, Solomon.
So let's champion our agitation in the basics from your local government chairman, especially I'm talking about my place and south and even southwest too. In fact, the full south. Let's champion our from the local government to the states to the house of even states as house of assembly, house of rep, our representatives and our senators and our governors. You're not talking about presidency and all that. Look at so if we can do this thing ahead, then development we will put in people that are competent. It's not just putting president because if you still give president, if somebody enters there now, like Obi enters there now, and you have governors, Obi can't impeach any governor, he can't step any governor down. The governor will still do anyhow he likes. So when you do from this grassroots saying cleansing their hand, they will know that we really were serious. It's not about this one. They are making noise there every day. So in the north, you don't need to take it out from them, and we this Buhari thing now it shows that Ganduje is in control of Kano State. Let's not we are not going to.
Is Buhari going to leave just as popular as when he came in? Because there's a lot of hostility towards him at the moment. He's willing to sacrifice everybody to attack the politicians.
Yeah, the man is he really felt there's this thing we say in broken he fought my hand. He felt the northern people's as in the Nigerian people's hand, then more of his northern people's hand for them to stone him out, to try to stone him out, that stuff he came for. It shows that he's not going to be any popular. It's just if he wants to be popular, it's for hardship and it's not for good home, it's not for good reputation. His image has been dent. Like even no matter anything he does, there is nothing that can redeem his image. Even this election, if he should run a free and fair election, or the way the obedient say that if that Buhari that they are blessing Buhari now for the good work that they are saying he's doing good work. Look at Buhari that congratulated Adeleke. I look at what happened to Adeleke. So Buhari is stepping down with. He will not be known for anything. For me, he will not be known for anything good other than hardship and terror. Yeah. So, but Ganduje is in charge of Kano State. Ganduje is in charge of Kano State. To be honest with you, Ganduje, right. Like if you see the things, the moves that he made in this few days of Buhari coming there, you know that this guy. And these people.
If you say Ganduje is in charge of Kano State, and people are telling us that Kwakwanso owns Kano State, so how do you see it playing out at the presidential election? Ganduje's influence versus Kwakwanso.
See, look at. Do you know one of the things Buhari inaugurated there was the Emir stuff once Emir Council something. That stuff I think is for all the emirs where they will be meeting or something like that, but it's concerning emirs. See, and you know the emirs are very powerful in this place. The emirs are one of the people that calls the shots in the north. So you can't take out that state from Ganduje. Even people supporting Kwankwaso, most guys I've seen that support Kwankwaso. So they say they know that Kwankwaso will not win, but they just want to support him because of how good he has been to them. But they know he will not win, and and I believe that they might even change their mind. Then another
do you think Kwakwanso is living off our old glory? Do you think he overestimates just how not his popularity, but still his influence in that space? Because he has been out of government for over 10 years now. So is it still as relevant as he imagines himself to be?
Kwankwaso is really doing work that people don't even know. That guy is a very good, is great philanthropist in the north till tomorrow. When I even I believe he even did more when he stepped down as governor. That is in terms of influencing human resources in helping people and and develop, as in helping people to in education, in empowerment, as in like empowering people as a whole. Kwankwaso is really doing much, and that is what is giving him the confidence of of doing this thing. I like Kwankwaso as a man. Let me tell you.
Who owns Kano State, Kwakwanso or Ganduje?
One man, I think you have to ask yourself if P2B still Ghana's crab more than any governor.
Forget Peter Obi now. We're
No,
talking
it's
about.
still the same thing now. Like if P2B left the office for how many years and he still has influence for how many years? I
No,
don't think
Dex,
it's still the
you
same
can't
thing with
compare
Kwankwaso.
what Ganduje what Kwankwaso is doing and what P2B has done in terms of a human resource in helping people, in empowering people.
I'm not saying that one man made a
Okay,
statement. Do you get that he's
okay.
left office for 10 years if he's not relevant again, all that stuff? I said it doesn't matter how many years you left office, as long as you did something good and people recognize it.
No, that's not. It's different spaces. What Kwakwanso is still enjoying is both his legacy when he was when he was the governor of that state, and his ongoing goodwill towards the people in the
Yeah.
interventions all the way through. But
So
what Peter
what's P2B is enjoying?
Peter Obi is enjoying the disenfranchisement of the Nigerian space.
I'm saying in Anambra,
No,
and I'm not talking in the
One
whole
man,
general. Do you get?
see,
I'm
one
not
man.
saying it
Yes,
in
that's what you're
general.
saying. I think what you're saying, like the boat guy that took me to work this morning, he was just telling me what P2B did, like 2000 and the first tenor when he won Ngige in court. Like
Yes, that's what
that
Kwakwansia will
was what
still
this guy
tell
was just
you. That's
listening
what I'm
for me, and I was
saying.
just looking at him, and I was just looking at him. I was
Kwakwansias, they will come and tell you, hey, do you know what this guy did? This guy did. Anybody supporting P2B
no,
from Anambra will tell
it
you
is
the
what he
same
has done
thing.
before.
Do you
That one is
understand?
not a lie. It's not a lie. But Kwankwaso,
Eh.
it is what his past glory and his present doings that is making him gain this followership that he's gaining. But he and Obi, they are still in the same line. Even though Obi have higher margin in followers than Kwankwaso, but they will not win the election anyway. That is a fact. That Kwankwaso is a very good man. One man. This guy sends people abroad, and they pay for their tuition, and they not only in Kano State too, even in Zamfara, people from, like, I think they do scouting, like the way footballers go out, they have people that go to scout footballers. I think that is something he does in the north there. The people, like the best brains, he sends them abroad. He's not sending them abroad like just send them there and leave them in the street. He sends them abroad, make sure that their education, that they finish, and no, that guy is really he's doing things there. But it's just I don't want
Yeah,
to say
but it's not doing anything to make him Nigerian president though. Is doing everything to make him the godfather of Kano and maybe Jigawa or something. But that's not.
mm,
Yeah, nobody even knew him until this electoral cycle, and it's not really campaigned anywhere outside of the north. He came to Lagos briefly, but he's certainly not running for the presidency. That's for sure.
yeah. But do you know that this guy, he's going to NNPP will have people who that will be elected than, I don't even think, I don't, except some states, like some states that Labour. I don't really, the tendency or the
No,
probability
they
for,
will have more parliamentarians than Labour Party. Labour Party will
yes.
have zero persons in parliament.
No, one man,
Zero.
don't talk like that too.
But you
Don't
know
talk
it
like
now.
that, Sha. Don't talk like that. But because in my state now, it's just this guy now. People that don't know what's up would see this guy coming out, like in my state now. This Alex as somebody who is a messiah. That guy is a crook. He's even part of the people that helped Ojo Zokalo in the embezzling money in Abia State. So well, anyway, I trust the players, the political players in that space will not even give him that chance to, even though Obi has come there and say is their candidate, and on this flag of deal became there and champion him. But there is that guy, by the grace of God, will not win that election. Another person would definitely win the election in that space. But NNPP people, candidates are going to get into office this coming election. They will win elections. They will win lots. They win some seats in the north. But I don't see them winning any city or any office in the south. It's just in the north. Yeah. So Ganduje and Ganduje is really he really has power in Kano State. He really does.
All right, let me take you to the next talking point. But on my way to the next talking point, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, Solomon, you are wise beyond your age. I acknowledge your insightful submissions. Bless you. Nah. So there it is. A pat on the back from Alexander Gomez via super chat.
Bless you, Papa.
You say, but no, I echo that as well, because you have a real insight into politics, which are not being ageist or anything, which is not something you see often with the younger generation. And just to acknowledge as well, this is super sticker, only really to encourage the platform. So thank you to Des and to Alexander Gomez. So the super chat now fully open. So light up the place like a Christmas tree in the comment section. As we hear now, the headline story, Nigerians owe Tinubu gratitude over Abeokuta outburst. So this is an Arewa group saying this. So the credit for that 10-day move forward or move backwards, rather, however you're choosing to look at it, of the changeover date, a lot of people, they singularly give the attribution to Tinubu's speech, his declaration, as they're putting it now in Abeokuta. So are you conceding, or do you disagree that this man, that speech in Abeokuta moved that space? And how does it get the credit, if credit is really indeed what is to be gotten? Solomon.
When I saw this headline online, I was like, I laughed and I said, this guy, what, he did not do anything. Then I came here and I saw this thing in one of the headlines. I was just laughing. I said, "Oh my, why will you do such?" This guy we don't deserve any credit. If anybody deserves credit, it's not because I support Atiku, or no, it's Atiku that would take this credit, because this guy was he was not even saying the way the way he made that statement that day. He was not talking for the common people in Nigeria. He was talking like the way he talked the day of before the primaries, that like somebody who is being pained, like somebody that they've done something that is paining him, that is already angry, that is already that is about to be denied his something he feels is his right. So he was like in form of complaining. So this guy doesn't deserve any credit concerning the extension of this.
But the extension came shortly after his intervention.
No.
You
see the article. You see the content of each person's. Kwankwaso did, Atiku did, and Tinubu did.
It was Tinubu that initiated that space.
No, Tinubu was playing politics. Tinubu was playing.
Okay, listen to Buhari a day before, or 2 days before Tinubu made that infamous speech, or famous speech now.
So this change of currency, I think there will be people a lot of money. But time has been given from October to December, 3 months. Is enough, whatever money you have, to get it changed through a legal system. So I don't know why people are complaining about it.
So despite the complaint, there's no going back on the policy?
No, there's no going back. There's no going back. My aim is to make sure that Nigerians believe that we respect them as an administration. So Nigerians should vote for whoever they like from whichever party. Nobody will be allowed to mobilize resources and thugs to intimidate people in any constituency. That's what I want to go down into Nigerian history for.
Oh, okay. So that was Buhari. That was a day before Tinubu's intervention, and shortly after. Hold on. Shortly after Tinubu's intervention, Buhari did a 360. He came on national television and told us that the space is not for moving. You could hear the determination in that voice, and then Tinubu stepped him down, and then he moved it forward.
Oh man, I wish you can play the three. If the people are here that time will permit that you play the three candidates talks for signing.
I can't play you Atiku's one, unfortunately, because I played it the last time and then they copyrighted me. It's copyrighting even his political speech now, Atiku. Unbelievable. The guy is corrupt. He is corrupt. Every pore of his being is corrupt.
Oh man.
I'm now fighting copyright on a political speech by a politician.
The only people that you can convince on this, I don't know what to call it. It's probably people with like maybe 40 IQ or 50.
All right. No. In fact, I'm going to show you even. So don't.
One man is trying to twist this to the booty. Tinubu is not
do you have a screen there? Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the back end of the platform. As you can see, copyright right there. Can you see? And that's Atiku copyrighted me just for So the guy is a gangster to the core.
Every politician in Nigeria is a mafia in his or her own way. Even Obi is a mafia, but he tends to just be a gentle guy. But he still have the mafia in him is still there. You understand? It's just somebody who just acts to be gentle, just like Atiku. That's why he calls Atiku his boss, because all these things. In all this kind of irritation.
So you're not conceding the credit there. You are saying other people came out, but Tinubu came out first, and then
it's not about the first
and then they followed this lead.
No, it's not about Tinubu. It's not about Tinubu. Tinubu was just crying. He was saying that this is like I said the other day, like a hurdle. Like he was just crying. Like even if they do this, that he was just talking out of pain. But Atiku came out to just talk like
a human being.
Yes, like somebody is not even after. He was not just playing politics there. Even though all those things are like things that like they are built up, they're supposed to come out and do, but no, they did not do.
Solomon,
they did not.
If you have always been this truthful, me and you're not gonna get problem,
No. You said no. Say I did truthful. You know that one. Say I know the. My own is always. I always say the truth, and I can't come and sugarcoat anything here. I always say the truth. So Tinubu did not. Don't give the credit to Tinubu. He did not do anything there. He was crying out of pain.
The political space is giving the credit to Tinubu, though. So
which political space, one man?
I just read it out to you now. Even the Arewa groups, they are giving the credit to Tinubu for his masterful intervention.
Well, Arewa, that because they know that you don't need to. I don't trust. You don't trust these people. I don't know why we just come and trust them, and I don't trust. You don't trust what they say. They are going to say anything just to look like everywhere is good, but deep down they know the game they are playing. So don't. Did you see where they okay? I think you read something here that they are pushing Kwankwaso to step down for Atiku.
Yes,
I don't know.
It's under real pressure.
So you don't need to come and say that the Arewa, with the Arewa, I did not see the northern people there that are still pushing this guy to step down. So they will just talk so that it will be like they've talked. That's credit. Tinubu doesn't deserve it.
Do you see it happening? Kwakwanso said stepping down for Atiku. And if he steps down for Atiku, do you think it will impact the politics in any significant way?
No, yeah, because of his reputation, his political reputation or political image not to be dent, he would they will always play a backdoor politics. They'll have a way of doing this thing to play a backdoor politics. At the end of the day, you see somebody like Kwankwaso having like 5,000 votes. Maybe he was supposed to have like 1 million votes, but because of backdoor politics, he will end up having, okay, let me just say 50,000 votes. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
that is how it will play out later, because if he backs out now, it will not tell good of him. It will not tell good of him at all. It will not.
So
If he
so
even
so
backs out,
you think he will secretly back Atiku?
that is if he agrees to listen to what the northern the Arewa or the northern forum is telling him. That is the game they will play. You don't need to. I don't see. People should, one thing Nigerians should understand. They don't need to. There is always a backdoor meeting or backroom meeting. There is always a meeting back at the back. You should not believe what you see in the front. Always, yes, this is how Nigeria is made. Even in schools, if you know anybody has been involved in SUG stuff in schools, they even just like this presidents, Nigeria don't spoil rich even school. The way they play their politics in school is very, you know. So those guys take those orientation out from school and they bring it in to the federal level, from the state level, from local governments, state level, federal level. That is how it is. So there is backdoor meeting. Yeah, one man. So Tinubu doesn't deserve that credit.
Oh,
He was
oh,
just
oh, oh,
crying.
all right. And Akere Dolo's insistence that Tinubu will win by a landslide, I take it you don't agree with that.
No, let me tell you something. I don't agree with Tinubu winning with a landslide, but let me tell you that he's the governor of Ondo State. Do you know one of the persons I camped in Ogun State that I was thinking would be obedient to, and a girl for that matter. This girl is supporting Tinubu. She posted the day Tinubu went to Abeokuta, yeah. So she posted Tinubu's. She posted Tinubu and the whole the whole things that took place in that event. And I was like, "Are you supporting Tinubu?" And she said, "Yes." What is that everybody have? And I said, "Me, I'm supporting Atiku." She was like, "Why are you not supporting Obi? This one, that one?" And I said, "Wow." So this people come here like Mr. Thomas come here to say that Ondo people, or that Ondo that, because I was seeing Ondo people like people that would make that will not be this tribalistic and will not support Tinubu like this. But what this
Why
person
why
said,
why
so
why why, why why is our support for Tinubu tribalistic? Why is it tribalistic?
wow man, it's tribalistic now. She even said itself like, but just that she feels that Tinubu is the person that knows the way, and he can do what the way they feel Nigeria, can make Nigeria better the way they feel and all that, and it's their own. So she have to support him, or that is why she will support him, and they like what he has been doing. So I was like, so this thing is really true that so if this governor comes out to say that Tinubu will win landslide, he's deceiving himself anyway, but you will not take it out from him, because he knows the assurance he has gotten from his people and the kind of thing he's seeing is in his space. So you will not take it out. You will not take it out from this guy. He's just talking. He's just talking. Everybody can talk this period and say that this one will win, this one will not win. Even me say I'm supporting Atiku. I believe that he's going to win, but I
You
know the
believe
race is
you
between.
believe or you hope? You believe or you hope?
It's not just hope. I'm not just hoping, because like I told you, the backdoor the backdoor meeting. It's not just hoping. I believe he's going to win this election, one man. I believe. let's forget what Wike is coming here to say. Wike is just trying to.
We've not still heard from Wike. You know, he promised us a
No, you
decision
don't. You've
in
not gotten
January.
his headline. You've not gotten his headline. Every day I see headlines of him making different speech, saying different.
The only thing we're waiting to hear from. He told us that in January he will tell us who is endorsing. So the only thing we want to hear now is I'm endorsing Peter Obi, I'm endorsing Tinubu, I'm endorsing Kwakwanso. Then you come out and say it now.
How will he come out and say it? How will he come out and say it? He can't come out and say it. These things are backdoor things. We should not be behaving like it's like what they said here now. For somebody with 40% IQ or so that would come out and be expecting these guys to come out and say this is politics and this is Nigeria.
I got a question for Solomon, woman.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Solomon.
Sir.
Do you understand that the presidency have to come to the south if we have to exist as one country? No, don't laugh. I'm 2 times. Okay, you are just 24 years old. Okay, almost 2 times like your age. So do you know that we are trying to fight for you? And probably my daughter, who is just a little bit above 18. No, why are you laughing now? That's why you see. I mean, you are just I mean, try to understand that.
You can't do that now, Tony.
I understand.
If Solomon believes that Atiku will be the best for Nigeria, he's entitled to that. So Solomon is very educated and very tuned into politics, so he's entitled.
But it's in our direction, sir, because now it is all about regional something right now. Because if Tinubu is coming in, he's coming to help to dissolve the system so that the system can function well. And then, so what I'm expecting Solomon to be saying is like Obi and Tinubu try to walk underground, like our brother would say here, undergroundly.
You see one man.
Hold on. Let one man speak now.
I was going to say, what if Solomon believes that the best person for Nigeria now is Atiku? What if that is what he believes?
Not what Atiku or his spokespeople have been saying.
No. Don't. My question: what if Solomon believes that the best person for Nigeria at this moment is Atiku? What if he believes that?
Okay. I think So what will make me to believe that probably that Solomon's half parent is a Northerner? That's all, sir.
I don't know about that. Leave that to one side and carry on, Solomon. But no, everybody is entitled to their political view. So you can present a counter argument, but their right to hold a political view, you cannot question that.
Oh man, Mr. Tony. See, if I have attained certain level, I would not even if when I attain certain level by the grace of God, I will be a politician. Do you understand? And when I become a politician, I would be in a party. And when I'm in a party, I would be loyal and faithful to my party. So you will not expect me when we do things. It's not like I'm going to be in the party, not to play the kind of thing what is his name? Wike did. See, I'm a big supporter of. I used to when in 2019 when Obi and Atiku came out, I really loved that combination. I really loved the combination. Like I was really, really happy for that combination. But they lost the election, and let me not lie to you. I was expecting. Can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
I was expecting that same ticket this time around, but it happened that it did not happen. Yeah, like they did not pay
Solomon,
again.
I wanted to ask you, why didn't you expect Tinubu to run as a running mate for Obi? Since
are you joking?
They are in different party now.
No. I mean, when he was in PDP, would it be okay for you?
No, Tinubu was never in PDP. If Tinubu
Atiku.
Why?
If Atiku was running mate to Obi, would it be okay for you?
If it would be okay for me because the party has it will be okay for me because
No,
it
no,
is the
that's a ludicrous thing to say,
But
though.
no,
I
I'm
think,
just answering him in all
No, I
fairness.
mean, I
But it
mean
is
like
it's something that is not
a younger
possible, that cannot be
version.
possible.
One
I
man,
think
I
it's
was,
an
I was.
no, I think it's an alpha politician. Obi is a beta or beta politician. It's a junior politician
No,
now, Obi. So
I'm not saying it
uh,
that it's gonna happen. I'm just
yeah.
like hypothetically. Do you get?
All right.
Can I say something?
No, Dex, let me tell you, I just answered that question in all fairness and in honesty. Let me tell you, if it's something I know is something that could never be happen, that can never be possible for Obi to be the vice, to be the president. Atiku will not be the vice. It's not possible. But assuming the party brought out that the pairing like that, the combination like that, I will support them. I will support them. So one thing we, especially in our south, in this our south, one thing we the way we do things, we do things anyhow, and we are too selfish in the south. If our people in the south there were really serious about getting this presidency, they would champion Obi, or they will must find a way, no matter how it is, to make sure that Obi gets that ticket. But they did not do it. And okay, now, and we are a political party. We want our party to win. Our party brings out a candidate. You now expect me to come and start supporting another party? It's not possible. It's not possible. So let's not um just say that me, why am I? No, you will not understand, sir. You will not understand. But assuming Obi was in PDP today, I'll still be good. I really like Obi, to be honest with you. I really like Obi.
All right. Was there anything else that caught your eye in the news cycle before I move on to the next contributor?
What even? I saw many headlines.
I think the main headline was the stoning of
Yeah.
Buhari.
Yeah, the main headline was this Buhari stoning and all that. Even, and the picture that they posted, where the stones even penetrated through the glass, where the pilot could should I, for instance, is it the windscreen, and it destroyed that windscreen, to show that these people really meant harm for Buhari, and he did not retaliate. That is just something that I'm very surprised
that's
at.
the real story. If that happened in anywhere southeast, they would just they would open hell on them. That's just it.
Is really crazy. So let's that's just all. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for opening the session. So that's Solomon, of course, now, and Eze trying to reclaim his Igbo roots that people like this are trying to steal away from him.
This is an Edo guy.
Not the only me come here talk about, and a new person. I be like, Tony,
that's not a new guy.
Tony, not new guy. Tony, don't
it's not even an Igbo guy, and he wants to steal Igbo from you. So you're up next, Des. We did come to you earlier, but we couldn't get you. But now you're up. So kick it off from that space. Then the stoning of Buhari's helicopter in Kano State. Was that an instant reaction to his tenure by the people? Just an organic response to how he has governed that country? And if that had happened in the southeast, as we said, what sort of repercussions would you have expected, Des?
I don't want to go on around about southeast. What's going to happen? We already know what the answer to that. But this stoning, if you're sorry, I was eating. So if you
we can hear the munching of the mouth.
the one or two things that is happening now is that what is happening is that APC Tinubu is gonna lose votes. That is one thing. Another thing is that the pledge that Buhari made to campaign for Tinubu, he's gonna have to rethink it. He's gonna have to seriously rethink it. Do you get? These two things that's gonna happen. Because I don't see Buhari coming out again. Because it's scary. It's scary for mass that you think they're shouting that in the last 4 years, 4 years ago, they are shouting your name, with love. They turned their back on you and started stoning you. I mean, you don't even try to come out again because you've seen the taste of their anger. You've seen the taste of their anger towards your administration. So I don't see any win for APC here.
Yeah, you're breaking off, Des. No, you're breaking off, man.
Still breaking up.
Yeah.
Can you go to another and
Oh,
then
oh,
it's a bit
oh,
low?
all right, thank you. All right, so I'll go on next to Tony, but on my way to Tony, let me acknowledge the Buy the Coffee by Ayo, who as soon as the session starts, often instances, if not always, does that, if I always does that. So let's acknowledge that. So Ayo, as always, he does it again. So there's Ayo right there, regular as clockwork, just as soon as the session starts, he does that. So thank you, Ayo, for that. He holds that space steady. But for Ayo, we will not be able to claim 100% on that space anymore. So thank you, Ayo.
Can you hear me properly now?
We can hear you better now. So carry on.
Okay, yeah. So one man, I was saying that it shows that all those crowd that you saw in the APC campaign. I mean, most of them are not going to vote for APC. You've seen the anger. You've seen the anger that people. As in, it's just not. People think it's just Kano. It's not just. This is happening everywhere around Nigeria. So that's why I said I don't really see a chance for Tinubu in this. I can't even. I've searched and searched, and I'm like, how is he gonna convince people? How? Even the Buhari now is still reminding them with all this whole fiasco about the fuel and the monetary policy. He's still reminding them, just so you know, my tenure has been bad, so you won't forget. I've fucked your life up. I've messed your
No.
life up.
Mind the
Yeah,
language. Yeah,
I changed that. America, we always about F word, F word.
yeah.
So I've messed your life up. Don't forget it. Still trying to remind him that. So I don't see any win for APC in this. Um, for him neglecting, I don't see him killing his own people or whatever. No matter what they do, he's still gonna, any reaction, they're probably gonna storm Aso Rock. Northerners, Muslims are really really aggressive when it comes to all those kind of stuff. You can't just you know do anything and feel like you have power. They will show you that their Allah told them any oppressor should be killed anyway. So they'll just go down to Aso Rock and show you what their Allah said. But if it's gonna happen if that kind of stuff happens in not southeast, um, I don't know what would happen in Buhari's tenure. To be honest with you, Buhari is not. Well, I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. We have seen a lot of cases that we already know that Buhari is not even the one controlling all this stuff. Buhari is just like I mean, I would call him a statue that, you know, whenever something happens, they come and tell him he doesn't really do nothing. I won't be surprised that even the Nandi Kalu space is not even him in control. I'm just telling you what I feel. He's not such a man that I feel that has this violent nature in him. He's not.
You don't
But
think Buhari has the violent
uh,
nature in him?
I don't think so. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. in my own opinion. He
Dex,
doesn't seem
Dex,
like that kind
Dex.
of person.
You want to join those obedience that sorry to interject that are not praising Buhari
No, no, I'm
for
not praising Buhari for anything. Ever since,
No, he's saying that that is not the real Buhari that we used to know because Buhari
No,
was a
no,
good
no,
man.
no, 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 please. You've noticed we don't do that thing anymore here, Tony. So this is not
Dex. Buhari is violent too.
that's
He's
for those
violent.
things now.
the
If
thing
you
is
know
that
what he
I've
told
not.
Jonathan in 2015, that if this election he doesn't win it, that Nigeria will be ungovernable for him. A man that can make that kind of utterance, you know that this guy is a violent person. He's just quiet, but he's
I
violent.
will speak to them in the language that they understand.
And
It's called
they call them dot in the circle.
Dot in the circle.
dot to the
What do they
circle.
what do they want? You remember that interview? You say, what do they want? What do they want? We will teach them in
In,
the
in,
language that they understand.
in fact, Buhari is all about violence, nothing
He's
else.
a violent man.
What
Well,
do they
Even
want? You watch his body language when he was saying, say, what do they want? What do they want? We will teach them the language they understand.
and he
I
made
feel like
mention
a
of
violent.
being in this thing for 30 months, being in the battlefield for 30 months.
I feel like maybe he used to be violent anyway.
But it's not
That's the
it's
word
a
I would
reform.
use,
All right.
because a violent man wouldn't take that from nobody, whether he's Muslim or Christian. I don't think a violent man would take that. I think he would probably retaliate. So I think maybe I feel like he's just tired. He looks like a tired person. He just wants to finish and go. That's what I would say. Not that he's not violent. I would say I feel like he's just tired and he just needs to, finish and go and rest. That's what I would say. I don't think Buhari of old would take that. He would probably do something
There's
irrational.
he sent Operation Python Dance to the east, and he sent this troop during the air sands that went to Lagos to massacre
Toll gate, at the
toll
toll
gate,
gate.
Young children, yeah.
young children.
Yeah.
He's saying that it's not violent.
It's
That's
an
why I
extremely
said. That's
violent.
why I said I probably made him. I would say he's just tired. The Buhari of
It
old
is
would
it's
probably
sorry,
not.
Jex. Sorry to interject. I'm very, very sorry. See,
Yeah.
it is the what Buhari, the attitude or character you see that he has exhibited right yesterday of you claiming that feeling his calm. It was ethnic sentiment. He's just sympathizing, like he can't he feel there is people he can't do anything to them. Let's just be honest. That is just the truth of the matter. So we don't need to twist it or say, yeah.
Anyway, I can't say. He might be right. I'm not in his brain, so I don't know what to say about it.
Des, who do you think will be the beneficiary of this backlash that you are anticipating against the APC? Who do you think will be the beneficiary at the presidential space?
I mean, anything against APC, I've said it so many times. Anything against APC, people benefiting is gonna be other parties, which is Labour and PDP. It's just as simple as that.
Well, there can
There's
only be one
no.
president now, so who will
Yeah, I
benefit from the
mean, who would
backlash?
benefit? I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, two of them are benefiting, so depending on the person that plays this game very well. I don't know who's gonna be president next
If
month.
if there is going to be a backlash, that backlash, if it's a nationwide backlash, that backlash in the north will not reach to Peter Obi, and in the south, the PDP already has strong footing, just because of their antecedents. So if there is this backlash against the APC, which Tinubu then gets the fallout of, the only beneficiary will be Atiku Abubakar.
I don't think so, one man. I don't know why you seem to neglect.
Well, no,
I mean,
it doesn't matter what you think.
don't.
Those are the facts of it.
It's not the fact. It's what you hope. I would say it's what you basically hope.
It's
But
not what
we've
I hope
seen.
now. I
No,
asked you who the
now one
beneficiary
man.
will be, and you couldn't come
One
up with
man.
a.
I no now one man. Two people can be beneficiary to something.
There can
You
only be
get.
one president,
We're
and
t-
whoever becomes the president outside of Tinubu is the beneficiary of that backlash.
we're talking about Kano State in particular, right? We're not talking about the
No, but you told us
presidency.
it's not only Kano State; it's nationwide.
Oh,
So,
okay, nationwide. The beneficiary is obviously LP. You know, if this fall out, because we
so
already know.
the backlash against the APC party in the north, Peter Obi will be the beneficiary of it in the
No, not
north.
the total. Not the. He's not gonna be the total beneficiary of it. At least if APC is losing votes,
The
and
backlash against the APC in Yoruba land, Peter Obi will be the beneficiary.
almost obviously, yes,
No, certainly
definitely,
not. Then you know nothing about
definitely.
politics.
No,
You know
no.
no.
One man. The South, the backlash of APC. The only
You know that the
person, the
you know
South.
that the Southwest has a
We're talking about
relationship with the
Southwest.
yeah Southwest.
Yes, the only people Southwest will gravitate to if Tinubu is not there. We already know it's Peter Obi and his Labour Party.
Why would you think
Yes,
that? No, why would you
Be-
think that? Why?
because there's no grounds for PDP in South. I mean, there's no grounds. PDP is losing their grounds. So don't say it's just
Dex, did you see Enugu State
They are
just
losing
the.
their grounds to APC. They are losing their
We
grounds
already
to
saw. We
APC.
already saw what happened in is it Ogun State that this guy lost his election, lost his governorship. So they are losing
Osun
their
State.
grounds. Osun State, they are losing their grounds. I mean, I really don't
Yes,
see any.
listen, they are losing their ground to APC. So if there's a backlash against the APC in the southwest, they will not go to Peter Obi. Certainly not.
Well, one man, let's agree to
They
disagree.
have no reason to now. What reason do they have to?
The reason is
Yes.
one reason is there. Power shifting to the south is doesn't get as good as that. Power shifting to the south. I mean, what else? What other reason do you need?
All
I
right.
mean,
If there was a backlash against the APC in the southeast and Peter Obi was not in play, where would their vote go to?
to be honest, I don't know if P2B was if this political system. If I'm being
Yeah,
honest, if P2B wasn't or if a southeasterner wasn't in play, I
yeah.
would tell you the only thing that would be in play is Biafra. That would be the only thing that would be
Well,
in
so
play.
they will not give their vote to the southwest, but
To
you
they
expect the
won't.
southwest to give their votes to them.
No, one man, I'm telling you because I know this is what's gonna happen.
All
The only
right.
reason why this is dying, the Biafra died down, is P2B, and that's why I said if it's this political system and any southeasterner is not on board, what will happen is Biafra, as in, it's gonna escalate so bad that I don't. I mean, we would have been
No,
talking
no, they,
another
no,
thing
no,
now.
no. They'll be back to Biafra by March. We all know that. So
Yes, we will be talking another thing. We'll be talking about the election and talking about Biafra. That's what
you
we'll be
know,
talking about now. So that's why I
yes.
said I don't think Southeast anybody will be really beneficiary of if a Southeasterner is not running. It's just gonna be there. To be honest, it's just gonna be there.
Oh,
Um,
oh, 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 oh,
yeah,
oh, oh,
people
oh.
people won't even vote, even if they persuade people to vote. I don't see, I don't see more than 20% of the whole Southeasterners voting. That's what I would say. I don't see,
Oh, oh,
so
oh, oh,
nobody would
oh,
benefit.
all right. And to the people attributing the change, the easing of the Naira note deadline to Tinubu's intervention in Abeokuta, I take it that you disagree with that.
You already know my stand. I feel like there's no how trying to convince people something that is so unbelievable. I mean, there's some lies that are something that is so obvious that no matter how you twist it or how you turn it around, I mean, somebody with at least even if it's 80% IQ, just looking at you like Mumu, you get, except that person wants to lie to himself. He wants to like accept he's just. what would I say, too crazy about Tinubu or what. I don't even know. I don't even know the kind of sentiment I will put in it, because I've seen people when what's it called? Tinubu made a statement of Atiku being a Senate president. You see some still stupid people that say you guys are not doing your
Yeah.
research.
I saw that. So is that the
Yes.
latest? Is that the latest Agbado that you people are doing
No,
skits
no,
to?
no, no. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what we're saying now. I mean, after he made that statement, you see some people commenting. You guys are not doing your research. Tinubu was once a Senate. I'm sorry. Atiku was once a Senate president. I'm like, I mean, where do these people come from? I don't understand it sometimes. I'm like thinking about it. Where these people, their loyalty, is it so much that it can just blind your sense? I don't know. I don't know. One man. I don't see how you twist it that it's gonna land on Tinubu being. I mean, Tinubu instigating the whole thing for Malam. To postpone it. It's not Tinubu's doing. If I even give it, I'll give it to Nigerian people and the videos. Even Atiku would take some. Kwankwaso would take some. I mean, Tinubu was just being selfish, and the video is clear. I mean, it's just clear.
You're
All
not
right.
saying anything about your own candidate that did not even make any move or make any.
He didn't say
And
anything now
no,
because
no,
And
he did not understand what was going on. Peter Obi never
No,
knows
he
what's going on
understood. He
around here.
understood. When any candidate that come out to talk about that thing, they'll be there to say that because of they want to play money politics, that is why
yeah, he don't
that Obi
understand.
is not playing. Obi understands it, but it's because of
Obi
fear of you people that made him not to talk.
Obi is listening to his followers. That's just what you don't understand. He
Obi
is
is
listening
being
to his followers. You
he's
get?
been led by the Twitter space. Is that what
So
you're saying? Obi is
No,
being
no,
led
when
no,
by
like
the
you
no.
now that is not in Nigeria,
For you
suffer
to
want
be
to
a
kill those.
leader, le- for you to be a leader,
Wait,
you must learn. You must know how to listen.
I
And
beg you. Yes, he's whining
probably
you people. His politics
no,
is
no, no, no.
playing.
It's not
He's doing
politics.
it anything that will make your mind sweet him, so that you come out and vote for him. But don't
Even if
worry,
he
the
listen,
shocker.
even if Obi comes and say it, nothing. The Obi will not say. As in, you will see us still supporting him. You get already. Atiku and Kwankwaso have already made it soft landing for. Even if he said it, it wouldn't even be a news. So for him to come out and say it, I think no. It's going to make some sort of soft landing for anybody saying it after them. So it doesn't matter.
so
Doesn't
now
really
it
matter.
doesn't
Him
matter.
not
So
saying
it
it, I
doesn't
don't
matter.
think.
Hold on, there. So now it doesn't
No,
matter. So, but when he was visiting the people in Benue State, those that was raided by
IDPs.
IDP, and was calling for others to stop their campaign, it matters then. Obi is a man with a man with empathy. Look at others; they cannot even do it. It's only Obi that is visiting the poor people, the labeled people. But now for what really matters,
no,
with
no.
regard
Don't say this.
uh,
This really matters. This
It
doesn't
doesn't matter. The
matter
fuel
more
scarcity
than
and the
the
Naira
IDP
scarcity.
camp.
so that
One man,
doesn't matter.
I
Eh,
was in Nigeria doing fuel scarcity. So don't say it's my.
Dex, if your own did not reach the way it is now, that when you were in Nigeria, it did not reach the way. See. When you are not in Nigeria, you
No,
don't
he
need to.
reached.
You
Solomon,
not
calm
reach, bro.
down.
See,
Calm down.
I they
Even
tell you.
listen.
I'm telling you that they
Do you
even
know the
put
kind
fuel
queue I
five.
was
Do you know
on?
people buy fuel 450? Yeah? People are buying fuel 450,
no,
and at a
that's
time they will.
true.
Is it
Is
not in a do?
bad
They are
now.
selling 750 in a do now. I understand. No. I
So
understand that it's
what are you
scarce.
saying? This thing is
You
is
get.
is 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 a pressing need. Like it's something that is pressing. Is something that is disturbing the people. He's supposed to say something. Let's don't come and just give it
No,
to
no,
and
no.
say that this one.
I'm
This is
not
something he's
saying
supposed. Even
it's
the
not.
Naira
It's
thing.
right.
I told you for 3 days, people could not even me. I could not be other people too were experiencing it.
What that guy was saying I was listening to when you guys yesterday section, and I listened to it when one guy was saying that his mother took money to bank and 100,000 to bank. and he wanted 20,000 in new notes. They won't give her anything. That is
They gave her 10,000. They said she could only get 10,000. All she needed to do is to hand over 100,000, and they give her 100,000 naira back. But they only gave her 10,000.
10,000.
Even my mother was complaining as early as this afternoon that that she can't get money out of the
You
bank.
can't get money out of the bank. People that even have money to withdraw money say, okay, on ATM is closed down. ATM is not dispensing cash anymore. And then you go into the banking hall, they said there's no money for you for withdrawal. Yet you have money in your account, but you cannot withdraw.
And it's not a pressing need according to this.
I don't know.
This thing.
One man.
There are some banks. A person told me that there are some banks now.
Koko.
They have. Hold on. Let me finish this. Officers are there. If you tell them you are going, they will ask you, what do you want to go and do? You tell them, oh, I want to go and withdraw money. They say, oh, no, there's no way in for you. But if you say you have cash to go and take in, yes, they will allow you in if you are taking money in. But if you want to go in to say you want to go and withdraw cash, they won't let you in because they said there's no cash. You see, the situation is bad. People want to trust. Do you know
why?
Do you know how much people are losing? Do you know how much businesses are? And your candidate is not talking.
No. Anybody doing business
on this issue.
Let me tell you,
said, oh, because Atiku have told, it doesn't really matter.
In fact, all the lead candidates
to the plight of the people.
All the lead candidates have spoken apart from Peter Obi.
Listen, I'm a businessman. My in fact, almost all my family is business. So if you say people are losing money, I'll tell you one thing, that if a businessman, a correct businessman, has an account, right, and someone coming to buy something from him, it's not that desperate. I mean, when you can transfer money and do transactional business, and how much is this? Let me transfer. You transfer something, or when you want to go and buy something in the market person have accounts. It's not, maybe money is faster, yeah, but it's not like it's gonna stop you from doing what you want to do. Let's say you want to go and buy groceries in the supermarket. You go there, you carry your ATM, you swipe, and you pay for something. And
but that's not how the everyday Nigerian transacts.
What is this guy talking about now?
I'm saying,
hold on. The everyday Nigerian transacts in physical cash. That's how
talking as if you are. Look, in Kano, they have. Hold on. In Kano, they have 44 local government. Do you know how many local government they have banking operation? They have in only 27. What are you talking about?
I don't understand what you mean. Are you talking about the rural areas now?
What we're saying to you essentially is that people need to be able to access the money. And even as early as a couple of days ago, Jafar was telling us that markets in Kano, all major markets in Kano were shutting down because they would not take the old Naira notes and the new ones are not in circulation. So that's, of course, the precursor to the stoning of Buhari. So for you to dismiss out of hand that it's not impacting on people, maybe you don't have the temperature.
I didn't say it wasn't impacting on people. I mean, with the way Solomon was basically saying it about Abuja, I don't think.
What are you talking about? He lives there. He's telling you what is happening.
See, Dex, I'm telling you something. The only place you can even withdraw money is maybe you go to central area, like in this place here, Sahad, this shopping mall.
Solomon,
it's only the ATM because of the caliber of people that makes use of it.
And this is a more pressing issue than going to IDP camp and using children as props,
Solomon,
so why has Peter Obi not come
when you go to ATM, Solomon, when you go to ATM to withdraw money, I don't know how much you want to withdraw. What do you want to use it for? It's a very simple question.
Whatever money is used for.
I went to the mall to buy foodstuffs.
Okay.
I went to the mall to buy foodstuffs.
It's just the same thing.
Now let me say something now.
I mean, you want to tell somebody on how to use his money, how to...
What are you saying now? Wait, what are you saying?
Try to get
what are you
me
talking
first.
About?
Ajali Coco tried to get me first. He wants to withdraw money to go to the mall and buy something. Yeah. And I'm
No, you're
saying
not. No, look, leave it
that's what
alone,
he
man.
just said.
He
No.
can do. He can
Hold on,
withdraw cash. He
hold
can
on,
do whatever
Ajanle.
he like with
Hold
his
on,
money.
Ajanle Coco, because I
Yeah,
know where it's going. He wants to say he can transact electronically at the mall.
electronically. Yeah.
That
It's
is where
very
it's going.
simple.
No, but listen, and pay attention. The average Nigerian doesn't have that facilitation, and the trading habit of Nigerians is in cash. And what the structure of Nigeria facilitates for mainly is in cash. The electronic transactioning is not, it doesn't have the level of incision that supports the financial space of Nigeria. A good
One man,
80% of Nigeria's transactions are in cash.
do you know that even now you don't even need network?
All
That's
right,
how
just leave it
easy
alone.
it is.
No,
You can do
please,
star. You can do star.
you don't
Solomon, you
get
can
it.
do star
Okay,
something
can you leave it alone?
hash, right?
You don't get it, and you're just irritating people with what
Yeah,
you're saying.
Can I just talk to this guy?
No,
Little bit
don't,
sarcasm.
just
I will stick to the topic. Very easy, sir.
No, I want to move the topic on because
please.
it's somewhat irritating the tone that this guy is taking. But let me take you to Akeredolu saying, why can you even say such a thing that cash is not necessary for transacting?
No, I never said it's not necessary.
Sometimes
I never said it's not necessary.
That's what irritates people with that being narrative.
I didn't say it's not
you never
necessary.
seem to get anything.
I don't say it's not necessary, one man. I said the way Solomon is making it to seem. That's why when he made that statement, I sort of used the analogy on myself because I was in Abuja for 2 years of my life. Do you get? I sort of used it on myself. I'm like, wait a minute, this whole getting cash. What is the cash mainly used for? Because I was in this space for a long time.
Dex, do you pay with POS when you book ride? Do you pay with POS
yes,
when
now,
you book ride?
I pay with transfer now. What are you talking about?
All right.
Wait. I want to let you.
No, it won't get it no matter how long you
book
look around because
it's
fixated on
as this money thing is giving problem now, as this money thing is giving problem, so is banks are giving problem now in Nigeria. If you have anybody, your app safe, it takes time before your app transfer can even go.
Thank you, Solomon.
What are you saying, guy? I'm telling you something. You're arguing. In Abuja here now, see, it is central area now that you can as of last 2 weeks, it's in central area, like where I mentioned at first. That is where you can, because of the caliber of people
you are talking about a cash-based economy that people don't need access to cash.
One man, even the problem,
even
to transfer fund electronically, it doesn't even go through. I've never seen where that is happening.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what is going on in that country.
Not even Germany,
from one bank to the account to another account, it won't go. POS will tell you that their server system of that bank is not working. So
can I just make a contribution, please?
It's sad. I would say it's sad.
Let me play you this clip. Let the people speak for themselves. Let me play you this clip. That's what the people think of what you just said, but there it is. It's beyond ludicrous. In a cash-based economy, people don't need access to cash.
I never said that.
That's what you're saying. Now they can go and use POS and electronic.
You're twisting word.
One man, please, can I ask one question?
Why has Peter not had the courage? He's always very quick to hop around IDP camp saying he spent Christmas there, telling us he cares about the people. The issue that impacts on people.
I don't know why you like playing.
Why is it not playing? Why is it not making a commentary?
Why you like playing the man? Every time you guys are playing the man, play the ball.
No. Okay, so there is
the ball. Everybody is playing this game.
There is the ball right there. So address that. the issue, Peter Obi tries to put on this notion of being a man of the people.
So wait.
Hold on. Going from IDP camps to IDP camps, holding crying babies for photo opportunities, claiming he's a man of the people. So the issue, the most germane issue that impacts on people the most at the moment, why is he not making a public utterance on that?
One man is very simple. The answer is that Peter Obi, what's it called? Atiku made a statement.
No, I'm asking you about Peter Obi now, please.
No, now calm down. I'm trying to build up to it.
No, just address it frontally and then I'll move on because
people were angry in the space of.
Why has Peter Obi not made a commentary on this?
Why would he? Because the matter has already been solved on the Naira. So why is it coming? Are you expecting to come again and say something?
What matter was solved?
Of course, Buhari has already extended it. So what do you want to come and say?
Why did it not make it before it was extended when everybody else was making commentaries?
Within the short of a day.
Desmond.
After Atiku finished making a statement, the next day the thing was. So what is it like? I don't understand.
Desmond,
you guys are trying to
let me help you out.
Put something where not.
So you have to wait for Atiku to speak for him now.
Yeah,
Desmond, let me help you out.
They are PDP lights now. Normally,
all right. Settle down. Hold on. Let's hear from Adewale.
Desmond, let me help you out. Whenever they ask why Obi is going to the IDP, please tell them. Don't be like Adewale that went to the Arise News and started fumbling. Tell them people in IDP are also Nigerians, so he has the right to go to the IDP and converse for vote.
Did he go there 2 years ago? Did he go there 2 years ago?
Whichever way it is, they are all Nigerians. Nigerians reside in the IDP, so he can go, even if they are under the rock, he can go there and talk to them to vote for him. So he has that right.
No, the argument is this. He was quick to go to IDP camp and call on others to abandon their campaign.
Every candidate has strategy, Baba. Every other candidate has strategy.
Hold on. He went there. He called on others to go as well. Even though he went there to show empathy, he still carried the logo of his party on his chest, on his pant, on the trouser, on his chest.
Yeah, but he didn't campaign that time. Then he didn't campaign.
But when you have your logo on your check, that's a campaign by itself.
I mean, if that is the only cloth he has, can you fight him for that?
So he was playing politics. So that is number one. Then number two is this time when all Nigerians are facing this serious hardship concerning this money exchange. He is the only candidate that refused. He refused to speak.
But let's look at it, let's look at it objectively.
This is what I mean. This is a serious problem facing all Nigerians, particularly the poor people, that he is promising, I will do this, I will change your country from consumption to production, and they have problem now, facing a very serious problem to exchange their their old note to new note, and this guy cannot speak. And he's saying, and his what do you call it? Is Devs, that is one of his surrogates, is telling us that since Atiku spoke,
listen. I made a statement.
We should believe more of what Atiku speak. Whenever Atiku speak, Obi has spoken as well. Okay.
That's PDP lights. That PDP lights.
Listen to me first.
PDP lights.
When Obi went to the IDP camp, he didn't just rush or the first day. It took time. This happened maybe it took almost a month before he went there and started doing. So you don't expect when people are worried now, and one person has spoken about it within the space of 2 days. The policy was changed. The thing was extended. So he doesn't have that space of time to say something about it, and we are complete. So if something start happening, he should just jump and say something, and he's now yes, Obi is for the people. If something happens, if he doesn't say it before the policy or whatever is extended, that means what has happened has happened. Don't say that it's because it's not for the people or whatever. There wasn't any period of time for it to say anything. So let's not say that he didn't have it in mind or whatever. Do you understand, Angelico? I'm just trying to make you understand where I'm coming from.
One more, please, little bit also now from Tony.
Okay, Tony, speak now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You know, she go. So, you know that Obi don't have to go there, my Oga Ajani Koko. Obi don't have to go there because even if you speak on that issue, you know, whose ear is he going to be speaking to? A country, you know, a failed state, you know, the country has failed. The country has failed. No way, nothing will happen. You look at people are saying, look at Aguda. The first day Aguda, Sulere, you know now, Aguda on the way to Jeshata to you know now. So from Sulere there, Aguda from West Avenue enter from West Avenue. Okay, now they are shooting guns. Go and check Arise News. You see these two people that represent the various parties shooting of guns in the daytime. So the country, they say, come and pick your PVCs. For actually today, I see a lot of video coming out there. People will call, they know will give them PVC. Then they sell PVC for Anambra State. You go there, don't say they lock the people out. They send out for Benin now, they don't begin to destroy the whole petrol stations.
Now because of fuel for Benin.
Yes, because of fuel, yes. PVC. You know, so that is all these symptoms are the symptoms of failed state. Only one where I disagree with this guy, Des, is that Des, you know what they wanted from Nigerians? When I don't carry on and come up for village, come to America or to Germany, now begin to talk nonsense. If they talk nonsense, if you say that we don't need our cash.
Tony,
no, hold on.
Baba, I don't do.
That's it. You don't do that, Tony.
I know cause cause problem. I told something. That's why this guy said that they say. Once you move, wait. You don't say you don't.
Tony, hold on.
No, I don't insult you. I don't insult you. I say most Nigerians. No, listen to me. Many Nigerians, when you come over for that village or for that spare parts market, they come for your eyes for airport.
As Tony taking over, I've just stepped away for a minute.
No, I got a good answer. I got a good answer. So I don't cause you. I say most Nigerians, you know. So you say that you don't need cash.
I never said that. That's why stop twisting my word. Why are you guys twisting my word?
Tell me now, I for Germany more sophisticated than USA.
It's like whenever I talk,
they see me cash in Germany.
Talk in parable or do I talk in? I don't get it.
Maybe some of us are talking in gibberish.
Do I talk like Tinubu? I don't understand. Do I need an interpreter?
Yeah. Well, but Tinubu, you know, remember, so I don't even believe Tinubu will talk like this. So, as 6 months ago, I was scared to death. But see who Tinubu speaking right now. I'm so. I mean, it's incredible and unbelievable, and that his speeches are even making some moves by the government of the day, which he ought to be. You see that the right TV they accuse him of shooting himself on the field like you are part of the government. But at the end of the day, the thing is producing some result. And just 3 days ago, they said that presidency said that this policy will stay. No going back. But at the end of the day, so they look at Adeleke, which you also mentioned. I'm with you on that, sir. You know, why should they wait? Why should they wait until 6 months after declaring somebody a governor? You just all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? So that's why we say that the country is too big.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So give us your comment. Yeah.
Can you give me maybe 2 minutes to say something real quick on this issue? No, I've not said anything about it for a long time.
Yeah, come in.
You sure you got to speak for 2 minutes? I'm looking at
Yeah, I will try. I will try for a certain reason.
Okay. No, carry on.
Like last week, something happened, and I tell people that when we are discussing if we are discussing general issues, that is understandable. But when we are discussing politics of bitterness and politics of that is embedded with so much hatred, sometimes it beclouds people's judgment, sense of reasoning to actually see the light. Sometimes, you know. I was reading something on Twitter, maybe sometime 2 days ago, and there was a man who actually said, ever in his life would he ever attempt to have any discussion with obedience again? Why? There's a girl that is called Rinu, right? The girl turned 23 years yesterday. So invariably, Rinu was 2 years old in 1999, and this man said he said his first son is 32 years old. And Rinu was telling the man that I will teach you politics, right? Teach you politics of Lagos and politics of Yoruba land. And then the man said he feels so ashamed of himself to find out that he's been having political banters with somebody who is much younger than his first child. A girl that was 2 years old in 1999 when Nigeria started democracy again. I'm putting all these things in perspective so that people on this platform, they will understand the kind of conversation they will have with some certain people. Take Ashwaju out of the conversation now, because this is the problem that some people are having, right? They are having this embedded problem because they don't want to give a credit to him. Let's take him out of the conversation.
Tinubu is responsible for the change
Yeah.
of dates. No question about it. No question.
Yeah, I'm trying to paint a scenario, right? Take him out of the conversation, right? Let's assume that you are seeing Ashwaju now because of your feelings for him, negative feelings for him. You don't want to believe whatever he said or whatever the statement he made, impacted the actions of the government. But on the flip side of it, you are almost giving a credit to Atiku, and then you are saying Atiku has made a statement. So as Atiku is a political candidate of PDP, Peter Obi is a political candidate of Labour Party. He has been quiet for 3 days or 4 days, but somebody is saying Atiku has made a statement on his behalf. So is Peter Obi a proxy candidate of PDP? Is it
Enigmatic, I'm sorry.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Let him finish.
I don't
Let
like
him
it.
finish.
Des, I do not want
Let
to
him
have a
finish.
conversation with you. I'm just making a point. Just chill.
Okay.
So is Peter Obi now a proxy candidate for PDP? And is it why there's a well coordinated attack on only one candidate? Because Atiku, who should be the problem most of the time, gets cause free. Atiku is the oldest in this political cycle. Atiku is the one who snatched the ticket of a certain region. Atiku shouldn't be in this race, but Atiku does not have the slack. No blogger has been paid. No TV station has been commissioned. SPV case is there. The media, they are taking spaces. They are taking sides. But when we come on the platform and then Nigerians are suffering, you are not whoever here is a businessman, you understand. My family runs a successful oil and gas business, real estate business, and a whole lot of businesses, right? In Ekiti State, in Ondo State, in Osun State, people are suffering over there. They cannot get their cash out. They can't move. They can't do anything. And somebody, because a statement came from a candidate that you do not like, now it becomes an issue. You don't have pity. You don't have empathy for Nigerians again. Nigerians should suffer because Ashwaju said something, and Atiku said the same thing. He said government changed the policy within 2 days that Atiku made the statement. Why are you guys like this? Can you think out of the box? Can you think out of the box from one time and stop being hateful? Nigerians are suffering, man.
All right,
I just spoke with a lot of people yesterday, and people cannot move cash around. Businesses are not flowing.
Can I respond? So I want to say this. First of all,
Once again, I've not directed this to you, and I'm not speaking to you.
Okay. First of all, a lot of I've seen the other guy twist my word. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it.
Nobody twist your word.
I'm not saying you, the other guy.
Hold on, and that's why I'm saying I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. You know how I started my conversation. Somebody who is 2 years old in 99 cannot be talking about politics in 2023 and try to teach people out of politics.
That
People
is
are losing business.
enigmatic. I tend to really
Okay,
disagree vehemently on that.
and that's
You
why I'm
know
saying.
why?
That's why I tell you I'm not speaking to you.
You
That's
know
why I say
why?
stay where you are. I'm not speaking to you.
You've talked now. Let me
And
talk.
enigmatic. Let me
Can't I
ask Des
respond?
one question. Des, when you travel to Nigeria,
Let me respond.
let me ask you a
I don't
question,
know.
Des. Des, let
Yeah.
me ask you a question. When you are in Nigeria, do you want to tell us that you didn't carry cash around when you are in Nigeria?
Yeah. Yes, of course. Why
Hmm?
wouldn't I? No, you're not. See, I've
No,
explained
no,
this
no.
so many times.
No,
That's
no.
why I said
Hold on. So when you were in Nigeria for few months, were you carrying cash around or not?
of course I carried cash.
You are okay. Why were you carrying cash with you, even though that you have your bank card that you can use and do things?
Most
Why
of
were
it
you carrying?
now,
Hmm?
I would say
Hmm.
what I didn't really use cash to do. Most of it now just to give people. No be I don't use them do anything. I just
Oh,
to give people.
okay. So,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
But
So,
no,
but there's a
that's not
reason.
where I'm going to.
Oh,
I know
okay.
Nigeria
So
is a
you have
has
okay.
I know
So what?
Nigeria.
Yeah, there was a reason for you to carry cash around to give people or to do whatever you
Yes.
want to do, right? So
I'm not
many
saying
people, have to carry cash around to do one thing or the other in Nigeria. But
I
now,
understand that.
so that is the pain. They don't have cash. I have somebody that is very rich. He said, "Look, sometimes you must have cash on you, even though that you do your heavy transaction with bank and all these things, the bank transfer and whatsoever." He said, "Look, ordinary 5,000, because he cannot get money from the bank. No money, you can't get cash from the ATM, you can't get from the bank." He went to POS to say, "Okay, just give me 10,000 naira. Let me just hold 10,000, just to have something, some little cash, in case of anything that you want to spend cash on." He said POS cannot give him 10,000, but were able to just give him 2,000 naira, 2,000 naira, and he has to pay
Okay.
commission of 100. When ordinarily they have to pay 100 on maybe 5,000 when you take 5,000 or maybe 10,000. But now those guys are charging 100 naira for 2,000. This is a guy that have his own big business that he runs. But
Okay.
there's no way you can operate in
I
Nigeria,
understand. I
whether you are
understand.
up or you are very millionaire or this. You must have cash
Even
on
bribe.
you.
Even bribe. To be honest, yes, I understand. When I made a statement, I don't know why whether we should rewind. I referred to Solomon. I don't know why we are basically thinking that I'm saying all the whole Nigeria.
No, you are
I
trying
was
to
basically
query
talking.
Solomon
No,
that
no. I
why
was
he's
trying to
going to
query
mall, why must he have
Solomon.
cash on
Yes,
him?
that's where my own thing is. So, but you guys are not getting it. I never said that Nigeria doesn't need cash. Nigeria doesn't, it doesn't have this problem. Doing an internet transaction. Yes, some people has the right infrastructure for transaction on business. Even if you go to airport, you want to bribe someone and you say you don't have cash, he will tell you that I have account number. Even when I was going to coming back, an immigration officer, I don't have cash. I purposely just didn't have cash. I just went like oga wait here, he say me he tell me I get account. If still write in account give me, I still send that money. Do you get? So most people, yes, although cash is needed, but I feel like there are some people that can do without that cash. Do you get what I mean? Someone like Solomon, I believe Solomon can do without that. Going to. That's why I asked him that question. What do you need cash for?
Oh,
Do you get
oh,
what I mean?
all
And
right.
one man, let me just say something. This is I think the third time Enigmatic is making a statement about age difference and age whatever. And sometimes I tend to wonder if he lives in a Western world. You get, if you have lived in anybody that lived in the Western world would.
Sorry, are you aware of the space, that one no space that Enigmatic was speaking to? Because that's
No,
quite
no,
a
no.
specific.
He's made that statement on me specifically one time, and
Right.
he said he wouldn't talk to me because I'm a small boy or whatever. That kind of statement, you know. He made that. I just didn't want to talk too much about it. He made it again one certain time. He's making it again now about this age. I just want to tell everybody that age is not really a criteria to understand anything in life. Like, you can be small and you're wiser than or smarter than a 50, 60-year old
But
person.
with
It's
due
not.
respect, Des,
I
with
do
due
respect to any
respect,
old person here,
let me
right?
finish now. Let me talk,
Yeah.
please. With due respect, he repeated himself. He said he's not directing the comments to
I
you.
don't know. Do I
He's
have to
just
repeat
talking
myself
generally.
again?
And he
I
didn't mention
said
your
no.
name
Listen.
throughout.
I said he made that statement. I don't know why it feels like if I talk I have to repeat. But I said he's made that statement specifically on me one time.
One man,
Do
please,
you
can I
get
clear this
me?
for clarification so that this guy will not
Let me
get it
finish.
twisted? Hold on. And I said it when I came in, right? I said
I'm
when
not
I came
saying
in.
now. I'm not saying now. I said
Hold
when you
on.
made
That's
that
why I said you hold
statement
on. Let me clarify
that
it for the
day.
last time. For the very last time, let me clarify that space now. Okay? I said it when I came in, right? One man knows me very well. I'm as probably young as you. Yes, age is not a function of intellectuality or intellectualism. Age is not a function of wisdom. Age is not a function of how cerebral you can be when you think, or how you can think out of the box sometimes, right? How is not a function of how somebody can tap out of the cocoon or the coven of a mindset. It's just about living the reality of life. Now, having said that, what I'm trying to say to people over here and to everybody is, you know, if I'm discussing politics with Baba Gomez or Baba Aja, when they are speaking to the politics of Awolowo era or stuff like that, I'll listen and tap knowledge from them and listen to what they have to offer so that I'll use it to guide myself, right? A lot of people on this platform, I know those who I listen to their conversation and I've picked a lot from what they've been able to speak to, right? Apart from the fact that we're all here, more like a pan Nigerian echo chamber, most of us are top class professionals in the diaspora, okay? And then top class professional in the sense that at the highest level of the corporate America, that's what I'm talking to. And then, so why I'm saying this, if you think I'm pointing to anybody, no. What I mean is when it comes to politics, right? We should understand that when some people are speaking, I've taken it upon myself. I'll keep quiet. I will not follow up, and I will not engage in conversation politically with them because it's more or less that I'll be wasting my time. And I made a scenario that a man was blaming himself that he has been on platform on Twitter for over 5 months, having banters with somebody who is younger than his second child, right? And then who is teaching him about the politics of Southwest and talking about the Yoruba heritage. Then he felt like he's had a lot of disservice to himself as a man. You know what I'm talking about. So this is not directed to anybody. It's just about self-dignity and self-priority. Like, okay, there are certain people that you can actually have political banters with because they are not, it's like they are not getting it and they cannot get it. So it's a waste of time if you have to keep engaging such people. So it's about demarcation of character and demarcation of ideas. So it's not directed to anybody, right? So, and it's a general comment. It's a general comment, and whoever feels that feels affected or feels his us is God. Well, I feel very sorry for that person, but that's just the reality of the fact.
Enigmatic, please.
No, no. So
No, no,
sorry,
please.
Thomas. No, no, Thomas. I want that space to close down quickly. So have your final say, Des, and then I'll move on.
Yeah. Let's leave every beefing anyway. It's not really beefing, just argument. Yeah. I don't even know what political space we're talking about again.
Yes, you were talking about how Tinubu may or may not have impacted on the decision to move the Naira swap deadline.
Oh yeah. A lot of people have their belief. For the Christ to me, I don't understand how people see it in your own view, one man. Some people do. I sometimes I look and I don't understand how people see it in your own view, but everybody has their own view, which I respect. But Tinubu did absolutely nothing. Even what he did, he didn't really achieve it. So if he said he did it, he didn't really achieve what he did because his main goal, if he was to actually say something, is for them to extend it beyond. If you noticed, the senate president and the senators doing their eye and nay, extended it to July or wherever, June or whatever the time may be, and which is all the collaboration with Tinubu. That's what they wanted. Buhari stand his ground. I'm like, I'm not doing what you guys said. I'm gonna give you guys 10 days. That's just it. So it's not even Tinubu. If you guys actually think he did something, he didn't achieve what he did. It's just the truth, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. So I move the conversation on from this and take it in the direction of World Peace, if it's ready to go. World Peace, are you there? All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
here. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to a new space. Let me take you to the Kwakwanso space. So Kwakwanso under a lot of pressure to collapse his structure for Atiku Abubakar. So do you have any anticipation that he might well do this at some point? And if he does collapse his structure for Atiku Abubakar, how would that impact on the upcoming election?
Yeah. Great everybody. The panelists. Great you, one man. Yeah, that of Kwankwaso, I think is it's only the new politicians will be thinking how he's gonna do it. I saw something here. Me, I say something here. Two political structure party have collapsed their structure in December. One is not if, it's when, and the other one is not when, it's how. Kwankwaso have collapsed since December. Is when he's going to announce it. We know we got this information in December, authentic information with facts and proof, but it's not what we come to this platform and say, or even though you say it, okay,
so
it's like
how come that is not known in the political space if he's done that?
Because it's a underground deal. So you say
you have hold on,
yeah.
people. So you have more access to underground goings on in NNPC than
It's not NNPC, it's just in Nigeria space. You think people don't know it? You think when people come out buzz or they're supposed election, you think it's just only four he's talking about? He's talking about so many other things, But if you say it, you look ridiculous, Even though they don't come out openly to the camp. And at the end of the day, the election, you see the election goes and the person you just expect to win, come and win. Let's say AK Atiku will win, and you say a lot of vote come from the north. What does that signal? That they give their vote to their own person. There's so many things going on the ground. Let me say this. It's a pity that some information I have, I sometimes feel sad for the South. Because this young man in the South, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is fighting with one hand tied and one leg hold. Because he's fighting with one hand tied, not one leg hold down from some people in the South. Because they not keep playing us every time when it comes to this political space. But we seem not to see that. We seem to start giving draft and whatever. But the campaign, the collapsing structure is not a new thing. It's not a surprising thing. It will happen, but they want to bring that element of shock, of surprise to us that will shake that political space and will make other people pull out from their position camp to come and join them. Kwakwaso is not really campaigning that much. And I've said it before. Atiku is very quiet. It's not a good signal for us. We're supposed to be worried about it. You're not too quiet. It's a very big worry for us to be worried about. But we seem just to write them on. No, you're not in the Atiku is not in the space. It's practically over and not. But every day we keep saying APC members at the campaign. The other day, he bought chairman at the camp, but though he was from the southeast, so probably it's not in news. It was a bought chairman, one of the top hierarchy officer.
Just to add, people are decamping from across the aisle.
I know.
Back and forth.
I know.
So
I know. Yeah, I know.
Hold on, Solomon. Just as early as yesterday, I did a piece on a whole wave of Kwakwanso campaigns to APC. So people are decamping to Labour as well. It's just back and forth. So it's usually there's nothing new there.
Yes, I know. This is all this the campaign, how they call it, the campaign, or they call them. That is crying. So you actually, you that like the other one you saw from Dilu Malai. That was just a movie theater fiasco, bringing people out that's coming from APC wearing Bola Ahmed Tinubu kind of dress, Agbada and the rest. That was political stage actors to come and form the campaign. We know all these things in political space. Bring people you don't even know that they are the campaign from this place to this place, which we see. But when
hold on, let him have a moment to land. Carry on, Warpace. Yeah, let him carry on. Carry on, Warpace.
But when top figures are coming from your parties, is a place you need to worry about, not just people irrelevant people that you don't know. Those people don't really count. You don't even know them. Don't even know how true is it. But again, Congress the campaign, collecting structure, is not a thing that will surprise us, but it's a thing that will worry us. We should be worried about. We're supposed to be hearing that somebody's collapsing for Asuwaju by this month, because we're already in next month, and February. Two strong political parties has already collapsed their structure. You might take it. You might say I'm saying things like sound like a broken record, but two strong political parties, one from the north and one from the south, they have collapsed their structure. I don't know who they collapsed.
Which parties are those? I don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Which party are those?
Is claiming leave enigmatic. Is claiming that Kwakwanso and Obi they've collapsed for Atiku. This is what there's nothing to indicate that, so I'm not quite sure.
Let me say something to that. There's a very big possibility, right? Very, very big possibility that Obi will be collapsing structures for Atiku. If obedience are not aware of that,
really?
It's not possible.
No, I don't want to open that space.
Are you serious?
Hold on. Okay, and that's what I say.
Hey,
Ajale Koko, can you see something? Hold on, I want to paint a picture now, right? When we are talking politics, and then when we say some certain things again, it probably will strike some nerves, and then they will take it personal. War please, just mention Kwakwanso in the north. Just look at this one man, Ajale Koko. I want to paint a hypocritical scenario to you now. He mentioned Kwakwanso possibly collapsing the structure for Atiku, right? Obedience were very happy. Go and look at them now. They are very happy. Go and look at the comment section. They will laugh at this guy. They will laugh at Agbado. They will laugh at Yoruba. They will laugh at this. When I just mentioned otherwise now, just to flip the coin for them. Can you see the... so when we are speaking...
No, it's not... Enigmatic is not the same.
Des, I'm not here for you, Des. Can I have my floor, please? Please.
It's not really your floor. It's World Peace.
Okay, but... I'm talking now because you are the one.
All right, go to what you're saying. Leave this. Go to what you're saying. Yeah.
So now, I've been saying it for a long time, and I believe people who knows politics very well, they will understand this, right? If I don't know why War Peace is worried about Southern people being played. You are probably worried because you're a patriotic person from the southern part of Nigeria. And I'm saying it now, and I've said it over and over again. And people who can read politics very well, they will understand what this means.
Can I interject?
No, I want to pull back on the interjection because it elongates the session unnecessarily.
Yeah, so if there's anybody in Nigeria now that will be happy if they do not see a road up ahead to merge with Atiku, it is the people from the southeast. They'll be happy with that. So they won't think twice before they go with an Atiku rather than go with a Tinubu, and they will give reasons for that. They will give you 1,000,001 reasons for that. So they will be happy to do that, but they won't want to do it. They won't want to see it done on the flip side. So War Peace, don't be surprised. It is you probably thinking that, oh, Atiku, you don't want another Hausa man or another Fulani man the next 8 years. The Southeast people don't think like that. As long as it is not Tinubu, if it is Atiku, they prefer that. So forget about it, bro.
Enigmatic. Do you think he hates?
Sorry. Do you mind? When I say please now help me along. I want to move the conversation back to War Peace. War Peace.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's my suggestion for the concourse. So we know it's going to collapse, and is when. So I won't be surprised if collapse structure, because these northern people are really, really the cabal. They are really, really, really want the power to stay in the north. It's about regional politics right now. It has moved from party politics now regional politics. So they are really pushing it so that the power stays in the north. That's my submission for concourse one man.
All right, brilliant.
What piece? Are you going to find work for Galadima?
Galadima will be fine. Yeah, not he will be fine.
Where is he going? Where do you think he's going to go?
No, he will be fine. Not take off their own. They will take care of him.
If you watch that man interview, you would think that he is the one contesting for the election.
He's just a politician. Galadima is just a politician talking. He's selling his candidates.
Yeah, but
there are some interviews. There are some interviews that he would go for, and they will ask him certain questions. This guy will be very diplomatic in answering those questions. He knows that what he's saying is rubbish, but he will say it to just make it look good. So that was even where I knew that these people are just selling this party. They are not even serious about. They don't even. They know they are not going anywhere, but they want to just wind their mouth and play their politics. So Galadima is not. You don't have to care about him. He will be taken care of.
Baba Adewale, there's something we the South always miss. Not because we are dumb, because we are very intelligent. We seem to try to have different mind, but sometimes that is a disadvantage for us. You see, what you not always do when they know they have overplayed their hand. They will be the first to speak about that hand they have played. Not that will change the matter, the subject. You understand? So, at the end of the day, what that hand they overplayed. Like for example, let's use NPC. Now we know NPC is actually controlled by the Northern, and most of the position is owned by the Northern. By the end of this, tenure, you start seeing Northern at least start talking about it, that the way people are being pissed in NPC is not good. That disfranchising some other ethnic group, we need to look into it. Now, when the next administration come up, it will still remain the Northern. Now you cannot fight them. When you fight them, they said that we spoke out now, but they didn't listen to us. You understand that play? You understand it? So, Gazima doing all this, but then you start attacking the next regime. That will point to people like Gazima and Ahmed Tinubu's brother that was against the government. So you will have nothing to say. They'll always played us. But we, because we are smart, we'll always see something that is not right. We'll come out and tell you it's not right. We'll come out the front row and fight our own. But they never fight their own, not until the end that they want to do to profit them. That is my submission.
All right, let me take you to the Tinubu space and his commentaries on the Naira scarcity. the attribution that commentary, that declaration in Abeokuta was what forced the government's hand. Do you agree with that?
No, man, I was speaking in two ways in this, and this is where me and my good friend Asmati who have a different submission. Now, I'll speak in two ways. There's a saying in Benin that a winch fly in the night, in the morning a child died. That means automatically you have to blame the winch, even though it's not the winch. First, from what you played in the video of Buhari spoke about changing the Naira. He's not going back. He's targeting politicians. He's targeting terrorists and all that. The next day, Tinubu came out at burst talking, sabotaging his own campaign to make it was speaking Yoruba. That is making it himself. He never speaking English, talking to people now generally, like talking to Abeokuta, speaking Yoruba, making it tribal and sentiment, some certain sentiment in it. Now it was easy for everybody to point finger that he's talking to Buhari, which is correct. Now on the other hand, he made that statement that they're holding fuel, they're changing Naira, I guess it's politics. The next day he went to Kasina to clarify and say whatever they spoke about or talk about, only God knows. Then the third day, the date was extended. Again, like I said, winds fly in the night, in the morning child died. Tinubu went to Kasina. The next day, they extended it for 10 days. I gave him the two sides. I gave him two sides. But let's look at it now. Break it down. I've asked before in this platform. Is it that the deadline for the Naira, is it to submit the old Naira, to take the old Naira to the bank or collect the new Naira? And you said it's to take the old Naira to the bank. And I read that there was never a deadline to collect the new Naira. Only the deadline. The deadline was for the old Naira notes. So I don't know all this deadline being extended for, because it has no purpose.
The deadline is for when the old Naira will cease to be legal tender.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're saying what I'm saying because people complain out there. Yeah, say what I'm saying because people complain out there. They're not complaining to return money to the bank is the problem. They're complaining they're not getting the new Naira note. And the Naira note does not have a deadline. Now you see it now?
No, I don't see it because if they are not able to get hold of the new Naira notes sufficiently, but then they still have the old Naira notes, then the space allows them to still continue to transact in the old Naira notes until they're able to get hold of the new Naira notes. And there's still a vast amount of the old Naira notes still in circulation.
Yes.
Because when Emefiele told us, he told us only 75% has made its way back into the banking system.
Yeah, it's about 900 billion is still out there. I read it. I've been following the space. One man, now this is between me and you because you work in the banking sector. Now I read it and just speak from what I remember right. The federal government said on the 15th of December, they'll start issuing the new Naira notes, start issuing. And 31st of December will be the last day of the old Naira notes. People now complaining that they cannot get the new Naira note. Cannot get the new Naira note. It's not a problem with depositing the old Naira note. If people are complaining that they are going to the bank, they cannot lodge the old Naira note, that will be a different ball game. And that will be clear. Now, there are two people in Nigeria, two races that control Nigerian Naira raw cash in Nigeria. About 65% of the Nigerian currency is controlled by two ethnic groups, the Igbos and the British change. They control 65% of raw cash. If Nigeria have 2 trillion, having in mind that 1.7 trillion is shared between these two people because they deal with cash every day. It's a cash space for them. And these people are not complaining. I've never seen any British change that is complaining that they are in a bank with a luxury of old Naira notes to take back and they cannot accept, they cannot lodge it and they did not accept it from them. And if they are the one taking their problem or their statement or their worries to the saying that we have this Naira note, we cannot deposit it, extend the date, that will be a different ball game. Now, Senate extending a date of lodging saying that people cannot get the new Naira note. I don't see how improve getting the new Naira note. If you say for 10 days and you still go to the bank and you're still not getting it, what's not the purpose of extending for 10 days? That's what I was asking. Why are they extending to 10 days of returning money, and why people are complaining they're not getting money? Returning money does not have any problem. What I'm expecting it to say is to tell the central bank to release so billion so that people will be enough for people. The problem right now is there's a short of raw cash in the circulation. And I said it the other day that I read when Emefiele said they released 120 million to bank. I said, are you kidding me? 120 million would not be enough for one local government.
So if there's a shortage of the new notes in circulation, then what should happen if the CBN are not if they are not able to pump out sufficient enough?
Yes, good question. The same purpose they are taking out the old Naira note. That's the same purpose. If they pump so much money into the system, the main purpose of cutting that old Naira note will be defeated because they want to mop up there's excess cash in the system. Don't forget, we are among the world monetary system, banking system, monetary system, and they already know the world monetary system already know that Nigeria have more than 2 trillion outside, which is causing problem in our economy space. And now, Buhari one purpose alone, he wants to write down notes to himself. We should give at least a little boost to our economy. We will see this. It will improve in our exchange rates. In every factor in Nigeria economy, not in a huge percent, but in a certain percentage. And Buhari solely aim alone is to recover that money. It is not wanting to bring that money to the bank. That's why they put a short period. Whatever is left out there is going to be written back to Nigeria account, and it's going to put that it's going to cover his own debt. Nigeria has so many trillions, locally and internationally. So imagine writing almost 2 trillion back to himself without he don't need to sell any crude oil or anything. It's a big boost for him. It's a win for him, and that is just his main reason. That is the only purpose he has, to write that money back. Of course, you said it here. Even that money will take 6 years to come back to the treasury. So of course, he does not have 6 years. Of course, if you wait 6 years, politicians will find a way to penetrate that stuff. So the faster he do it, the better for him. So he wants to write that money back to central bank account. Simple. That's why I give 10 days. 10 days will be here again. Next week is already almost 10 days. And he will write that money to Nigeria account. Whatever is outside there, remain outside there. From there, they can start bringing out new Naira note. For now, for me, I don't see new Naira note in circulation. But before election, there will be new Naira note. Because after that time, they have already written that old one into the system. It's already condemned. Then people start collecting money back. And I've already said the other day that politicians have a way of collecting getting their money. They already have money to spend. They're not worrying about us. But they are going to bring that old one into the bank. So they are using that guise of they're not getting money to push extension. That's why I said it does not add up. It does not add up. Adding extension for 10 days and you're not telling the central bank to release more money. It does not make sense. It's not connecting one man. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking from a different word.
All right. So let me take you to another talking point. Kiyamo, he's saying that that the only strategy left for Atiku is to launch at the ethnic and religious sentiments in the north in the final phases of the elections. So do you agree with that? What Festus Keyamo said?
Say it again, please.
Festus Keyamo was saying that the only strategy left open to Atiku Abubakar is for him to use ethnicity and religion in the last couple of weeks to the elections, because he's so far behind already that seems to be the only portal left for him. So he's going to go aggressively on the narrative of ethnicity and religion in northern Nigeria.
Yes, that's what's already playing out, man. It's like it's we that is not saying it. That's what's already playing out in the north. Yeah, they started using the ethnic card. They started pulling it. If you can listen to some imams, they started pulling that Nigeria saying Malam. Nigeria must be ruled by a Muslim. They already started it. Forget Stony Buhari washing his feet in Kasina and by not responding. He does not want to offend those people. They all know the game they are playing. The game is bigger than Buhari, and that's certainly what they're going to do. The North is not for that. They are notorious for that. That they'll always play the ethnic card politics, and that's where it's going to now. Like I said earlier on, that this politics is beyond party now.
They didn't play it against Goodluck Jonathan in
2011. They played it because you think they didn't play. They played it very well because when Jonathan won in 2011, it was a Saturn turn. So to favor them, they play what will always favor them.
And when Abiola won?
Yes, when Abiola won, it was a different ball game. That was a different era of politics. And they still played it. They didn't give it to Abiola. Even though they came out, it's not the same then that still move. There was still the majority that moved against him. That they should not give him the power.
It wasn't the majority that moved against him. It was the military that moved against him.
I said the majority in the military that moved against him. They are still the more of the northerners. Though they have, they said there was some other Southern, middle belt and all that, but the majority of them were the Northern. So they always play the card that favor them. That's how I see it, though. Depend how they play it, but they're playing it. Of course, there are people who are tired of what's going on in the North, but those who don't really have the voice. The North is structured in a way that is, how they call it, is a feudal system. So that controls a lot. That's why I always look at the northern vote will not make any vote in the north, because right from day one, it's not even full, and the Muslim votes always suppress the Christian vote in the north, and the Muslims in the north are positioned in the strategic position in the north, military, education, in anything. That's why the Christians don't always speak out there. They don't really have people to speak for them. So at the end of the day, they're going to have their vote, but the people that have control the power are going to have their way. Elections is not going to be fair. We all know that. You can vote or you want to vote, and they will come up with a number that said anything they want to say to disfranchise them. If the Christian did not have a little power of like 30% of the power the Muslim have, it would have been fair and a little bit balanced. But they don't have. They are irrelevant. They don't have anybody. Who do they have? Babachelawa, Abidogara, how you call it? They don't have anybody. How many CP they have? How many generals they have? How many political force they have? They don't. So they're going to play it, and they'll play it to the fullest. But I hope this power really come back to the side. And what Jamal said, it's not far from the truth. He's saying the truth, but it's we that is not saying it. We're just looking at the graphs. We can go to the next topic, Mohammed.
All right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge Switch's super chat, who super chats to you. It says, well, peace, nice one. So he clearly agrees with some of the things you said. Thank you for the super chat, Switch. And I have the expectation that super chat space should be lighting up. Nobody seems to be super chatting to the session. Akere Dolo's prediction of a landslide victory for Tinubu, clearly you don't agree with that.
Why wouldn't I agree with that? There's no Ondo State. Tinubu gonna win that place hand down now. Tinubu gonna win Ondo State.
He's not talking about Ondo State now. It's landslide victory for Tinubu. That's what he said.
No. I thought he was saying. No. That was just an embellishment. Now, of course, if Tinubu is gonna win, it's not gonna be anybody that wins this election is not gonna be slide victory. If Tinubu wins, or if Tinubu wins the election, I have like said so that I not offend people. If Tinubu, let's say, assume Tinubu wins this election, it's not going to be a grand slide, a landslide victory. It's going to be a margin. The way the election is going right now, it's going to be a margin. And if these two political parties we are projected are going to collapse, that will make it a tiny margin if it's going to win. Though I'm saying the way things are right now, power of equivalency, and the way things are going right now, I'm saying is on the path to victory. But anything can happen in politics. So things can change.
You believe that Obi will still collapse his this thing too?
It's not like I said. I'm a man of my word. I don't just say things I cannot defend. But it might sound so like a what I have like say it sounds funny and like I'm sound like a broken what's a window or how you say it. And because I don't have evidence to it. It's not what is the information is not proof for everybody, you know. But Obi is not a bad collapsing structure. Obi has collapsed his structure. And let me use the right word. Obi has already collapsed his structure. It's not when, it's how. How he would do it so that will not offend your obedience. That's what they're implying right now. Either on the polling vote unit. On the polling unit, they will do it there so that the people don't really know what plays out.
Sorry,
Or
what piece? I just want
mm,
to. I just want to know where you're getting this information.
okay, listen. Let me tell you something. Do your calculation. There's a
I'm
reason.
not doing. No, I know
Oh,
why I'm saying where you're getting this calculation.
hold on. There's a reason that
Because if
most.
you say
Hold
if you
on
say
now.
you're
You ask
doing
me. Hold on
underground.
now. You cannot ask me a question and answer my question for me now. Let me answer my question now.
Okay.
Let me give you a little assignment. Take a barrel of paper from today. Start calculating every state will be have senators that's representing them right now that's going to come out for the election. Senators, governors, House of Rep, and councillors and chairman. Do the math, then you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
There's a reason that Labour is not pushing none of those people. And those are the people you need to win an election.
Okay.
You don't. In the 300 something, 300 and 300 something members of the House of Rep, I don't think Labour have 60 right now that can say is on ground. In the Senate, that is about 100 and something. I don't think Labour have up to 12. Do the math, my brother.
Okay.
Poppies, let me
I
ask you a
believe
question
you.
real quick.
I believe you.
Okay, the
Don't believe
question
me.
the question to you is what will make what is the rationale that is making people right believe easily with an ideological strand of who Klein as sinker that Kwakwanso will collapse the structure for Atiku, and on the other hand, they are finding it difficult that Obi will collapse the structure for Atiku. Why are they believing one and
My
they are not believing?
brother, it's very simple. If I want to answer
I'm
you,
asking what piece? What
for
piece?
me, it's very simple. I don't know Kwankwaso. I don't know what Kwankwaso is doing. But what I can tell you is what I know.
Yeah, but I'm
What
asking
I
what
know
piece
for
now.
a fact. What I know for a fact. I mean, I'm 100%
Yeah, I know
sure
you are an
of this.
obedient. I
It's
understand
not
your
about
position,
being obedient. I'm
but
not
I'm
just an
talking to what
obedient.
piece. I'm asking what
So
piece.
calm down.
What piece? Can you give me the
Matic, I'll answer you. Please I let
okay?
my brother have his say, then I'll come back to you. Me, you
Yeah,
come back.
let's have that insertion.
Mm.
Have it quickly and then respond then war piece and then I'll move it on. So yeah,
Okay.
but yes, yeah.
Yeah, one man. I don't know. Everybody have their own belief, but for me, I would say what I'm certain of. Because I know people. That's just what I would say. So if you come and say that
Everybody knows people. War piece knows people, and
if you come
everybody
and
knows people.
okay, if you come and say you're underground, that you know what's happening underground. Me, I'm on the air. I'm not even underground. I'm on the air. So what piece? I don't know where you're getting your informations from. To be honest with you, I don't know. But wherever it is, please, you have to share with me on the chat. Let me know, please.
Okay, thank you. Guys, Matic, I bet that English use for me just now. This is money be this my it's oh sorry. Yuka, what's my symptom again? HGS what? Say it again. HGSD. Let me take on the platform. I have HGSD. Sometimes my tongue is faster than my word, or my word is faster than my tongue. I was diagnosed of it. But we that have this, we tend to be very smart in our way. Sometimes be very, how to say, goofy. So it affects me. That's why sometimes I don't like reading. Anyway, but what I like, I like. You cannot take it from me. What I know, I know. When I have, if I have my HGSD, as my wife is saying it just now, I cannot really pronounce some words. It affects my pronunciation. Not that I don't know what to say, but I can't really put it through. Anyway, Edmatic, please use that language. Break it down. That question, as in break it down on a layman perspective, so I answer you properly, so that you understand what I'm trying to say. Edmatic.
Okay, my Oga. So what I said is okay, what is that thing, right? Let me put it that way. What is that thing that will make people believe, by a wand of just like that? Just when you say it, okay, this is how it's gonna be, and they take it like that. Okay, yes, this is it. That Kwakwanso, right, we possibly collapse its structure for Atiku. But when you say the same thing, that Obi will possibly collapse its structure for Atiku, they don't want to take it with the same energy. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand. Yes. No, the obedient, most of them, most of the obedient they're like my brother Des, who are the offshoot of Biafra. I'll tell you this straight to his face. That's why I ask him. I've asked Des some certain questions. Sometimes he think I'm asking a wild assertion, but if he's very intelligent and smart, he would have sit down and think it twice when I ask him. Hold on. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you with us?
Yeah,
or
somebody's
on the phone?
calling me. That's why I'm trying to decline the person's call. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Somebody's calling me, so I'm trying to decline the person's call. So it's affecting my Bluetooth. Just hold on. Just give me a second. Let me reset my Bluetooth.
All right, but
Can you
the
guys hear
one
me
thing,
now?
yeah, we can.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you guys.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just trying to.
carry on, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me speak through without the Bluetooth first. So, Des, the other day, if you could remember, and I asked you, what was that situation before now? Were you IPOP, Biafra, or Igbo Nation? And you said, you're kind of low key Biafra. And I didn't say anything more than that. And the other day, I asked you, oh, Peter B you were in secondary school during Peter B tenure, but Peter B's route it was going from 2006 to like 2013, and you said yes, and I didn't say anything more and just laughed. But it's good for you to equip yourself with information, which I respect. Age is a number, but when you are saying things, please try to make reference from where you get your information. You're saying that from what you've understood or what you studied. Don't say like when you're in position on that information you were on ground, it happened in your time. Clearly, it will offend some people like me, So, obedient are very emotional people. Most of them are the offshoot of Biafra, no referendum, Kano. Now move to the obedient space, believing they can kill two birds with one stone. Voting Peter Obi, from there they will get Biafra. So whenever you say anything about Peter Obi, they seem to react with emotion. They don't sit down and do the mathematics and sit down and think, why things really like this? They seem to just react with their emotion. No, it cannot be like that. It must be like this. Yes, when I talk about conquest, people they did not say anything because same thing I would say about conquest, I would say about Peter Obi. Conquest don't have structure in the South. It does not have House of Rep. It does not have Senate. It does not have councillors. It does not have governor representing him. So of course Conquest is not going to win the election. Now, but when I say that about Obi, I say no, it cannot be true. Obi does not have governorship candidate in the 35 states. I don't think Obi have like 7 governor candidates that are representing them. It does not have Senate. It does not have House of Rep. It does not mean it doesn't have enough. And the people he has, they are inconsequential, they're not very important. That you ask yourself, are these people going there to win or are they just going there to present LP? Just like in Lagos PDP, nobody will tell me that PDP is going to win Lagos. This is the first time in my life I'm believing PDP is not going to win in Lagos. Because Tinubu camp has really played Lagosians. If it was just only PDP, the election would have been over long before it even started. Because there's LP now, there's cause for APC to buckle up. Because Jandon and the Funke lady, they are nowhere to be found. Now you understand, but they judge Tinubu, especially Arewa, they are friends in some certain corners they meet. These are politics on the highest level. I don't talk politics on emotion. I will tell you politics from how it is, but you may not believe it. It will be like what happened in CIA movie. That how politics. Things you see in politics is like things that happen in CIA movies, like what you see in movies, but it will still happen regardless. So that's why my brother matter. When I've said they will react so bad, but they will not sit down and do the mathematics and see the danger and see the truth. That's my submission of one man.
You say there's more possibility of Kwakwanso collapsing a structure than Peter Obi, because the Peter Obi movement is 10 times bigger than the Kwakwanso movement, and the Peter Obi possibility is 1,000,000 times more of a possibility than Kwakwanso. The movement that is driving Peter Obi is a movement that is really driving towards the Aso Rock seat. So you can't draw parallels between the two. Kwakwanso is just a portfolio.
One man. There's a reason I said how. Look at that English. How? It's not when. It's how they're going to do it so they don't offend their obedient, their followers. Are they going to do it on the polling units, which is highly possible, which is playing out already. They're already testing the water. There's a reason they don't.
Obi doesn't have structure, but he has movement, not structure.
Yeah, I'm saying he doesn't have. He doesn't have structure. And you need structure to win. They're already playing that. By now, they're supposed to have all their Senate, their House of Rep, their governors ready that people will vote for. But it's not there. There's a reason for it. It's a deliberate reason, plan for not bringing these people out. Ask yourself, look at those that won't champion them more. How many House of Rep they have? How many Senate have they projected? And if they won't manage to project anybody, they'll project somebody that's irrelevant. When that guy that came in that they were saying one guy he said, I said he's my boy. I didn't say hi in hidden. He was my junior secondary school. He's irrelevant. I know his family are big, but it cannot. It will not happen. And when I was talking about Clark and judges, and don't forget I've said this before. I've called my uncle's name. I have my uncle from my mother's side was one of the chief justices of Edo State. Just in case you don't take the court in my family, you can't even shut affidavits when the name comes up. The clerk will never type your affidavits for you to tell you how powerful some politicians are in the area.
Walpis, it is impossible for B to collapse for Atiku.
It's not going to be.
No, don't worry. It's either polling booth or whatever. It's impossible. Because the people following Peter Obi, they are only following the idea of a Peter Obi presidency. They are not following him because of his ideological stance or anything outside of the idea of a Southeastern presidency. So if he wants to deviate from that, then they'll just the most that will happen is probably apathy. They'll just abandon there's nothing for Peter Obi to collapse into Atiku, because it's a single story space, and that single story is him. It doesn't have the influence to move them to Atiku. Their only interest is in a Southeastern presidency.
One man, like I said, it's not going. I said how it's not going to collapse openly, but undergroundly, they'll make their move. People will still go out to the polling booth to vote, and right now you think, the way you look like everyone's going to vote for.
Hold on, what is undergroundly? The people that are going to vote for Labour Party, they are going to vote for Peter Obi. So when they get to that polling vote, their intention is to vote for Peter Obi. So if Peter Obi now tells them that he's no longer on the ballot, then they will either not turn up or they are not going to.
No, Peter Obi is not going to. But Peter Obi is not going to tell them he's not on the ballot. Anyway, I'm not imposing or forcing my opinion on people or anybody. I'm just saying.
No, but make it make sense though. Make what you're saying.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said how. Now they know the movement is bigger than Peter Obi right now than the Labour Party. But it's politics. Politicians are always a selfish interest thing. Politicians are always about themselves. It's we that talk like this. Even this short Tinubu article are taking right now. On undergroundly, we not saying they are still friends. They talk to themselves one on one.
No, we know that. We know that. But
So
what
Atiku,
how can
Atiku
Peter
is
collapse or
see
Atiku is
now.
what?
See right now, Atiku is moving strongly. He already secured Kwankwaso in the north, and they have convinced Obi they have talked with Obi to the certain extent, like some highly extent that he's sure that the obedient vote will not be against him. That's why I said how. Now, if you look at every state, you see Soludo, it's only Imo they are fighting on no government. You ask yourself why they are really fighting on no government. In the other state, no government is rubbishing. You ask yourself why. There's political undertone to it. Now, everybody will tell you they will vote their governor, their senate, their house of rep, then they will vote to be in presidency. Fine, yes. Everybody will vote to be on the presidency. But at the end of the day, it will be a protest vote that will not make Obi win. That's why I said they say how. Is it they're going to do on a police unit so that they will not hurt people's feeling? They'll still encourage that you people vote, but you did not win. If, for example, if Obi loses, Obi will not contest the election. But if people will be contesting the election, you'll see different groups that'll be going to court. But Obi himself will never go to court to contest that election because they already know what they already planned to do. He knows he's not going to win the election, but he's going to get a lot of votes. Now, whose vote they're going to take, that's what matters right now. So, Atiku is trying to take that vote back. That's why you see the Southeast state that is controlled by PDP. They are trying to make it that election would not really take place by using no government that will write any vote to themselves there. And the other day, you say Obi got a high number of votes on the presidency, but we will not say give him a win. That because Atiku will get 25% from those states. That's what Atiku is planning now to do. Then we use the majority vote of the North to declare himself a winner. But this is what I'm just saying. So it doesn't have to be like that. But it's not a threat.
Can I target one man?
Yeah, just very briefly though, but yeah, come in.
Yeah, Mr. Watt, please, I don't agree with what you just said now. And for let me let you know something. This unknown government, yeah, is a political stuff. Like it's definitely, or it might be that it's sponsored by political people, gladiators, but of which we don't know. And I am not sure, to be honest with you, it's PDP that is sponsoring these people. And another thing again, I don't see Obi cannot step down. Let me tell you the truth. Even backdoor meeting, front door meeting, Obi is not going to go that route with in this election. Obi is coming out. He has the confidence that he's going to win, of which we know he's not going to win. But he's not in contact with anybody. And
I'm not saying he's going to step down. I said how. I'm not saying he's going to step down. I'll break this down several times here. Maybe you're not listening. I said there's a reason that they don't have structure on ground and they're not aligning, they're not pushing it. If Obi is planning to have political force to reckon with in the next 4 years, is now to start planning their structure, bringing people, even though they're not that popular, but they'll make sure they have their required numbers in the Senate, in the House Assembly, the governors, in every because they will have it. Even though they go there and lose, that's how you start building them. But they don't have. Obi is just Obi. If Obi leaves Labour Party, his movement will move with him to any other party he goes to. And he has successfully built that. The obedience will move with him. Anywhere he goes to now, they move with him.
The obedience will not go with him. They will. Let me tell you something about disobedience. Let me let you know something about disobedience. If Obi cannot even make that mistake and say he wants to go to anywhere. Because if he just do it, yes. If Obi should try it and say he wants to go to anywhere, yeah, he has embarrassed, he has disgraced, and he has placed himself in somewhere that you know how in IPOB's for platform where they call people Fulefu, Obi will be a Fulefu forever. In both Fulani, the Hausa people supporting him will call him a Fulefu. The Bini people, they will all call him a Fulefu. So he will not make that mistake. He's standing firm. He's standing firm to go into this election, even though he will not win.
What do you think that makes Labour Party popular? Is it Obi or the party?
It is Obi that made the party popular.
Hold on. And when Obi was leaving PDP, were people not echoing for him to leave PDP and go to a different party? Yes or no?
Yes, they did.
Who were the people?
It was not the number of obedience. It was even more of some like, it was not the number of obedience that that are supporting him now, that were shouting for him to leave PDP. It was just few supporters that were in PDP there, and that were for him.
Okay, it's okay anyway. Like I said, I'm not imposing my emotion, my opinion on
That
you.
means he has blocked himself to the corner, straight up.
Something you will hear, if you say it, you make it look stupid until it happens.
No,
Anyway,
the only person that can do this kind of thing you just said now, is Kwankwaso, and he's under probability, but there's every tendency that Kwankwaso would definitely do this thing, but not Obi.
Let me tell you something. You also understand this election is a emotional election and a tribal election.
Yes.
The stakes are high, very high. And these people is about their personal interest. They want to be relevant for the next 8 years. Regardless who is on the who's going to be the president. These people will still play a role in that government. They will still be involved in that government. I said the person that just makes himself the black sheep. You understand?
Yeah.
If these people are going to collapse that structure, it's not the way you and I will see it. The political way of seeing things is different from where the normal people are seeing things.
Yeah, but not this Obi.
Hold on now. Hold on. Don't see. The gorilla will say he will not vouch for the son he put at the back. I mean, that is on his back. He can only vouch for the child that is in the stomach. Don't vouch for anybody, my brother.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Obi might not. Okay. Hold on. Obi might not collapse openly, but if action to really take that vote you are looking for from the other parties is not playing out the way you think it's playing out, and that automatically, indirectly means collapsing. There's 6 million ways to poof a rat. I don't use that word.
Even with what you are saying, it doesn't still align. The obedience movement, they are moving very aggressively to secure every single vote. We even saw it in Alaba market, where they were telling people that they could not come into the market without their PVC. And the Ohanese are pressuring the southeastern governors to declare a public holiday to mobilize for PVCs. So that is to tell you that obedience space, they're going to vote. Hold on, Solomon, please. Can you hold on, please? That is to tell you that obedience space, they are mobilizing to vote en masse in record numbers for Peter Obi. And that mass voting for Peter Obi takes away from the PDP, because the obedience space was traditionally PDP space. So unless Peter Obi comes out of the race and says, I'll go with Atiku, then there's nothing that lends anything to what you're saying.
A special example is what happened in 2019. People voted massively against Buhari in 2019. Yet he still won. In short, that mass vote actually gave Buhari the excuse of declaring himself a winner. That is what they just want us to do. Do you think obedient movement, the way it is now, is just 20 days to election? Do you see any threat again from these politicians again? The two major people, do you see any threat from Atiku camp or Tinubu camp that the obedience is a threat now? It's no longer a threat to them. That's the space they want them to really be. They want them to go out there and vote massively for Obi. That vote will be written for whoever going to take the election, either APC or PDP. They want you to vote. If you don't vote, that's a problem. If you're sitting at home, that's a problem. You cannot write a vote that is not there. If, for example, like every Nigerian sits at home, there's only 100,000 people that vote. You cannot go and write 13 million votes. But if every Nigerian go out there and vote, like 100 million people go there and vote, yes, the vote can be rewritten. You whether I went out, so how can you not tell me your crowd is more than my crowd? That's just what they want. Obi is voting without structure, and people are voting with structure. And you are telling me these people want PVC. Of course, they will not, in Edo State, they're going to vote heavily. And we are telling you, Edo State, APC might likely take APC will take the ground if PDP's fraction decide where to go to. Do you think we're just saying it because we like APC? I don't like APC. Most Edo people don't like APC because Tony Kabaka. But the election will go their way because they have their structure on ground. The vote that will come out from Labour in Benin is going to be protest vote, which we all know the queue will be that long, but APC line will be that long too. It's only PDP who are not sure the line will be that long for now. At the end of the day, they will write the vote to themselves. It's not going to be fair. We are seeing what happened in Osun. It's not going to be fair election. They all know this. We are the one looking at it. It's going to be fair. It's going to be magic number, or it's going to be their voting will be written like what they're doing in CNN.
I'm not looking at anything that is going to be fair. Can you mute yourself, please, Solomon? I'm not looking at anything that is going to be fair or unfair. I'm just trying to see the logic to whatever it is you're saying.
Yeah, the logic that is going to play out is not my logic, but this is what is always happen. When people turn out to vote really massively, they're when the politician write the vote to themselves. It's easy right for them to write the vote to themselves or do whatever they're going to do to themselves. If people come out, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. People will come out and vote, but without that structure, they cannot secure that vote. Either there will be this problem, this beaver like double voting, or there must be something that to discount the vote. And I said here, at the end of the day, even though if Obi loses, he will not by himself challenge the vote. It will going to be the Obi that will be creating cultural group to be challenging the vote. Obi himself will not challenge the vote because he knows what he already bargained for. So that's just my submission. But before I move on, that of Tinubu space and
One piece.
I can hear you.
So if Tinubu wins, you say Obi will not challenge, or if Atiku wins, which one won't challenge?
He won't challenge anyone. He himself. I say Obi himself will not challenge. Doesn't mean Labour Party or other group will not challenge. Other people can challenge, but he himself as an aspirant will not challenge.
I mean, what does that mean? If Labour Party challenge on behalf of what? On behalf of who?
On their party candidate.
When they are challenging on behalf of their that is Obi, they can't do that without Obi approval now.
No, in those states, it was like 4 boys that took a person to court. Izeyamu himself, the aspirant, the party APC himself, that's 2. Then other political parties. You understand? The first one I give Obaseki victory. Before battery case could go on, court declare Izeyamu non grata, meaning he was not qualified to go run in that election. That first of all gave me super victory that took him all through the rest victory he got. If the main person is not contesting, the rest people appeal. The not that doesn't cases does not hold water. They hold water, but it's not really powerful enough. If the main person is on the ballot, on the court challenging it, or the party is challenging it, other party challenging it, you give that person a bigger stand. You understand? Oyotola now is the one that went to court. It was Oyotola against Adeleke. He went to court. The APC will go through a different case. Then probably AG will go. You understand?
There is no way a party will challenge.
There's nothing that coheres in anything you're saying.
There is no way a party will challenge election results without the approval of.
Sorry, one at a time. Yeah, one at a time. Yeah.
There is no way a party will challenge electoral result without the candidate consent. It's never possible because the candidate is the person as the flag bearer of the party. They cannot do it without his consent. It's never happened. When Jonathan came out and said, I accepted the result, I congratulate and congratulated Buhari, that was end of the matter. The party cannot take it up from there. But when you candidate, even your candidate doesn't speak, and the party speak that we are challenging, that is
the consent of the Labour Party has the money to prosecute.
They have money. Look at people that are flying helicopter and jet around. Who told you they don't have money?
But they're not going to give
people that are
shishi now.
doing rallies.
They have
They're
money.
not
You
gonna
see,
give
Obi
shishi now.
flying private jets everywhere.
It's people like this them that are contributing the
Look at
money.
that. You don't have how many million there dropping.
Sorry, I think I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something. I wanted to let them say something.
Hold on, what piece? Adewale wanted to come in. So Adewale have that interjection and then round up the space at what piece?
Thank you, Woma.
Yeah.
It is that the money that is gone to campaign is different from litigation. People have money for campaign. When it comes to it's 50-50. It's like gambling. You don't know where the direction the judiciary is going to go. So the money that is flowing in now is for campaign. Now, when it goes to, let's say he challenged the outcome of the election, the donor probably won't know what is going to happen. That's why I said, do you think it's going to have that the luxury of people bringing in money for him to prosecute the election in court. So that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to, like what he said. I don't think he will be interested in going back, except if they have a very
But wait,
solid evidence.
wait, how much?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, Des, but I want to keep it tight. So yeah, round up that space. What piece?
I think what Desmond is trying to say is that how much will it cost to? You see the number of SANs and the lawyers and assistant and the legal representative
Wait,
that
one
were
man, just give me
involved.
a minute.
Sorry, if I mute you, don't unmute yourself, Des.
For
Can you
just
mute yourself back, please?
for just a gubernatorial election, not to talk about a presidential election, which is going to, cover a lot of ground. So it's going to be super expensive. That's the reason why I said, do you think you will have the financial muscle to say you want to go for litigation after the election is already concluded?
Okay, let me answer you. First of all, lawyers can be very voluntarily. There's nothing. He doesn't need money. He
My
doesn't
God.
need money. That's we know. We all know this is Labour Party.
You are from a different
No,
planet.
now.
No, I've been holding myself
One
back
man.
from saying it. But you're from
One
a
man.
different
We
planet. A
all
different
know.
planet.
In
A
Nigeria,
We
different
all know
planet.
that.
Pro bono.
traveling
can
from one
be.
place to the other is so
It can
expensive.
be. It can be voluntarily. That's what I know.
Of course.
We all know Nnamdi Kanu space. Who is paying for his lawyers? You guys are not getting this, to be honest.
Dex
But
is
anyway,
banking
everybody
on that old
everybody
man
has
that
the
has
own.
beers. What is that his name? And the False father. That the people Dex.
Ozakome and Falano.
I thought.
Falano.
Falano will take a big fat check from you. Don't worry, a big fat check.
That's what those are who Dex is banking on. Dex, please don't wake up from that.
But no, I'm not banking on that because I know it's not gonna get to that.
You can't compare Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know how much IPOB worth as an organization? You can't compare IPOB and the Obi movement. IPOB is far richer and bigger than Obi's movement, even if Obi's movement is national. It's a fact.
All right. Sorry, thank you, Wapis. I want to move on from Wapis.
I wanted to say something. One man, let me say
something. Edmati wants to say something before. Edmati, can you say what you want to say?
1 minute. Edmati, Joe.
Okay,
look, if Tinubu wins, I want to tell you this. PDP will go to court and Obi will join them in that suit against PDP, against Tinubu. But if Atiku wins, Obi will not challenge Atiku. Go and mark that down.
You just say what I just said. Sometimes when I talk.
Hold on. I'm clarifying your own position. You are saying both of them. You will not challenge both of them. But I'm saying that if Tinubu wins, PDP will challenge it and Obi will join PDP in that suit.
How?
They will join them in that suit. But when Atiku wins, Obi will not challenge that Atiku victory. That is the way I see. That is what I see that will happen. If Atiku wins, Obi will not challenge it. But if Tinubu wins, he will challenge it.
I think the issue, if Atiku wins, right, Tinubu
let's assume APC and Tinubu will challenge it. Obi will not join that suit with Tinubu, but in the other way around, he will join the suit.
That's right. That's right.
Against
Yeah,
Tinubu.
you got it right.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
it's just the way it is. And I hope everybody will understand when we are shouting we want Southern president, we should know that people at a point of inflection, they know where they will still go. So people should reason carefully. And then on this legal litigation issue, on what ground will let's I know this is hypothetical, right? The way you guys are breaking the situation. On what ground will Obi be challenging who is declared the winner? Let's assume Tinubu is declared winner. Obi will come a distant third. On what ground will he be challenging the suit? On what ground? You are distant third. The person who's
they hope who's the strategy now. They hope who's the strategy.
One man. You know I'm the only obedient. So you have to be allowing me to respond.
No, you interject every single sentence everybody says. So I mean, we only have, just mute yourself.
I'm speaking to legal issues, and I'm not speaking to. So I don't know why. I believe there are some PDP on the platform, right? So when we mention PDP when we are having conversation, the conversation will definitely. We are speaking about 3 political parties. Labour Party is one of them. If you want to relate to Atiku people, you say articulated. Those people call. They want to relate to the APC folks. They call them Batified or Agbado, right, or Bulaba. And then when you want to relate to the obedience, to the Peter Obi people, you call them obedient. You don't have to. They don't have to come on a defensive every time. We are just giving analysis. So what I'm saying is, if this guy comes distant third, the person they'll be looking up to challenge, to file a litigation will be somebody like Atiku, and then on the contrary, to no legal professional, right, in Nigeria as of today, we take an electioneering litigation on a pro bono basis. If you know what it costs to file this election suit and to prosecute it to completion up to Supreme Court, you understand that that son did not go to school because of you for your own interest to become a president. No. So it costs a lot of money. Ordinary gubernatorial election is running up to 3 billion naira, 4 billion naira. You're talking of presidential. So except probably, we don't know, like we say, people could be thinking out of somewhere that we don't understand. But the fact and the reality is that politics has its rules, and there are facts and figures, right? Just like a projection of business policy, you know what you go through, and this is what is going to happen. We are speaking of how many days to the election now? 25 days or 23 days. There are no more innuendos in this situation. It is a two-way race now. So it's not about people liking or no liking now. It's a reality. It's a fact. Period.
Enigmatic, my brother.
Yes, sir.
In anticipation, anticipation of all these litigations, and also considering the fact that it is not like that in other countries, why can't we just stop this election, the whole processes?
All right, no, leave that as rhetorical. Enigmatic.
One man, sorry. Let me just round up. Enigmatic, I believe.
Just round it off in a very short, because I want to move it on. Yeah.
Enigmatic, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear you. Carry on.
I want him to answer me before. Anyway, I believe only he got where I was coming from. Not like I was imposing my opinion on anybody. Not like I was saying this was going to happen. This is the fact of what's going to happen. But this is what is going on the ground, which is a threat to the South. I'm speaking for the South. I know the opinion on the floor. Don't be too emotional, too fast to attack me. I did not come here today to praise one person, to attack another person, another to attack another person, to praise another person. You see, today I'm not here to talk about what Tinubu did or not do. That's not my business. And I'm just telling you people, this is the danger on ground. Sit up, sit tight, and let's make sure this power comes to the South. That's just my stake here. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Wapi. So let's take the conversation on from Wapi to Thomas, who hopefully is still there. Thomas, are you still there?
Yes, please.
All right, brilliant. I thought we lost you for a moment, Thomas. So Thomas, that's Thomas. So Thomas, you've been listening quite intently to the conversation, but the headline, of course, the Tinubu's commentaries, his declaration, they're calling it, in Abeokuta, And shortly after that, a change in government position, which Buhari told us just the day before Tinubu made his intervention that there was no going back on it. And after that intervention, Tinubu went to Daura and had a conversation with Buhari. And the very next day, Buhari changed his position. So a lot of people wanted to give the attribution to Tinubu for having that date moved. Are you one of those that are giving that attribution, Thomas?
Oh, thank you, woman. And good evening to everyone, the panelists, then our listeners. Again, please like, share, and subscribe. You see, sometimes when we speak to facts and we speak to people that are really consequential in this election, people thought maybe we are supporting Tinubu or we are supporting Atiku. Tinubu, take it or leave it. It may be Jagaban of GBT of Lagos. It could be a thief. It could be the one collecting 50 billion naira every month in Lagos, as Obedient told us. Tinubu is still somebody to reckon with in the politics of Nigeria. When he talks, things move. And you paint as the picture you just painted now. Emilokan, he went to Abeokuta. He had his way. This same Abeokuta too. One gbé dollar, one gbówó pamọ́, one hoard epo, amadibo, amawole. They are hoarding fuel, they are hoarding money, but we are going to vote and we are going to win this election. And you can see, I listened to Buhari in his own words. Buhari said there is no going back. He said it twice. He said the interviewer still asked him again, are you sure? He said there is no going back. Then Tinubu went to Abeokuta, made this comment, and the second day he was in Daura, and the third day they moved the currency to on the 10th of February. Yoruba will say àjẹ́ kélà náà ọmọ kú lónìí. Ta ni ò mọ̀ pé àjẹ́ àná ló pọmọ jẹ? I will translate it. A witch cried yesterday and the child died the second day. Don't we know that the witch that cried yesterday is the one that killed the child that died the following day? So when I said Tinubu is consequential in this election, Atiku is still consequential in this election, they are going to make the first and second. They have say. Tinubu have say in that country. Atiku have say. They are the biggest politicians so far in that country, still living. So it doesn't come to me as a surprise. One man, go and write it down. They are still going to move it forward again.
Yeah, I suspect so. I suspect so.
That February is not the deadline. I've said it before. It's not going to be on the 31st of this month. We are already in 31st. They are still going to move it forward again. So some people thought maybe we don't know what we are saying. No, it's not going to happen. It happens now. So Tinubu is the man to beat in this election. There is no doubt. I've said this thousands of times on this election. There is no opposition in this election. The picture is on the wall for APC to win this election. I am not Tinubu supporter. I am for SDP. But the picture is just there. The man, I don't even know how to quantify the man. One man, if Buhari can say there is no going back on something, Buhari that we know, a draconian leader, if somebody saw what we say is going to happen, and they reverse it, that means you should know that Tinubu, people may not acknowledge this reversing of the old Naira to Tinubu, but I can say he play a part in this. I can say he play a part on this reversal of this money because he spoke yesterday. He went to Daura the second day. The money was revised in a twinkle of eye. So let's just see what will happen. One man, I was in Rudolph channel. I say many things. The obedience came and start crying. I don't even know. Obedience is inconsequential in this election. APC and PDP will still win this election. It's between both of them. So Tinubu is one of the biggest juggernauts.
Let me show you the comment that this guy made, and tell me, because I feel this is typical of I was asking Des earlier that if Tinubu was not in play, who did they think the Southwest would vote for? And he said Peter Obi, of course. And I was saying to him that, look, you cannot make that assumption. There's no reason to imagine that the Southwest will vote for Peter Obi. But then look at the comment that this guy is making. Ike Ben Jr. He says, instead of power going to the Southwest, it is better it remains in the North. So how typical do you think that view is?
Wow.
One man, I just analyzed something with some few minutes. Like, let's say you gave me 30 minutes and you say it's not coherent. Now you are saying what I'm saying.
What's that?
Well, you see what this guy wrote here now. And I told you is how they're going to do it. That people
sorry. Let Thomas just carry on. We'll take that on. It's just I'm trying to push hard for the time today, so we don't get into those 7-8 hours. So that's why I'm being a bit strict today. But carry on, Thomas.
It's right there on your screen. That means I don't want to sound a little bit tribal here. Let me just keep my comments on that. I don't want to offend people, but it's just right there.
Is that typical though? Is that not what we've always known?
One man, the Southeasterner will oppose a Southwest president come day, come shine. They would rather go back to the North. And we said we are one. We want the presidency to come to the South. Does it correlate? Sometimes sometimes there's some things I want to say, I will just keep to myself that does this make sense? And people have made it
but we have to say that's not the enlightened Southeastern view, by the way, because the enlightened Southeastern view is a global view, but at a certain level, which the mass that's at a certain level. That's not the enlightened Southeastern view, but it's a popular view.
Sorry, Thomas. It has always been like that, woman. 1950s, 1960s, 1979, 1983. It has always been like that, woman. That's why I would always say on this channel that as it was in the beginning, so shall it be at the end. You can see that War Peace has been struggling to point his or to drive his point home. You know that now I'm also very happy that when Thomas and the War Peace also said that when the witch cried last night and Peking died today, say that witch night killer. So it means that you see there are those people, there are those area with the Yoruba area, and the same people, the same mother, the same father. It at Nahoro, Awolowo, Okotiebo, and then other side Azikwe, Osadebe, and Amadu Bello, so it has always been like that, and it will always be like that. Thank you, sir.
One man, what is this fixation on the South?
Baba Thomas, if you don't mind.
No worries. Yeah, come in, my brother.
I'm trying to advise one man, if you really want to know the true position of people, post out a question for people to vote on if they would like the power to shift to the Southwest or remain in the North. You will see, post it out as like an opinion poll right now and see, you will get the result of how people where people stand in that country, Nigeria, we are.
Can I go on, one man?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. One man, when we say some things sometimes, right? The first people that will jump on this bigger trajectory, you know them. Because it's like they want to attack you first so that they will cave you in.
No, don't start it with
One man,
that
can I
now.
interject? Can I
No,
interject?
Yeah, don't start.
I'm not
Yeah,
starting. I'm not starting anything.
Don't pro
I'm not
that
starting
longest
anything, one man.
line.
Give me
Yeah.
1 more minute, okay?
Right.
Enigmatic, just hold on. Let me say something, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, Solomon.
See, in this kind of narrative that the southeast to always go for the north. It depends on the candidate that the southwest presents that will make the southeast support southwest.
No candidate can be better than Awolowo, my friend.
No.
If you look at your history.
Sorry,
Yes,
Tony,
okay.
please. Yeah.
You will not say no candidate is better than Awolowo. Awolowo tried in what he did. I give it to him. He really tried in his region. But it depends on the candidates now. Let's talk about the present time that they bring out from the southwest that will determine whether they should support the southeast should support the southwest. Me now, if we keep Atiku and Tinubu for me, I will choose Atiku because it's him I see that is more better and his my ideology and his way of or his manifesto resonates. I can't go and support Tinubu with the way he plays his politics and the way I won't support him. It's Atiku I will support. So let's not come and generalize and say that is how the Southeast. You don't talk like that. It depends on if somebody like Osima came out now. People in Southeast, I know some of my Southeast bro that say if it's Osibajo that came out in this election, that they will support him. So let's not just take it that way. Yeah.
Okay, Solomon, let me just say what I want to say, okay?
Yeah.
One man, like I told you, right? I told you that go and wake up Awolowo today, as of today, 2023, this election. Wake up Awolowo, wake up Abiola, right? They will give you 101 million reasons why they will not vote for those folks. Go and look at the votes. Go and look at history, right? Go and look at the region that Abiola, that the whole Nigeria overwhelmingly voted for, had his list of votes. They had a reason why they have issues with most of the APC governors or APC folks in Southeast today. They have a reason why they hate Buhari today. But regardless of what Buhari they consider he's done to them for 8 years, now this statement that you've just seen now is just the mindset of almost all of them. And I'm not saying this, by any contradiction or omission. I'm saying it for a fact. And when we say it over here every time, let this election look at Atiku. Okay, look at that. Okay, and the question will be, you are saying, okay, they will tell you we don't like Tinubu because of his politics. Has Tinubu played his politics in any of the Southeast states? Has he had a hand in any of the politics in those states? Has he influenced their voting pattern? For 23 or 24 years, they voted for everybody they've been voting for under PDP. Has Asiwaju had anything to cross with them? But you will come and ask yourself, what is this, fixated obsession about this man? Put side by side now. They will give you reasons why Atiku is better, and they will give you reasons why they should demonize this guy. Are you not seeing everywhere bloggers, influencers, comedians, here and there, coordinated attack on only him? You will see they will
Enigmatic, being paid.
You know, which is a fact. They will tamp down on whatever Atiku does as because they consider.
I'm being mindful that the conversation doesn't get too ethnic because I don't want it to take too ethnic a dimension. But
I understand. But how would you interpret that statement? Because we cannot be politically.
No, but that's the comment of one person. It's not like I said, the enlightened space in the southeast. They have a more elegant outlook. I think that's more. Hold on, that's more of a pedestrian outlook by that guy. But that pedestrian outlook constitutes a real mass.
Okay, one man, we've had a lot of them on this platform. Take a time now that you want to do some audit, right? Take a time to ask each and every one of them, what did Tinubu do to you in your state? Did he install your governor that performed woefully in a shambolic manner?
I don't have to do that. I can tell you one of the biggest Southeastern voices on this platform, Joel of Nashville, he has consistently told us that he wants Peter Obi to win that presidency, but above all, he wants the presidency to come to the Southwest. And if Obi doesn't win, he wants everything within him wants Tinubu to win. So
I will just say what I want to say. Yoruba, Eronu. So all of you that want to be playing woke politics and here and there, they've shown you now. If the election comes to the wires,
no, that's just one voice, Joe. I'm not sure that you should, that's
if the election comes to the wires, you can see where they will go, and we know where they will go.
No, it's not there now. We are not paying attention. It's one person, and Joel of Nashville has a different view.
I think I have
one man. Let me tell you something here. Let me say something here. If anytime enigmatic comes this way, I don't get offended. I don't get pissed off. I wonder why anybody. He has his right. He have his right to the right to say anything he wants to say. And let me tell you, I will tell you, majority of the South is to go for Atiku, and that is just true. Is a fact, but it's not coming out of is what you feel that is good for you.
Why do you think that would be the case? Why would they do that?
Do you think if Obi was not in the race, who would Southeast support? Is Atiku would support? We will not support. It's not, but we will have people that will support.
But why?
Because I feel he will do the Southeast better. That is just the truth. He will do the Southeast better than Asiwaju. To be honest with you.
No, that's not the reason.
No, that is part of the reasons. He will carry them along than Asiwaju.
No, it's not the reason. The reason, we know the reason. And the reason is that the Southeast will never want Yoruba to be.
Baba, don't talk like that, Baba.
No, hold on now. We have historical evidences to this effect now. It has happened. It has happened from the beginning to this time. Still happening. And that is why we
so Southeast voted for Obasanjo, Baba Jana.
Look. Yes.
Sorry. Who did they vote? Sorry, Ajan Lekoko. Was that Adewale?
Yes.
Who did they vote against? Who did they vote? When
they voted for Obasanjo, they overwhelmingly voted for Obasanjo.
Yeah, but who was Obasanjo contesting against?
It was Falai now.
Oh, so there you are. So there you are now.
Any candidate that is, strongly backed by Yoruba people from Yoruba land, Igbo will not support that candidate. That is historical. That's historical evidence to that. Evidences to that. We have seen it clearly. And so you can't say I'm wrong. That has been the historical fact. And they will not do it this time around. Again, if the election should go into rerun between Asiwaju and Atiku, they will go for Atiku.
Fact.
So don't let us defeat ourselves. And what will be responsible for that? Now they are bashing Atiku, they are raining curses on him, they are calling him all these things because they are supporting Obi. But when it comes to two-man race between Atiwaju and this thing,
they will go for Atiku. We know that. So it's just that historical how do I say it? That rival, that supremacy rivalry between the two of them. And it's not Yoruba. Yoruba have never been against Igbo at any time. Yoruba never crossed their politics, never work against their leadership, but they always work against Yoruba leadership. That is the fact. The fact is on the ground to that effect. They always work against Yoruba leadership when it comes to presidency. Yoruba has always been magnanimous. Yoruba has always been, stretched hands of, friendship and everything to them. But they will never do it. And we don't know why it's like that. We have to
even right now, Ajani Koko, even right now that Afenifere is even supporting them, etc. It means that we are bridging. We are building bridges to them. We are stretching our hands out.
Yes,
but they are not. They're not embracing us. They are not.
What if they feel like they have issues with the way you scrutinize your representative? What are
you talking about, Solomon? They went into an election. Nobody handed that guy this ticket. You guys need to get it straight.
I want it to end up on two-man race. That is
2000
when.
How did that people emerge? How did that people emerge? Was it
2003? They supported Obasanjo again too.
The game Atiku played now. He played the treasurer game against Wike. But you guys did not see that.
Obasanjo is not Obasanjo wasn't a Yoruba candidate.
Obasanjo was a candidate of Yoruba man, right?
Hold on, enigmatic. Adewale, there were 2 Yoruba names on that space.
I said 2003.
Who was it contesting against, Buhari?
Yeah.
Obasanjo has never been a Yoruba candidate from the onset. So it's just the continuity
machine. I don't buy this.
No, hold on. 1999, they supported Obasanjo against our own candidate, our own sponsor candidate, who was Falai, right? And 2003, continuation of Obasanjo, that is what they did. So it's just the same thing. They didn't do anything different from what they did in 1999. It's just a continuation of the same. What they just remain where they are, the same place they voted 2019. Person that wasn't our candidate, they continued to vote for it. That was it. When Abiola, that is more love around the country, majority of them did not vote for Abiola. The record is there. Majority of people did not vote for Abiola. It's only their own side. In the South, they voted majority. All southern space voted en masse for Abiola. Only in Igbo land, they overwhelmingly did not vote for Abiola. What was it? Why? Tell me why. This time around, I want it to happen to end up a 2-man race. Then we can see it. Then you will see what is going to happen. Then you will see what Afenifere will do. We want to see what is going to happen when it comes to that time. We want to see the role that the IOB is going to play. Whether it's going to jump in support that the power must come to the South, or it's going to support the Northerners. Let us come and see it. Don't let us be deceiving ourselves. Look, the Easterners have stabbed Yoruba in the back for too long time when it comes to national politics. And that is what brought them to where they are today. Effort in stabbing Yoruba in the back. They didn't know they are killing themselves politically. Let us call spade a spade.
All right, Adale Koko, let's not alienate our Eastern viewership.
No. Look, the statement that guy made, you look at it as one man's statement, one person's statement. But I'm telling you, that's a statement represent millions, the position of millions of them. I am telling you, one man. And it's so sad that it's like that. Particularly this time when you see all the leadership. In fact, let us just forget about it, Gary. Look at even the governors. Look at even all the governors that were standing that, oh, power must shift to the what you call to the south. What did they do? Did they not stab Wike in the back? Look at them supporting.
Even
Yeah.
Solomon has confirmed what you said now about millions of them that have this belief. Solomon has just confirmed it now. That is going to vote for Atiku. Wama, if you remember,
no. That's different. Solomon has always been with Atiku. It's not anything to do with any of that.
Let's just move on.
Let's move on from that space.
But sorry, one man. But if truly that the Southwest have been fair, people like Ekweme opportunity were given to Obasanjo. Why don't somebody like why don't the Southwest say, okay, let somebody like let the Southeast now, as the turn of the South, should come out and
you know that Obasanjo space was to compensate the Abiola space, so it was never going to go to the Southeast because Abiola paid a blood price for
fair play for people like this to leave their ambition and say, okay, let us, because right now because for fair play, the Southwest now at this moment, at this point in time, they would have still sacrificed the tickets for Southeast, for if truly that the Southwest has always been there.
Why would they sacrifice the ticket?
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? You want to play?
Why would they? Do you know what you are? Make I go ahead. One man, I'll go see tomorrow.
No, bro, they no go. I like them from you.
No, but I just want to manage the interjection. Yes.
No, enigmatic, don't go.
Look, we have to. I hate probably my nature. I hate lies. I hate conjectures, and I hate when we are just trying to sweep stuff under the carpet and we are seeing it openly like this. How would you say what you are saying? What were those guys? They had the platform. 14 northern governors, non-southerners. They stood against the cabal in the presidency. They stood against number one person in Nigeria, Buhari. This power must go to the south. What were those people in PDP doing? All of them cannot stand against Atiku and say, Ogbeni, nothing will happen. This power must go to the south. If they had done that, they will raise one person from the southeast and they will get the ticket at all costs. They play the bad politics in PDP. They've been slaving for PDP for 24 years since 1999. PDP Southeast has always given PDP everything they needed since 1999. But Atiku came from nowhere, played a dirty politics with Atambua, snatched the ticket that was supposed to be supposedly going to the south or the southeast. But you guys pardoned him. But Southwest is still the problem. Man, one man, we go see again, I beg.
Brother, let me wait. Eze, why did you say
Wait, can I please round off? I'm rushing to work. Please. I beg your pardon, please. That's why I asked that question earlier on. With due respect, what is the fixation with any candidate that comes from the Southwest? That the Southeasterners cannot even support them in the East. One man, if you see the hatred on the Southwest and Tinubu candidacy from the Southeast on internet, on YouTube, on Twitter, on many people make schemes, they rubbish the Yorubas, they rubbish Tinubu. And unfortunately, if you check the name, you will see Inandi, you will see Keduko, you will see Eastern name. I'm sorry, I'm not being tribal here, but this is what I've been seeing on internet. And I found this difficult. When are we going to come together? I said it thousands of times. Peter will be winning for me in this election. It's not, I will not be crazy, even though I think he can win. But it's still from the south, because I want the presidency to come to the south by all means. So it's just I found it sometimes. Why will somebody go back to Atiku? And we are saying we want the presidency to come to the south. And Tinubu is there, but this fixation, this, I don't know where it's coming from. Ajale Koko asked that question. Why? Why? Can somebody answer me? Why? So sometimes it is well. Election is just around the corner. And Ajale Koko has said it all, that you even wish this election to go to the second runoff. And let us see who the Southeasterner will back and who will Obi collapse to. And I'm saying this, it may be collapsing to Atiku in any way.
For sure it will. It's not maybe.
Sorry?
It's not maybe, but that's what he will do.
Why are we sadder for? Why are we sadder for? It pains me every time. It pains me every time. You will never see a Yoruba man doing a skit against Peter Obi. I've never seen one before.
All right. Let's not alienate our Southeastern viewers.
One man. Please, let's just ask this question from Eze. Why did Eze think that the Yoruba should sacrifice the ticket to the Southeast?
It already told you now, for equity and balance. And
for fair play now. For fair play. As you say, we're brothers.
And that's what I mean. What do
you know, in the south, in all the regions, you can.
Did they come out earlier? Hold on, Solomon. Did they come out earlier? Remember, one man was always saying, "Where are the Southeastern?"
No, I think he was putting that question to Solomon. So Solomon addressed
it. What does that fair play mean? What does that fair play mean?
Fair play in the sense that the Southwest has held that, has been in that office, has held that office. The South has done that, but the Southeast hasn't. Since democracy, we've not held that.
Nigeria started in the 1999, Abi. So Nigeria started in 1999, Abi.
It is not. Let's forget. We when Obasanjo came in, he had certain things that he organized that we have to forget about the past.
Obasanjo is the originator of Nigeria. He told us.
Let's not. I'm trying to. Let's be logical in this thing. Saying. Let's try and understand. Let's try and understand.
From when Nigeria started, even few years before Nigeria started, right? But let's leave before Nigeria started 1960. That is when is anybody's perspective to say, oh, let's now start to think from 1999. 1999 is such a short window for it to have gone around everybody anyway. So if you are taking 1999, right, in 8 years since 1999, you can't make a very strong case of fair play to say to compel somebody to do something, because it's such a short window. If you are talking about a 50-year span now, and Southeast has never been, okay. But 1999 is just yesterday. Nigeria started 1960. Now tell me that Southeasterner has never been president since 1960. And because what you don't know is that by now everybody will have eaten round. If not, Aguiyi distorted the.
He did not destroy. Let me tell you. You see where the problem. Wait, let me say something about that Aguiyi.
Okay.
See, this is why I'm angry with Obi. It is not because Obi. It's because of when we come out to do things. When some of our leaders come out in the Southeast to do things, they come out with heart of oneness. Even Azikiwe at a time came out in the mind of oneness. But people there within the cabinet will be there thinking bringing in tribal sentiment, and when they will come and stab these guys at the back, and it will not be like these guys did. Look at what you're coming to blame. Azikiwe Aguiyi did that for Nigeria to be together.
What? Aguiyi destroyed natural flow of things. killed a lot of Northerners.
He did that for the unity of Nigeria. He did that for the unity of Nigeria.
How is the unity
He
of
did that
Nigeria?
for the unity.
Wait.
Introducing that unitary system of government was for the his mindset was for
now, but okay.
I think we are debating for the argument now.
No,
Solomon,
let me finish.
Please, Fatai, Wama said no time. So let Solomon round up. We can come to your time or we'll talk. I know, sorry, I'm trying to interject you guys.
I know. Let me round up the space. So, Aguiyi did it for the unity of Nigeria, but now you people want Biafra, right? You don't want unity anymore. Brother, everything is contradictory. Look, you don't do something for the unity of Nigeria by killing all the northern leaders. A few Yorubas too.
Was he the one that carried out or that planned the coup?
The operation, whoever. How am I supposed to know? I don't know when.
And the thing was it not for the betterment of Nigeria, if at all that they did those kind of things. Don't do it like this. Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
This is what happened now.
You don't have to go that way.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you don't have to go that way to say by killing the northern leaders.
How can you make the case that is the system that Aguiyi put down is for the unity of Nigeria when it is the same system, the system that was working? He brought in a system that is disruptive that Nigeria was not ready for, and we are still suffering for it till today. Everybody wants true federalism now. We had true federalism.
All right, that's a whole topic unto itself. We could spend a whole day on that. But back to you, Thomas. Rescue us from this Biafran Yoruba something. Let me just take you to another talking point, just to move it away from there. So Kwakwanso, a lot of pressure from the north for him to collapse to Atiku. So do you see him yielding to that pressure? And if he does yield to that pressure, how will it impact on the elections?
Oh, thank you, woman. I remember you are deliberating with Wafi on Obi collapsing and Kwankwaso collapsing. The chances of Kwankwaso collapsing is very robust than Obi collapsing is structured to maybe Atiku or Asiwaju or maybe to Showore, anybody. Kwakwaso, we've said it thousands of times on this platform. In our opinion, let's not say for fact, in her opinion, Kwakwaso may be collapsing to Atiku. Because in Kwakwaso himself, he knows that he's not going to be the president of Nigeria. He knows that if he's thinking he's going to be president, I mean, he's a deluded man. And I know he's not a deluded man. I think he's the most educated on this race. He knows that. So we have been saying this. Maybe he came out because for bargaining, and going back to Atiku will not be difficult for him because he has been there before. So going back to Atiku, I can't quibble that. I can't even say it's not going to happen. I'm really fixating on Peter Obi collapsing to Atiku. If Peter Obi is thinking of collapsing to Atiku, he should just ready to go to the Eagle Square at Humaya and they will just stone him to death. And I know he won't want to do that. Peter Obi will go all the way to the ballot, in my opinion. Even the momentum that he has gathered now will not even let him go back to Atiku. That is my opinion. He will not. Do you know what is obedient movement is all about? They don't care about parties. They don't care about Labour Party. They just want to be. They are like a cultist, like somebody that was initiated. So Peter Obi will now go back to his vomit. I don't. The internet will be explode. And I don't want to say what I want to say. It may cost him something. I don't want to go there. People that know what I want to say, they should function what I'm saying. Peter Obi will not go to that idiotic space to say he wants to collapse to Atiku. And Eddie Matthews said, what he said, he may not come out frontally, but they are working something on the ground. But obedience, they don't care about what you are working on the ground. It's what they saw, it's what they want. Do I stop them? No, they have the fundamental right to go frontally for Obi to vote for him at the election. So if somebody thinking Obi will collapse to Atiku, I don't think so. If this momentum is bigger than even Obi himself, this momentum is not for Obi, it's bigger than him, way, far more better. So collapsing to Atiku, it will take. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen. Even he will not do that. He knows the backlash. What is going to happen at the end? So that is my submission one.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So let me take you to
one man.
Yeah.
I'm rushing to work here. Let me just leave you guys. Yeah, I'll be listening in background.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for joining us. Next time, bring it to my attention earlier so I can come to you quicker, so we can hear more from you. But thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go from Thomas to the majestic middleman, only just to bring to break up the monotony of somewhat the sort of commentaries that we have been hearing. So the majestic middleman makes it.
I'll join you guys again maybe during the week. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So middleman, are you there?
Yeah, one man. Can you?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. As much as you enjoy this platform, is this ethnic tonality sometimes that you cannot abide? Is it really? You don't like it when it gets ethnic, do you, middleman?
Yeah, it's that kind of conversations that will never end. It doesn't take. It's a road to nowhere, actually, and it just goes on and on and on. And people have motive, people have reasons, people have their points of views. But nevertheless, one man, I think it is a conversation that needs to be had.
It can be had only if it's had elegantly, because that sort of conversation, it has the potential to spiral very quickly out of control.
Yeah, because emotions are attached, and your normal intelligence is put aside, and you tend to go on with emotion. I myself, I remember in the past, maybe 2 years ago, I had an outburst here on this platform. In such a situation, in those, you remember those mic days?
Yes.
So So it's a conversation that should be had in a democratic manner. But one man, I came in because I heard some things that I thought I had something to contribute about.
All right. Go to it. Yeah.
It was about when I think it was Des talking about Atiku collapsing his structure to. Kwakwanso collapsing his structure to Atiku, and somebody suggested that Obi would do something like that too, to collapse to Atiku. And but you corrected, you had an input that I agree with, so I don't need to go there. I think Obi's structure is much bigger than that of Kwakwanso today at this point, that there is no point. I mean, Obi, winning or losing, is heading to become, if he gets the amount of votes he's targeting, he's heading to become a political powerhouse.
Yeah, Obi is a real threat to the presidential seat. So he has no reason, but Kwakwanso is not a threat to anything. Everybody knows that. So he's just negotiating himself into a position. That's all he's doing. But Obi actually is a real threat to, to the status quo.
Yeah, and apart from that, Obi winning or losing in this election, he will come stronger than he got in. Much stronger. He becomes a political powerhouse. He if he gets the amount of vote he's targeting, he comes out a real powerhouse. And that is how
That is what, if you have, you can be able to negotiate with other regions. Now, somebody asked, I don't remember who was, because I was driving. Somebody was asking Des about, how he was a Biafran enthusiast, and now he's supporting Obi, and how he wanted Biafra, and now he wants the presidency. And I wanted to say to that person, whoever that person is, you see,
I think that was World Peace. Yeah.
yeah. So you see, world peace. This is one of the many dividends of democracy, of a democratic system. That is where the country, because that is not a bad thing. Somebody that was looking, that lost hope in the system, is now back wanting to participate. Participating means participating in the political system, and that essentially means participating in building the nation. So it is not a bad thing that somebody was thinking like that. If Obi's emergence has brought that person to now support the political system, that is, instead of no referendum, no election, and now shouting Obi, it is a good thing. And thus, you don't have to be afraid to say that you changed. If Des is listening to me, you don't have to be afraid to say that, yeah, you used to be, now you changed, because that is why democracy itself was designed to to include everybody. It is an inclusive system so that people participate and feel they have a stake in the system. That is how nations are built, and that is the pathway we are still trying to find as a country today. We're still looking for that pathway to nationhood. So it is world peace is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. If somebody used to think like that, and now they're thinking, and they're thinking they want to participate, they're participating, they're campaigning, they're going out
Oga
to.
Midoma, can I interject? Sorry.
Okay,
Can you hear
interject.
me? No verse, so don't
Yeah, I
be
can hear
angry.
you.
I understand what you're saying, that there is not a bad thing that if somebody was taking on arms before to destroy the
It is
country,
actually a good thing. It is actually a good thing.
uh, yeah, and he was taking on arms before to destroy the country because he feel he's not included, and now he sees something that is making him feel that he would lay that arm by the side for now to see if he'll get the opportunity to be included. And if he doesn't get it, he'll go back to that arm, you know. So you, at least for that short period of time, laying that arm down is a good thing. Yeah, of course, it's a good thing. But for me, I do not respect anybody that has been agitating for Biafra, or Duduwa Nation, or anything like Niger Delta that want Nigeria to be broken into two, or the Boko Haram. The people I respect are people that have been neutral right from the 1960s struggle, that want Nigeria to be better. Then when people call out and make a voice out, I listen and respect those people. You cannot tell me that people that don't say anything good in Nigeria just a few days ago suddenly see something good because they see somebody from their region is there and tell me it's a good thing. When I'm seeing the threat, if it doesn't win, that place become a war zone again. So what's good about that? Because they say
It's
sometimes
not.
in America, no deal is better than a bad deal. And sometimes a bad deal is better than no deal. So which are you telling me to pick and choose from right now?
No, I'm not telling you to pick and choose from any, and I'm not telling you, it is, and actually, he didn't say he carried arms, and it's not that he did not see anything good about the country. It was the lack of hope, lack of perspective. When you reach to a point that you think you have no stake, it doesn't represent you. That is what pushed most. I'm not trying to justify anybody. Just trying to say what eventually pushed most of the uninformed people into that movement. And the what this political system, what democracy do is, in a way, de-radicalize these ideas, and because you can only get a nation out of Nigeria in two possible ways: is either by arms or by a democratic process, a diplomatic process, right? So when you reach this crossroads and you choose the democratic process, it should be maybe not liked by you, but it should be recognized. It is not a bad thing, and keeping it, thinking that okay, the way you think, you say you do not respect them, it means that somebody like him will always be less of a citizen than you, that you think you always stood neutral. So
Sorry to interject one thing. When everybody speaks about this bribe situation, mostly from the Southeast people, they always make it feel like the Biafrans today represent the Southeast, and the Biafrans are not included in Nigerian political space. I'm not saying Igbo now, to understand my language. They are not included in the Nigerian political space, and they're not eating from that national cake. Biafra is just a group that was agitating, and they lost. So why should I care about anybody carrying that flag when the purpose was already
I'm telling
defeated?
you to care about them world peace. What I'm telling you is to care about your country. If you really care
Yeah,
about Nigeria,
I'm caring about my country.
so
See,
if you care about
I
your
will
country, you should see it as a good thing that they are not people are not disrupting your country, whether they are people whether they are Biafran.
middleman. 3 tribes have been ruling Nigeria since 1960. Wazobia. We all know this. And it's like this in these 3 tribes. When things affect them, any of them in that 3 tribes, they want to make a national problem. It must be a national problem. Everybody must listen to it. But if things is happening to Nigeria, I mean the remaining 297 tribes, it's not a Nigerian problem. It's your own region problem or the tribal or community problem. Why is it always like that? If a northerners are feeling so disenfranchised right now, it must be a Nigerian problem. There must be.
Sorry, Warpace, you are taking it to a different space. What I think Middleman is saying, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that on the balance of it, it has to be a good thing that people who were disenfranchised and were militanting against the state, they've been brought back into the fold of the country because they now feel they have a stake worth fighting for. So I think that's the wider point. Was that not where you were going, Middleman?
That's exactly where I was going. And that is why I appreciate, that is one of the reasons I appreciate Obi's emergence. Middleman.
Yeah.
The question that World Peace is asking you, you are not answering his question. And the question is that this support for Obi from the Southeast, is it a genuine support for Obi and Nigeria in general? Or is this just support for Obi, and after Obi fail to win, what is going to happen? What will they go? Where will they go again? Will they go back to this Biafra or what? That is the question. Are they really genuine? Support
let me
is the
answer
support
you.
for Obi a real support for nationhood or tribal support? And if this tribal support could not achieve the desired result, what are they going to do again? That is the question he's asking. That is his worry, rather.
All right. So to you, Middleman. So respond to that. Then I want to take you to Kwakwanso and its politics. Middleman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on. Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Let me answer sincerely. But let me start a little bit back. If you remember, Obi was not the project of the Southeasterners. Southeasterners were actually
sidelining Obi and the political process. They were not much enthusiastic about the process itself. They were just sitting there. Some of them will vote, others won't vote, others won't care to vote. But when they saw an adoption of Obi, even by other ethnic groups, especially in the South, that is when they say, okay, they lined up behind him. So what to answer your question, I think if this election is free and fair and Obi loses, you will be surprised that it will be accepted. Of course, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't know what will happen, but I believe that if it is perceived to have been free and fair enough, enough, nothing will happen. Nothing will. Of course, those who think they will, you still have those that are saying that there should be no election and blah blah blah. Those people will still be there, but the bulk number of their supporters are now looking. That goes to tell you that they were never diehards in this thing. It is just the case of they thought they were being disenfranchised and they didn't have a stake in the system. That is why they jumped into this ship, and now they saw this and they now are willing to participate in the election, in the process. If the process is perceived to be free and fair enough, not like gross, election misconduct. I believe nothing of what we tend to anticipate will happen. Nothing will happen. It will be accepted. So I don't know if that answers the question.
All right. Let me take you to the Kwakwanso space. A lot of pressure on him to collapse his structures, as they like to put it, for Atiku. So if he yields to that pressure, what does that mean for the at February the 25th? What impact do you think it would have? Do you think he will yield to that pressure first? And if it does yield, how would that permutate for February the 25th, Meadowman?
One man, every man, no matter how strong and how confident they have their breaking point, if the pressure is strong enough, he will yield. And if he yields to Atiku, because I never had the anticipation that especially in the Northwest, that Tinubu will get more votes than Atiku and Kwakwanso put together. I really haven't been convinced of that. So if he yields and then they make it, because that is on the card that is left for Atiku. This sort of silent, tribal, regional, religious card. That is what is left for him to play. And he will eventually play it. And if Kwakwanso yields, then that will be of a great benefit to Atiku. And that is where this election might go to a runoff. That is where it might go to a runoff. Though, if you ask me if I would bet my money, I would say that he will not, because if he does that, that is the end of what I think he was looking to build, because he was looking to become the new northern champion, and that is after Buhari, and the North has always had a champion, and Buhari was the last one. If Buhari retires and Kwakwanso yields, that will be the end of it. That is what I think, because he knows he won't win the election. He knows he won't go far in the election. He knows he's going nowhere. So, but I thought he was building for a near future, or to become a northern, power broker that would, call for, will attract alliances with other regions and, still keep himself relevant in Nigerian politics. So that is how I see it. If I was
If he has those ambitions for the longer term, as you're suggesting, it doesn't serve him in any way that Atiku should be president. It's certainly not. Kwakwanso.
And that is why I think he has not collapsed his system till this moment. That is why I think he has not collapsed, because if he knows he won't win, he better collapse his system either to APC or to PDP, with better chances of winning and be relevant in the next administration. But I think that idea is why he has not collapsed up till this moment. And
if you were advising a middleman, would you advise him to play it all the way to the end? Because this much vaunted Buhari 12 million voters, a lot of the attribution is for Buhari's uprightness and honesty. So Kwakwanso is not far from that as well. If he follows through with this election, then he will get the credit of integrity that even though he knew he could not win, he will hold all of his chance. It still chanced his hand. But then if Tinubu wins, or even Peter Obi wins, with that, Kwakwanso will get a lot of the sympathy that went with Buhari because he stands in the manner that, and then he will also get rid of Atiku permanently as an entity in the north. So he will almost, by that, become the northern champion.
Yeah, he will inherit Buhari's throne, and probably most of his electorate. So if I was advising Kwakwanso, I would tell him to hang on. He's been a maverick till this moment. So I don't see much he can. What would he gain? Be a minister or what? I mean, come on. He has been all that. He wants something bigger. He wants something, he wants a legacy. He wants that status. So if I was advising him, I would tell him to stay put. But depends on, like I said, every man have they all have their breaking point. Depending on the pressure. I mean, when those clerics and the emirs and the civil society of the north and the people start, even his own people, his own supporters start pressurizing him, maybe that is when he gives up. But if it depends on him, I don't think he would. And if I was advising him, I would tell him not to.
If I was advising him, I would tell him not to either. It doesn't stand to gain that much from an Atiku presidency, but it stands to gain a lot from holding its integrity to that ballot. And people will say, well, he stood by his own belief and he went all the way. So that adds to his credibility, just being, even
losing, he will retain that number. He will still be relevant in the next election cycle. If he decides to run, he will still be a threat. If he decides not to run, his house will be a pilgrimage point for politicians. They will try to cut him. They will try to, have his support, and that sometimes is much more important than being a minister or some, government appointee. And he will get all those underground contracts they get and all those things, and he still maintains, from backstage, so nobody knows he's corrupt, but he's corrupt, and then he still maintains his followership. If I was advising him, I'll tell him to stay put. He doesn't, and I still don't believe that he's going to collapse until he does. I'll still wait before I buy into that idea.
One man, let me ask you this: with the answer he gave that guy on that asked him that question, do you think with that answer it can collapse? Because in that answer you can see that it was very firm that will be going to the end of the election.
Yeah, but that's how politicians talk now. Is that Thomas?
Yeah, that's Thomas.
That's
Yes,
how
yes, that's
politicians. We don't print what politicians say until they do what they say. Then we can print it.
Even Buhari told us there was no moving the date, just the day before he moved the date. You know?
Yeah. So that's how politicians talk. They talk. They have to show. I mean, he's leading a whole sect, a whole people. He has to show confidence. He has to. It's just like telling Obi to collapse his movement into whoever's movement. I mean, it's like a slap in the face. And I like you remember when he went to Chatham House and that guy asked that question and he gave the answer. Because I was even angry for him. Why would somebody go there and ask such a question? I mean, the guy is there because he's campaigning for himself, and you are going to tell him to collapse his movement to somebody else's movement. That I was angry for him, and I liked the answer he gave. I understood why he spoke the way he spoke.
Yes, it rankled him, and I don't think he was actually answering that guy asking the question at Chatham House.
No, yeah, he was just addressing the space.
I think they've been irritating him for too long. Yes.
He was just addressing this. He gave him opportunity to address that space because those rumors have been going back and forth, and he gave him the opportunity. He took the opportunity to address that space.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, Meadowman. So this now change of date of the Naira conversion thing. So a lot of attribution, Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta, and very quickly Buhari haven't taken a firm position a day before, change his position almost immediately. Attributions going to Tinubu, but not everybody of that thought. Your thought on that space? The Tinubu impact on this now new 10 days grace that we've been given?
Because Tinubu in Abeokuta didn't really say what everybody was saying. He was talking about that space, but focusing on his campaign. So the main point here for me is what happened when Tinubu visited Buhari the next day. Did he go there to say, Baba, look, I didn't mean what to say what these people are saying. It's not, please. So, or did he go there to say, look, you have to change this or else you are hurting me and you're hurting the party. So either way, I think if he had gone there to tell Buhari, knowing Buhari, if he had gone there to tell Buhari, look, you have to change this, you have to shift this date, believe me, Buhari will not shift that date. Politicians, there's a way you can, persuade people, but not telling them that not letting them know you are persuading, making it look like you are begging or you're asking. But in any way, Tinubu gets some of the credit. There's no way we can take away some of the credits from him, But everybody was talking. We even addressed that issue here on this platform. I thought the policy was too harsh on the people. I mean, imagine, and Nigeria, bad people will want to make money from every situation. And then even the banks will make it harder for people to have access to money so that they pay money to get their money back and all those things. So I thought it was, I understand what the CBN was looking to achieve with that. but I didn't think that the outcome was worth the hardship. And I even think that this 10 days extension is not even enough. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it makes much difference for Nigerians. Although our people, our people leave everything for the last month, for the last days to go now rushing to do it. And that speaks a lot about how we don't trust our government. When they say something, we don't believe them until it starts happening. So but in any case, I will not. I will give some of those credit to Tinubu, because he came out, he said it, and it was an outburst. He was angry. It was clear that he was angry. But about uh, that narcissistic nature of his, he focused on his campaign on what affects.
Do you not feel that that is a necessary component of a lead politician, especially at that presidential space?
Absolutely, absolutely,
Narcissism, yes.
absolutely, absolutely. It is a necessary component of a politician or anybody looking to become a leader in any democracy, actually in any form of leadership, even in authoritarian regimes. You have to be. And funny enough, they even are more self-centered when they have a purpose, when they have a dream or objective to something to achieve, a goal to achieve in the system. You have to be one man. You just have to be, because it's one of those. You remember that Richard guy, the loss of the 48 laws of power. You have
Yes,
to.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Even if
Never,
you go
never.
back, even if you go back to Niccolo Machiavelli, is still the
Yes.
same thing. Still the same. You have to be, and you have to crush anybody that anything. You're a bulldozer. You bulldoze anything in front of you if you are looking to achieve something, because people don't. People have different ideas. They will want to do different things than you. But if you have that power, you have to use it to the maximum to achieve your goal, or else you will be you will not achieve anything. That's the way it is.
All right. And to the Buhari helicopter being stoned as a makes to land in Kano State. So that's a direct response from the public, then from the mass, regarding his governance, especially this Naira space. So as Buhari, is he living as he came in, an unpopular, brutal, and somewhat brutish person that has no consideration for the everyday person, and he just plays it by his ego, which is often wrong and brutal? So the stoning of Buhari's helicopter in Kano, what did you think that signaled to him?
Wow. One man, I didn't hear this news. I've been busy. I
No,
didn't.
I've got the clip. Or do you have a screen? It's just let me
Yeah,
play
I
you
have
the
a screen.
clip. Yeah,
Yeah, I have a screen.
yeah. So there it is. They were stoning
Wow.
him as he was landing in Kano.
One man, if this stoning was in Abeokuta or in Enugu, what do you think would have happened?
AK-47 now. Everybody, it'll be a bloodbath. It'll be a bloodbath. Yeah,
Oh God.
this is it. We are seeing emerging before our very eyes a two-tier system in Nigeria. Some animals more
Yeah.
equal than others, an apartheid regime.
Yeah. I mean, world peace. This image in Benin City, what do you think would have happened?
In Benin City, if we have done this in Benin City. Hello?
Yes,
Yeah.
if you had been stoning Buhari's helicopter.
It's gunship they'll bring now. Gunship. They'll shoot everybody up.
I think they'll
You know.
test those two Kano jets. They test
Yes.
Yes, so
anywhere in the south. They
they
will
will,
test those
they
two
will
Kano,
shoot
those two
anybody up.
Kano jets.
Actually, anywhere this will happen in the south, they're gonna shoot. They will flame the place up. If in the south, and you will see a massive riot in the north immediately. Northern you to fall out.
Yes, and
Yeah,
the north will retaliate. Yeah, yeah.
retaliate. Yeah.
So yeah. Well, in any case, this is
Was there
this
a part
is
of you, Bedouin, sorry, was there a part of you that wished that one of those heavy stones landed?
no at this point. No at this point.
No point anymore. I mean, no point anymore.
No point anymore. At this point is bygones be bygones. Just let Buhari go. I mean, Buhari is Buhari is a kind of I don't know why I don't know. I was listening to this platform some days ago, and people were like suggesting that Buhari doesn't care about Tinubu or doesn't want him to win, or that I don't see that. Not necessarily Buhari not wanting Tinubu to win. That is my own perception. I see Buhari as a self-centered person. He doesn't care about anything that doesn't concern him. I don't think he cares about the party or Tinubu winning or losing. I don't think he wants to. He cares much about that. It's not about Tinubu per se. It's just that it doesn't concern him. He doesn't think he has any he should play any role there. That is the kind of person I see him to be. If it doesn't concern him, he just doesn't do anything. That is why what I think Buhari, what I think he likes, what I think he wants is what Jonathan has somewhat. Like when there's election or election dispute or build up to elections in Africa, Jonathan is referred to, and Obasanjo has that somewhat. Even in international forum, they call these guys, they call Obasanjo. Obasanjo always goes to make speeches. I think Buhari somewhat envies that. He desires that. That is why he goes out anywhere he goes. He says, I assure you that the election will be free and fair. Even when he's not asked, he keeps saying that. Anytime Buhari, for the past 1 year, anytime he steps out of Nigeria, he's saying that. Nobody asked him. He's just saying it over and over and over again. So I have the impression that he sort of desires, he sort of envies in a good way, what the way Jonathan is
Or middleman,
seeing.
don't you think is pretending so that people
It's
will
not.
think he wants to conduct a free and fair election? Any politician don't want free and fair election. You know that.
That's what I'm telling you. Buhari doesn't care about APC or Tinubu or anybody else for that matter. I think he's thinking about himself. He doesn't. That's what I think. That's my perception of him. I don't think he cares about that. He just sees these people as dirty people. Every other person there as dirty people. You have to understand that Buhari is an old man. All his money is abroad. His medical record is abroad. If his prostate itches, he's abroad. If his hemorrhoid itches or swellings, he's abroad. If he catches cold, he's abroad. I mean, if just imagine if Buhari is blacklisted now and said, look, you can't fly into our country, and that he knows that will affect him. That's like a death sentence to him. He knows that will affect him. That will affect his kids that all live abroad. They don't have anything in Nigeria. They don't have any life in Nigeria.
And they don't,
you
know, all his children live in London. You know that.
Yeah. So, and when they blacklist these people, they blacklist their families. So he wouldn't want to jeopardize that for anything. I think that is what he's thinking about right now. He doesn't want to mess any of those. That's why he's almost swearing whenever he goes. He's out of Nigeria and he's saying, "Oh, I assure you that I will." So it's not that
I assure you. My goodness me.
So I don't specifically think that it's something against Tinubu. He just sees them. That's the impression. I could be wrong, but I think he just sees these guys, oh, these dirty people. I don't even want to have anything to do with them. I'm just here because that is the way they say democracy have to work. That's why I have to see these people. If it's not something that will affect him personally right now, I don't think he cares too much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Meadowman. So thank you, Meadowman. Stay with us. So let's go on from Meadowman to a man of equal might, the mighty Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. So Ajale Koko, to that space where Meadowman was just speaking on the stoning of Buhari's helicopter in Kano State. What does that signal? And as Meadowman was suggesting, if that happened in the South, would it be as tepid, the response, as we've seen from Buhari, Ajale Koko?
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. The story of Buhari is that he's losing support in the north, particularly in Kano. These are the people that gave him like 1.9 million votes. Is it 1.9 or 1.5 million? One of the two last election. So you see them this time stoning at him. I think will be attributed to a lot of factors, economic hardship, insecurity, and the currency that new currency that is not, that is scarce to exchange, old one to the new one. So a lot of problem people are facing. So it's just a way to register their dissatisfaction at the way is running the country. So some people could as well be behind it. It could be political to embarrass him. It could be sponsored by maybe PDP and some opposition party or NMPP too, just to embarrass him. So I don't think that a member of APC will do that to their president. So, and it could be just ordinary folk that are just hungry. So we don't know those people that are behind it. It could be political, it could be, economical, it could be as a result of this exchange of notes that put in hardship on Nigeria. So that is what I see on that. And if it had happened in Southwest, number one, it will carry a political connotation that those are Tinubu people. That is what some people will read it. Some northerners that are anti-Tinubu, particularly PDP, can spread it, like a wildfire that, yes, they are Tinubu people. Tinubu made a statement in Abeokuta some few days ago, and now his people are responding, violently against the president. That will be registered, and some obedient to can follow the same suit, who say, yes, they are Tinubu people that are doing that to the president, because Tinubu makes us a statement that was targeted at the president. So, if it had happened in the East, some people will say they are obedient too. Tinubu people who might say, yeah, they are obedient. These are Biafran people, IPOB people, ESN, that anti the administration,
And some Tinubu people will be saying, "Oh, they are obedient, that they don't like Buhari, so they are the ones that are responsible for that." So, uh, but it is good that people are showing their dissatisfaction at the way Buhari running their country. But violent way like this, I don't support it. That is not the way to correct the situation. They got their PVC. I think they should go out to vote for a candidate of their choice, and not to carry stone and be stoning, going on violent, And it is good as well that Buhari saw it, which uh, which shows that when what do you call this guy, Ganduje saw the feeling of the people and the way people are very angry that these new notes are not available enough for exchange to the old note. He went straight to the presidency. He carried a powerful delegation to him to say, "Look, Mr. President, I cannot guarantee safety of life and property in Kano because people are getting angry. Stores are closing down because they can no more, accept the old note as a legal tender anymore." And people are very, very hungry. So it went straight to him with powerful delegation and let him know that our people are very angry and I cannot guarantee you safety of life and property in Kano. If anything happened, take me out. That was what Kanduje, that was the message that Kanduje took to him in Nasarok. And to confirm Ganduje's statement, these people were coming with this violent attack. So he was lucky that the stone did not hit his vehicle or did not hit his, I don't know, some people said he hit the helicopter or something like that. But, it's just a way, I just saw it that people are angry and they just, trying to show their dissatisfaction as the way he has badly managed that country, which have brought pain on every Nigerian's. Food prices are very high, oil are not available, currency is not available for exchange. What is life about? What is it all about? Should we have to be suffering all the time? So that's the way I see it, woman. That's my
All right, all right, brilliant. And to the Tinubu space, the attribution for the dates being moved, the deadline for the Naira swap, a lot of people are giving credit very much to his outburst in Abeokuta, but some people pushing back against that. So, how much of an impact do you think Tinubu's intervention, if it was an intervention in Abeokuta, have on the change the Naira deadline?
Look, this statement of Tinubu in Abeokuta, I think people will have divided opinion on what that statement achieved. Some people will not agree that it was responsible for the action taken as to the extension of the date for exchange. Some people who will see it as yes, that statement went a long way to force the government to extend the date. But one thing that I know, one thing that I see is that Tinubu did, which I can describe as a very courageous step, was that statement. whether he was making that statement in the interest of the people or in his own political interest, I regard that statement as a very courageous statement. It is not easy for a candidate of a party to make such a very powerful statement against his ruling party, particularly the leadership of the party, the presidency. Because I tell you, that statement, I think many people can interpret it in many ways. But me, I, who interpret it that it's targeted at the president. The way the fuel has been badly managed, such a way that fuel that's supposed to be sold for 167 officially, people are not buying it for $400. I mean, 400 Naira per liter. Some people are buying it more than that. What kind of country are we? And the exchange rate, the exchange from old to another, exchange from old Naira to new Naira note is almost impossible because this new note are not available everywhere you go. You go to the bank, it's not available. You want to withdraw money, they give you old cash. You go to ATM will dispense old notes. So for him to make that statement I see what he did as very courageous. So interpretation of that statement can go in various directions. People will say it's not targeting the government, it's not, But the statement by itself, and for what Tinubu did, I think it showed a courageous leadership that time. At that place, not minding what the backlash could be for him, but at least he said it, and he said it.
What's the position of Peter Obi all through these days?
No, but Peter Obi is not saying anything. No, it's been quiet. It's not been saying anything.
Baba Janle Koko.
Yes.
We should also put it in this perspective that these candidates, they are in the middle. If they speak up, people would think that they are they're thinking of, the financial inducement and scarcity of cash would affect that. That is the reason that they are speaking up. And now that they are not actually saying much, we are also castigating them of being quiet. So they are already in the middle. Remember when Tinubu made that pronouncement in Abeokuta? On this platform, people are saying that because of, cash inducement, that is why he's speaking up, right? But he said it and the federal government changed position. Now, if any of these candidates had said that, of course, if Obi said that in the first place, we would be the first people that would say, "Hey, see now, he's feeling it because they know they're still going to bribe people or BDP." So we should also look at it from that perspective that they are in the middle, they are caught in the middle. Whichever way they act, you're still going to use it against them. When Tinubu said it, we use it against him. Now it works out well for him. Let's just be considerate on that
One
that
of the
is why
quality of the leader is courage. You have to
yes.
take a position. That's why you are 3, 4, 5 people among 300 million, 200 million people trying to be our head. If you don't have a courage to take a position, it's not a quality.
Yes, that is why I said Tinubu took a gamble, he took a risk, he took a courageous step, and whether we like it or not, he's going to take credit for it. Some people might not agree that his statement, uh, is responsible or partly responsible to this government extension of this date. But, all in all, it took a big risk. He made a courageous statement against his own administration the administration of his own party. I mean, others are so scared to make such statement. Even at that time when they make such statement, he was being criticized by PDP. They are saying, oh, he was the money. Obedient were criticizing, he couldn't get no money to rig. This money exchange is really affecting him. But look at it now. He's going to partly take the credit for it. So Obi have not been speaking. There's no reason why you mustn't speak when you see the plight that your people that you want to govern are going through. Obi is not even speaking up as an opposition party, and we expect opposition party to direct every of their statements at the ruling party. You have to be frontal against their policy, against everything that they're doing that is not making the country work. But you don't see these people. They don't talk like that. They just go and talk different way, just from consumption to production. Atiku will say his own. You don't know where they belong. They don't play democracy the way we've seen democracy pay at its best in the Western world where we live. You will see Democrats going after Republican every step of the way on every issue. You will see that, you will draw that contrast. You don't see them doing that in that country. So who are they fooling? Why won't Obi speak? Does he want to tell me that Nigerian people are not going through tough time due to this exchange of money? What does he got to do?
Ajale Koko, do you know why I think he doesn't speak? Maybe he has the same mentality of obedience that Tinubu has been stifled of money to buy votes. That is why he doesn't speak, because I don't know why he doesn't speak. He speak on every other thing and he just stay aloof on this monetary aspect. Maybe he has the same mentality that Obedient has, that Tinubu doesn't have money to buy votes. That is why he's speaking. That's my inclination. That's what I thought.
Yeah. I think
Can I come in there?
Yeah, come in, Madam. Yeah.
You see, Thomas, this is a political season. You go with the flow of your constituency. You don't go against them. If you want to maintain their vote and their support, that's what you do as a politician. So he actually did not speak. I think you are right for reason that he did not speak, because it was seen as a policy that was targeted at the so-called money bag politicians. So his own constituency doesn't consider him a money bag. They say he doesn't give shishi. So his own constituency doesn't consider him a money bag. So he has to maintain that mask, if you would, that he's not perturbed. That doesn't affect him. So it is election season, and you want votes. He's not about telling the truth or he's selling what people would buy. Then when you become president, if you become president, then you can do whatever you want. But before then, you have to win the election. And if it means hiding whatever you're thinking or lying about what you're thinking, politicians do it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Round out that space, Sergeant Lekoko, and then take us to the
one man. Sorry, one thing. I didn't know that Obi also play games, so I thought only Tinubu play games.
Obi being a man of piety and righteousness.
Fatai, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as not playing games if you're in politics.
My brother, I was just catching fun.
No, I understand that.
He knows.
So there is no such things about not playing games. There ain't no sense here.
People,
Obi is
people.
not playing game. Obi is not playing
Yeah,
game.
they give fishy. Those are slogans you sell to create a narrative, and if people buy it, you have to go with it. That is just to
So,
win election. That is just to win
so,
election.
so he dey lie to obedient. Now use the talk so. Now like they carry lie, they carry them they go. I mean that's so. Carry me they go. Obi carry me they go, they go, carry me. Make you lie,
You
they
see,
carry. They lie, they
you
carry me,
guys,
they go,
you
they
guys,
go.
you guys are funny.
Eh?
You see, now that I'm vindicated, when I said what Tinubu was saying was not directed to Buhari, but some people already arrogate power to themselves, whether in the presidency or in the PDP. I mentioned something like let me use the conspiracy theory to mean that he was referring to those people as the people behind the sabotage of the CDBN project. And it's obvious now that the presidency was playing into the hands of those folks. And now we have the extension of that deposition of the old notes. So I don't really think that Buhari is going to go against his own wish or his own party, or even though it has nothing to lose, but it's just not doesn't make any sense for him to be indifferent at this time. But then people think what he was saying because if you listen to Arise TV, they were saying that he was throwing his own party, under the bus, under the train. I didn't see that, and I mentioned it. I think it was on Friday that there's no way it could happen. But let me just call it a conspiracy theory that some people not necessarily going to be in executive, but in their own right, they have some power they can influence. And it seems the head of the government is playing to it. Perhaps he's not in charge. And it's obvious now, Buhari going back in his own word and saying there will be an extension. Unfortunately, that's what it has. And I don't even see that February 10 becoming the last day. There was still going to be an extension, probably beyond February. Thank you.
Yeah, I see that too. I see them extending it to but if they extend it again, then they will just extend it for 3 months because and let this thing happen properly. Clearly, the politicians have already gotten their money already.
They don't
So
even need politician doesn't need the they don't I said it, politician doesn't go to bank. Big man doesn't go to bank. The directive is for the poor
The
people.
bank come to them. They don't go
In
to
fact,
yes,
the bank. Come to them.
the bank does not even go to them.
but
They are
that's
the bank.
true. That's true.
They are the
Yes,
bank. They are
they
the
are the
bank.
bank. The bank comes to them. They don't go to bank.
What have you said?
Can you imagine Tinubu going to queue at First Bank?
A whole billion bank in
Get
his
their branch.
compound. A whole
One
billion.
man. Even
Federman.
Baba Janlekoko doesn't go to the bank.
America
Never.
la wa lọ sí báńkì
Imagine,
yàtọ̀ wa lọ sí drive thru.
Drive through.
imagine
Drive
Tinubu
through.
going to bank. Even Baba Janlekoko doesn't go to bank.
When a whole billion van makes its way and heads to Jagaban's house, that's where you know he himself is the bank.
Yeah. You see, bank comes to him. He doesn't go to. And some people are saying, "Oh, they got him this time. He couldn't get money to
You
run his
know,
campaign," and they are jumping up. Eh?
CBN governor knows. When you don't see, this is another thing. This is another dimension. CBN governor was lamenting when he visited Buhari that some banks are not complying with the directive. And I laughed when I watched him, lamenting. I said, "This one doesn't know Jack." You see, you are the you are the chief of the bankers in Nigeria,
The
and yet
CBN governor means that he's
and yet they are not listening to you. That tells you are a toast when another administration comes in. God helping if it is to be where you will have some reliefs, but if it to be what is it called?
Even Obi will fire him.
Whoever comes in will fire him anyway. I think he'll even resign and live with Buhari.
I mean, this is the second, I think the third time or so. His time was extended, but now it's supposed to have been replaced. But Buhari retained it because that position was never the a political. It's a political position, never political, never, because he has nothing to even. The home minister said he was not even aware that the CBN is going to introduce a new note. That tells you the dysfunction when it comes to how these people that are supposed to, having some kind of integrated system when it comes to economy management. The Buhari administration is pathetic. Now, a whole minister of finance said she was not aware, and people were saying yes that he was lying, which is obviously is true now because you can imagine how the CBN dropped the ball. This project supposed to have been well masterminded from the beginning, from get go, and measured. People not supposed to be lamenting and having cash shortages when the election is on the way. Apart from the election, when you are introducing a new node, Nigeria is a bigger in terms of geographical size. People are in a diverse area. Now, to monitor this, apart from people living in the city, the people that will bear the brunt of this moves are the people living in the villages in the rural area who have access to ATM. But you are introducing a new project, and the only access, the only gateway that this thing could get to those people in the rural area is through the ATM. And some of those villages have no ATM. Some have to travel miles upon miles. And that is the only avenue you can get this thing to them. It was not well planned right from the get-go. It was a shoddy project that was put together simply because they want to have a say in the political discussion. Unfortunately, it's boomerang now because it's not working. Obviously, it's not actually achieving its aim because if it achieves its aim, the federal government would not extend, or the CBN would not extend the timeline given to disperse this money. And you could see people already having the money, spending the party, throwing the bundle at each other. So that tells you, how the Buhari administration mismanaged the project. Naturally, the presidency has not, as a matter of fact, CBN comes to report to the executive. They don't necessarily have to be in the front of the pages of newspaper and say, this is what we are doing now. Buhari has a bigger fish to fry. But then he immersed himself and being in the forefront of the CBN and saying there's no reversal. Come on, man. The guy is just, I don't know what I would call him. I have no idea what I should call him because he acted.
Do you think after this debacle and all of the debacles that we've seen all the way through, do you think the policies around CBN they need to be looked at in more details, and all of the guiding principles around it need to be tightened and reworked so that not only is it more independent, but also there's restrictions around the person that oversights it, so that they don't run away like Emefiele did, that wants to be president of the country and governor of the state. So we have not yet gotten the policy positioning on CBN right just yet, just from this period we've gone through.
You know what I would say to that one man? The incoming National Assembly, the Oversight Committee will look into this, even though that position has always been independent. They will look into, the affair of CBN, the introduction of new note, and some other functions that it performs. Um, this is enough to destabilize the economy of a country, because when you have cash shortages in the circulation, that is a big problem when it comes to how things flow. Because when money can't move around, then how would people perform commerce? Is just not it's not done anywhere. And apart from a political issue, it's just not helping the economy because now people can't travel, they can't buy things. Yes, cashless society is the way to go, but there's a way you introduce it. You put a measure or mechanism in place that will help to introduce it to the people and then stabilize things. Now, somebody who is going to buy a Congo of Gari in the market, I mean, you need cash. People are still not, because a lot of people not even aware that the new note has been introduced. Even those that have been given, they are rejecting it.
Brother,
So I see that. So
cashless society, even in the developed world, is still tentative, it's still experimental. You're not going to force
yeah,
it in Nigeria, where majority of the people don't even understand what
I mean,
the
here
what
in America, you can make withdrawal. You can make withdrawal over the counter through it. I think some community banks or some local banks allow up to at least 500 a day or 600. I'm not so sure. And if you want an extension, you can call and they will grant you, uh, so far as it doesn't exceed $1,000 per day. So it's still a system that works because in this kind of economy is, I mean, I can't remember last time I had a cash in my wallet. Most of the times has always been card. So we can achieve that in Nigeria, but we don't even have electricity. The what do you call it, POS, that they are also the one
exactly.
bearing the brunt of the whole debacle, because now they can't transact, they don't have money. It's about giving cash. So they dropped the ball. The both federal government and then the CBN both dropped the ball. But I also believe that the incoming administration will look into it and make it impossible for whoever is in that position not to put mouth where they're not supposed to put mouth. He's foreign into politics enough. It's just, I don't know how I'll put. You remember when Soludo was there? This man came with the backing of the Federal Executive Council. They approved it for the financial institution to recapitalize. Even though they already have an internal, the news was already going on under as a rumor, but they came because before then banks were just mushrooms. Anybody can float a bank then. We're giving licenses to people. The previous administration, the military administration. And then the Soludo came and Buhari approved it and they give a timeline. The timeline that was given was enough for those banks to form and merged and acquired. And some banks, they were able to survive, and some merged and all that. So the timeline given was enough for them. I think they had an extension as well. So with that tells you that a project already been planned, put a timeline, and the deliverable were achieved from period to period, and they're able to measure it. But this one is just, I mean, I was working in a bank when I think the last note was introduced. I think two notes were introduced when I was still working there. And as a banker in operation, they give you, once a bank goes to the CBN, they give you back some old notes, some those torn and worn out. You exchange it, they give it to everyone. And within the financial institution, then there's something called cash transaction, whereby your bank will go and loan another bank, cash if they are in shortage, and you make more money from there. And the way we do that, then we reserve some notes in the vault. And on a daily basis, there's amounts that they will give out. So if I say you want to withdraw, let's say 200,000, they will give you 50,000. The remaining one will be of old notes. So they're trying to collect old ones, and especially the worn out one, not the like old the denomination, but the worn out one. And that's how you'll be able to introduce that money back into the circulation, so that you won't have too much of excess of cash in the society. But this one is just a completely disaster right from the get go.
Yeah, because it was politically motivated rather than
Of course,
monetarily motivated. So it
of
was
course,
it was a political weapon. This
of
naira
course,
naira change. Yeah.
of
And
course.
that is where Emefiele got it wrong. Every monetary policy must not carry political connotation. So
It
he
shouldn't in the
got it
first
wrong.
place.
He got it wrong completely. That man represents illegality complete. There's nothing that he has done so far in the management of the monetary policy of that country that is ever managed well. Even the Greek loan that he handled, it was a failure. You know, one man, we read it here, we tweeted it. The
Yes.
outcome of it is a complete failure.
Who brought him here? Was it not Jonathan?
It's Jonathan.
Yeah.
No.
They brought him to replace Sanusi then, remember?
Incompetent to one is an incompetent person. Sanusi was more brighter than him.
Sanusi would have resisted this move by Buhari. It would have
No, even if it's gonna go along with, even if it's going, even if no. If Sanusi were to be the CBN governor now, he would have gone alongside, but with a feasible timeline that is
will resist, not this
that will be able to carry out the project, not just this within 3 months. I mean, 3 months is not even enough for an entire state to get a new law. Talk about the
guys
entire
are going
country.
too far. This was a guy that was looking to run for president. He was looking to run for office of the president.
That's where he put the food in his own mouth.
Why sitting as CBN governor?
So you guys
and it was even going to court to try and enforce it. That it can be president and governor CBN at the same time, right? My God,
that guy is a joke. That guy is
well, we don't see something for that.
You guys are giving him too much consideration. It's a joke.
He is a joke. He is a flat joke. He put food in his own mouth, straight up. And we can't wait. For those people that are seeing prison, when Nigerians are very, very complicated human beings. When
it's even issuing card, like banking card.
I saw the card, I said we don't have enough
competition with commercial banks.
No. What happened is that I think some commercial banks now, that some of their card you can't use it abroad. That the one that you would preloaded with dollars or something, that you can use dollar card. Naira card for dollar transaction.
That is
my bank.
They should fix the commercial bank. What is
my bank sent email to me that I can't use my Naira card for foreign transaction now, that it won't go. So I think they are trying to introduce this one so that it will replace the.
We understand, but why is it CBN's job? CBN regulates the bank, right? The regulation, not to be doing commercial transaction. I don't know. Come and borrow money from me, or let me give you over credit. Do you want overdraft? That's not the job of the CBN now. It's not his job now. Come and take a card and get overdraft.
It's unfortunate.
He is running CBN as if CBN is part of presidency. CBN should not be taking. You shouldn't be seeing CBN governor going in and out of the presidency.
If he wants to pee, go and get permission from Buhari.
And he was saying.
In fact, under a proper system, there should be an element of tension between CBN and the so that you know that the president.
And he was saying it. President has just given me approval. The president giving you approval?
Yeah, but
establish an independent body that have nothing to do with executive or any must not. You have to.
Babaja, the charter that created CBN give that agency the autonomy to act on behalf of the president. Whoever serves in that capacity serves at the pleasure of the president, because
not strictly like that. Even if we don't know the CBN Act, we saw Trump and what is that U.S. Reserve Bank head. Every day they are fighting. Trump is saying every day they are fighting. That's our own kind of CBN.
The interest rate must be zero.
Must be zero.
You see,
the interest
rate. You see, if there isn't tension between the governor of a central bank and the sitting administration, then that tells you of an economy that will struggle to work. Because what is right for the economy is never what is right for the politicians. So if the central bank governor is going like Boy Friday to go and
I think
it's just a nonsense. There
I
should be
think
tension. There should be tension between them.
now
For
one man they say
one
the
man.
right word. Is
One
a
man.
nonsense. I think
You
you guys
see,
have been
you see,
I think you guys
you
have been
see.
living abroad for too long a time.
For too
I
long
mean,
time.
this is the guy that was going to be arrested by DSS
But
just
yeah,
some
that's what they are
He's
looking
still
for.
going to be. They are still going to arrest him. They will.
What a shame he has brought to our CBN. Eh?
They will.
CBN
No,
governor trying
the
to
whole
apply
system.
asylum.
No, the whole system is a shame. Is
Yeah,
a joke. I
well.
mean,
Well,
DSS
yeah.
was going to arrest this guy
Can you imagine?
with terrorism charges. I mean, come on,
Our
man.
own CBN, no. Our own CBN.
and by the way, what's happened to those? Is he no longer a terrorist now? Is that what has
That's
happened?
the thing, man.
Or what is it
That's
now?
why that space is a joke.
It's
Nigeria
a
is a
zoo.
joke.
Nnamdi Kanu was right. It's a
One
zoo.
man, if he didn't extend it, they will bring up the terrorism again. That's why he extended it.
So he's no longer a terrorist now, but maybe next week it will be again. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I don't even know why how come Nigeria produce people like us. I mean, that place should produce only
yeah, but we also produce we produce Soludo now, who was an excellent CBN governor. But I don't think we had
I mean, for us to have come out of that place to be able to function in a civilized space, I mean, we should give ourselves kudos sometimes because Nigeria is a funny joke. I'm telling you.
But a tragic joke, more like it's a oh my god. When you think about if you don't laugh, you will cry. When you think about
exactly.
Nigeria.
So that you don't cry, you just laugh. That's why it's a joke.
It's anywhere Bele face now. Anywhere Bele face is
yes.
Anywhere Bele face.
Well, so Tinubu took a very big risk, and he showed courageous leadership. And today we can take the credit partly, if we can call it that way. The group from the north that are giving kudos to him, that if not for the outbursts of Tinubu, they wouldn't have the extension. I believe that group have seen a lot of things. They knew what really happened in that regard better than us. So, and when that kind of statement is coming from the north, I think we should believe that yes, that statement, yes, made some impact and pushed the presidency, boxed the presidency and pushed them to extend the day. So kudos to Tinubu. Some will not give kudos to him, but I give kudos to him on the one fact that he showed courageous leadership to make that statement. If you may wish to recall, or the video, there was sometimes during that video when he was making that statement, some of his associates were trying to stop him. He said, "Ẹ fi mí sílẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ n sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu mi. Ẹ fi mí sílẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ n sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu mi jàre.
Ẹ sọ fún àwọn àgbàlagbà yìí o.
Ẹ sọ fún àwọn àgbàlagbà yìí àbí kílẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ fi mí sílẹ̀ kí ló ń já mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. Ẹ wọ àwọn àgbàlagbà yìí já mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ that means look, you these elders around me, just stop pinching me. Don't let me talk. Stop pinching me. I have to talk. I have to say this." So he knew what he was saying. He knew why he have to say it, and he knew, what he wanted to achieve by making that statement. So it showed courageous leadership to me. That is the way I can describe it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, give us a brief commentary on the Kwakwanso pressure to defect, and then I'll take the conversation on to Adewale.
Look, Kwankwaso is not collapsing his structure for nobody. Anybody thinking that it's going to collapse his structure. I'm listening to my friend, what is his name, from Japan, World Peace,
Oh,
that some
please.
people have collapsed their structures in December. He is the only one that got
The memo.
The memo.
Oh, goodness me.
Nobody is collapsing structure. They're going to fight it to the end. If if he ended in two-man race, like we can't have a clear winner at the first round, that we have to go into the run, then I will want to say that Kwankwaso will go for Atiku. We go for Atiku on the basis of tribal interests, the politics of the north, and no doubt in my mind that he will do that, because we saw what Tambua did to Yemsin Wike. Yemsin Wike backed Tambua in 2019 primary. It gave him all the logistic, all the financial support, everything that he needed to defeat Atiku. But he couldn't make it, but only to pay Wike back this time by turning around against Wike at the dime minute. So I want to say that he will want to back Atiku in a rerun for reason of showing to his people in the north that the northern interests matter to him, that I will always protect the northern interests, and supporting Atiku is supporting northern interests. So the next time after Atiku, I will be around to champion the northern interests, because Buhari is retiring. So those core supporters of Buhari for so many years that have been giving him that 12 million or 15 million vote consistently at every election cycle, where will they go? They have to go to somewhere. So he might want to grab those people. He will make a statement to them. Those of you that are northern interests to the core, I am here for you. So supporting Atiku, he will register himself to those people that, yes, I am with champion northern interests, no matter what. So, and Atiku is an old man too. Atiku, if Atiku loses this time around, who's next? Who is going to emerge as the next political leader in the north? Definitely it's going to be Kwankwaso. So if the election go into the run and he back Kwankwaso and Kwankwaso back Atiku and Atiku fail, Kwankwaso will position himself to the northerner. I am for you. Here I am, a new political leader, and I don't see anybody in the north that want to rival Kwankwaso this time around. He is the only person after Atiku and Buhari. So it will automatically emerge as the new champion of northern interests from the north. So that is what is going to happen. It will support Atiku no matter what. If the election go into the run, where will Obi go? Time will tell. I believe Obi will support Atiku too, except if Obi want to show a different politics this time. That is when he will support Tinubu. If he really believe that power must shift to the south in accordance to what he was clamoring for earlier within the party PDP before he bought his phone, he was saying, as at the time he never bought the phone, he said he was waiting for the party to microzone that presidency to the southeast. He said when it's microzone to the southeast, he will buy his nomination form. That was what he said at the earlier stage, until later he bought the form when the party leadership, decided that, okay, there's no zoning anymore. Zoning has been cancelled and it's a free for all. And that was when he went to buy his form. So maybe he's going to show.
Can I
Yes.
insert my opinion on that?
Okay, yeah.
I personally think that Obi will stand neutral. I think
what is neutral means? What is neutral means?
Not supporting any of the candidates.
No, that one is why you don't support. When it comes to a critical stage like that, you have to support one. What do you mean?
Yeah, but that's what I think he would do.
And what does that mean in politics? What does that mean?
Why? Because he will follow the
when
flow
the interest of the North and the South is at stake at loggerhead against each other, the power is just, the northerner is just completing 8 years. Are we going to say the power must remain in the North? What is the implication of that? That's to tell you that the northern can have it forever. Are you saying that Obi want to stay on the fence?
No, I'm
that
not
the way
saying
his
he
leadership
wants. I said what I think he wants. I'm also not saying that it is right. I'm saying what I think he will do.
Okay, let me ask you a question right there. If he chooses to do that, stay on the fence, how would you see him? What would you, conclude on his leadership?
Look. Considering his past history with Atiku, if he decides not to support anybody, that is almost as good as supporting. That is more than enough to me. That is almost as good as supporting Tinubu.
What is what?
If just an instance, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if considering his past history with PDP and with Atiku,
it's no more in PDP. It's no more in PDP. It's no more in Atiku camp. It's not everything with them. He's out of them. So
what I'm saying is, just consider this. He was in PDP. He ran with Atiku in 2019, and they are friends, and all his mates are still in PDP. I mean, his former colleagues. Considering all those, because he has connection with that party, right? He still has people, friends in that party, allies in that party. If that moment comes and he stands, he doesn't declare for anybody. To me, it is almost as good as supporting Tinubu.
No. How can you describe it? How do you want to? How is it good at supporting Tinubu when you don't openly support him? No. That's your argument. It's not. That I don't know what you are trying to draw out there. It's not.
No, I'm not trying to draw out anything. I'm just thinking aloud here. To me,
it's not as good. It's worst. That decision of staying, neutral, is as good as supporting Atiku, not Tinubu.
No.
As good as supporting Atiku.
It would be as good as supporting Tinubu, or not as good as supporting, but
how?
It will be a big blow. It will be a big.
Hold on. If Afenifere can stand firm in Yoruba land against all others, Obi is the one we are supporting.
Yes,
on the basis. Hold on. On the basis of equity, justice, and fairness. Why can't he make a very categorical statement when it comes to that time? Whoever you want to support. What is he going to lose if he makes such a statement that I am supporting who. If we don't care whoever you want to support, whether Tinubu or Tinubu, why won't he make a statement that this is where we are going? Why do you think he has to sit on the bench?
Calm down. I'm not saying he has done that. I'm just thinking
No, we are
about.
just looking at it, trying
Yes,
to
yes.
validate
I think, for instance, the Ohanese will try to pressurize him to support Tinubu, and I think the past relationship he had with PDP and with Atiku will also pressurize him to support Atiku. I think that is why I'm thinking he might just decide not to support any of the candidates.
Well, we will see until that time. But supporting none of the candidates, to me, I think is good. As I will interpret it as supporting Atiku, because that the body language,
One man, how would you interpret it?
The body language, that body language, connotes support for Atiku and not for Tinubu, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Thank you, John Lekoko. So let's move the conversation on to Adewale for time.
He's asking you a question. He said,
sorry. I was away from my system for a moment. Sorry, what was the question?
I said, how would you interpret it if Obi? Because I think the Ohanese would pressurize Obi to support Tinubu, but I think that Obi's former allies in the PDP plus Atiku will also pressurize him to give him support if it comes to a head-to-head race with Tinubu. But I personally think that Obi at that point will want to stand we like to stand neutral and not declare for any of the candidates. So
yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I was saying in this scenario, if he be considering the history he has with PDP and with Atiku, if he does that, is to me is almost like supporting Tinubu.
I feel if Obi no longer feels is in play, then there are two things that is going to influence how he's going to play his politics next. So if he's not in play in this cycle, there are two things that I feel will influence his politics. When can it next be relevant? And how can it be relevant? So if Obi is not in play for this cycle, then the only relevance that is going to have this year and for the next 4 to 8 years, and then probably even for 16 years, the only pathway for him is through Atiku Abubakar. That's the only thing open for him. If he's no longer in play, he has to go with Atiku, because if he goes with Tinubu, then he's dead and buried. Not because of anything. Tinubu is a southern man. So if Tinubu comes into government, the people that he would want to have on board with him the most will be the northerners. Not for any other thing, but because they carry so much weight that you need them on board. So he will politic first. He will govern first towards the north before he comes to the east. So a lot of that is in play. But for Peter Obi himself, for him to be relevant, it will have more relevance. One, because of his association with Atiku Abubakar, and then two, because that Atiku Abubakar pathway, it will keep his relevance all the way through to the next cycle of power transiting, and then he will come into play. And if he doesn't go with Atiku, Soludo will go with Atiku, and then not only will he lose his relevance federally, he will also lose his relevance within the region. So if Obi is not in play, he goes with Atiku. I can't see any other. Forget power transiting to the south, he will go with Atiku if he's not in play, Obi. There's no other pathway for him.
Okay, so you have to go with Atiku for reason of political relevance, according to what he just said now. So
Atiku is going to have. Atiku is having Okowa as a vice president. Obi have no structure in the PDP. How would they able to, you know? So does that mean that it's going to go back to PDP, or what?
No,
What will it do?
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to go back.
So what relevant? What political relevance is looking for?
He has to.
He has to go back to PDP.
Oh, no, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It can be at large. It can
at
be,
large.
it can be at large. Yes.
That amount to nothing.
It doesn't. Though. It can be at large.
It amount to nothing. One man. That is a political failure, suicide. He can't get anything out of it.
That is what Labour Party now at large.
So at large for what? What are you going to get? Does that mean that in the next presidential election, PDP will come and vote for APC? I mean, for Labour? No.
No, by the next presidential election, they would have probably made this way back to PDP, but it doesn't have to immediately run back to PDP. It can, because it's still PDP at large, even now. It's PDP at large now.
No, he has to quickly go back to PDP because it's not.
Yeah, but so look, but there are only, okay. So there will be only, but by the end of this electoral cycle, by March, there will be only really 3 senior names in Southeast politics. There are other big names, but senior, the relevant current names, there will be Soludo and Peter Obi. So Peter Obi doesn't have the luxury of the ownership of the Southeast, but then Soludo is Abga anyway. So there's still a pathway for him to take his time to make his way back to PDP. Because the only person is contending with Soludo is already tied up with another
one man. He doesn't have time. Soludo, it is actually Soludo that cannot quickly go back to PDP because he's still a serving governor. So Peter Obi can easily quickly go back to PDP and make it ground. Otherwise, it will be too late. Some other people will.
If he goes back to PDP, the optics doesn't look good because it will cut into that the integrity toga that he wears. If he just,
they will crush him now.
Yes.
He has to.
Yeah, but can't he stay in Labour Party and build it in the next election cycle? I mean, elect some maybe governor or House of Reps.
He can't build Labour Party enough to fulfill his ambition.
Yeah. It can be. It's too, and Labour Party also is fractured, right? There were people who have been building Labour Party, and the only reason they have surrendered to Peter Obi now is because of the closeness. Is because of the closeness to the election. Even if they want to fight him, they know that they can't make Labour Party have a national reach that Peter Obi is giving it. So they have to surrender. But if they have 4 years, they will fight Peter Obi. They will say, "Hey, party we've been building for many years. You just come and no." But
Fatai, yeah. Fatai, that is true. But you know that politicians only respect you if you have vote. If you have vote in any political party, they respect you.
Yeah,
they want to be in your camp.
That's what I'm saying, brother. They know Peter Obi has votes now. He has reach. So trying to fight Peter Obi for this election, it's stupid. Even if you say you are the one who built Labour Party from day one, but you cannot have a reach that Peter Obi is having. So you have to leave it to him. But if you are taking the next election, the next 2 elections, then you will see a real fight.
Yeah, but not all of them will. Not all of them, because it has to do with the
I don't disagree with you, brother. I don't disagree with you. Not all of them will go with total. I'm just saying there will be a fight.
No, I mean, not all of them will
win that fight.
President will want to run their local politics, and they will need him because he is. I think he's the face of the party right now. So they will need him. They will need his popularity. So everybody will want to be his friend. I mean, if you are his enemy in the party, you are probably in the losing part of the party.
And even, brother, the other side is even that fight. Peter Obi will not find it worthy to be fighting with some guy over a party that doesn't have by its own structure, does not have a reach. rather than be fighting some guy in Labour Party who wants to claim a father of Labour Party, why don't I easily make a deal with my PDP and go to my PDP? It will just how you would say he will not be worth it. Why will he spend his energy fighting some guy in Labour Party? He will go to his PDP, right?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see how let's
Yeah,
wait
it will
till
be interesting.
before we start dreaming. We're just dreaming.
All right, all right. Thank you. So Adewale, you're up next.
I'm here.
Yeah. So to the conversation and uh, this space now, the attribution for this 10-day extension, a lot of people wanted to give it to Tinubu, that outburst in Abeokuta is the real underpinning of that space. Are you with the people giving the attribution or not?
No, I'm not giving him credit for it. I am not. The reason why I won't give him credit is simply because when he was making his speech, yes, it was making it as in form of in a general form. But then the fact that it was an issue already known, it was already prevalent, not as if it was an isolated case that only few privileged to know what is going on. So yes, he's just speaking the mind of people, but why should we give him uh, credit for that? There's no basis for that because number one, he's contesting for election, and he knew that the impact of the CBN directive is good. Apart from the fact that the bribery uh, accusation, uh, of course, he has an inner working machinery that works for him. People move from one point A to point B, and it's going to hamper the logistic and all that. I mean, is the party campaign logistic because they will move from places to places, and so when you look at that, it's just speaking his own mind. But people already know that CBN directive is not working, and it should be. So giving him credit is simply look as if because he's contesting election, so he's speaking on behalf of the people. I wouldn't want Tinubu to speak on behalf of the people now because whether he likes it or not, his political party is still in government. So whichever way it is, he can't criticize the government that be and try to take the credit because they belongs together. They belong to the same family. So that is the reason why I won't give him the credit, even though that drew the attention of the federal government. I will still not give him the credit. Former, former Tisalo.
Oh, sorry. I was talking and I didn't even realize I was muted.
One man jakara lowo.
Man does not live by bread alone, but by the word of God. Look at that. So yes, I was going to take you to the Kwakwanso space next, but on my way to taking you to the Kwakwanso space, let me acknowledge some of the super chats that have been resting on the space for quite a while, not acknowledged. This was from Desmond, that far back, speaking to World Peace when he was making commentaries about Peter Obi, so telling him wishful thinking. And this was from Switch, also speaking to World Peace that far back. It says, World Peace, you don't really know Obi, the man that governed state twice through court ruling. Your opinion is laughable. So that was when World Peace was making some psychedelic commentaries by World Peace. So to the Kwakwanso space, then Adewale, lots of heavy pressure for him to just collapse into, because we all know that it's not going to be president, so he might as well just pack his support with someone else. So now that invitation then for him to pack his support with Atiku to keep it within the bloodline, do you think he will yield to this? And if he does yield to this, how would that impact on the presidential race?
When you were asking about Kwankwaso from the other speaker earlier. I was trying to check out his profile. Just I know a little bit about him, but I just want to know a little bit more. His affiliation with other political, juggernauts, and see how who favor who if eventually he packed up and decided to pack up his campaign and support other candidates. Then while I was going through that, this man is just hiding in the uh plain view. This man has been in government since 1992. He was a member of National Assembly as a representative member in 1992. He became the deputy speaker in 1992. That tells you how he has been in the corridor of power. And then he was in SDP, then formed to PDP, and while he was PDP, he became the governor. And then after that, he couldn't win the second time, and he has been with the PDP. He contested alongside Atiku and Tambowa and the Bukola Saraki in the recent presidential election. Before then, it was briefly in APC as well. Um, Now it has there's something Yoruba call Inajidori Koko. I don't see him now doing backflip and decided to fall. Unlike in advanced democracy, you will see them because hey, except if you want to end up sweeping the banking off when it comes to election campaign funding, it's not as easy as the way we have it in Nigeria. But of course, the money is already in the bank for them. So I don't see him collapse, even though he knew that what he has will not be enough to carry him along. Now, his nemesis, uh, Ganduje, is with the APC. What is it called? The other guy that took over from him, what is it called? Shekarau.
Shekarao.
Shekarau had moved back to PDP. Now, between him and Shekarau, who's supposed to be leading? So, if you were to move to PDP, you would have been the first person to make that move before Shekarau. So, it will look as if he's going back to his vomit. Of course, there's nothing like that when it comes to politics. It's about interest. If interests align. So, now, considering the fact that he had, you know, been campaigning for a very long time, and now twice towards the twilight of the election is now going to pack. There's a chance. I'm not trying to dispute this. Sometimes politician works in a way that they will have candidate fronting, but not necessarily, you know, believing that they will win, but they are fronting so that they will become be able to wither off from the opponent votes so that will help the whoever is using them. And Tinubu has done that before, and I'm super sure other candidates must have done that before. They will try to front and feature other candidates to be in the race, so that it will help them with their numbers. So I could see that happening. But if that is the case, I like to live in a conspiracy theory planet sometime. If that is the case, that means even though it's not pronounced that it will be supporting uh, uh, Atiku. You remember him and Atiku has been in the PDP right from day one. They've been as the SDP with the Musa Yaradua, Musa Yaradua's caucus. So if that is the case, then that means the Kwankosia, if they found out that that's what has been happening, uh, I see him losing that. It's just 66 years old. So with next election, he will be almost 70 years. So he will be in this category of Tinubu and co. So if that is the case, uh, I mean, if that is what is working underground, which I don't think that's what is happening. Uh, then it means that he's playing a chess game, and that's a powerful move. But I don't see that happening, knowing that talking about people. Sometimes when you align with people, they know themselves when it comes to the corridor of power. They know who is aligned with who and not. Though since what do you call it? The one we just mentioned his name. Ibrahim Shekarawa had gone back to PDP. If what is it? The one we are talking about now, Kwankazo had gone back there to PDP. That will have saved face, will have saved time, and probably help him to negotiate with the PDP. But I also look at it. What would the PDP offer him? PDP is losing ground. PDP is like somebody that been declared terminally ill. Just waiting for that person will be waiting for his demise. So that's the way I see PDP. If the PDP doesn't win this election, that means that will be the last time you will hear PDP again in Nigeria. But if they manage, because there's a chance that some of the House of Assembly contestants will try to maybe win some, lose some, but the presidential campaign is where I don't see that them having the victory. So him going to PDP is more. That's the reason why he decided to establish his own movement, his own party, because PDP doesn't seem that how he's getting funding is another question, and I'm really interested in knowing because sometimes you have to you know have access to state funding, and it doesn't seem that anybody from the NNPP as a governor, you know, currently in the office. So that is a very interesting thing that I would really like to know about him. But I don't see him going back to PDP. And if he's actually working for PDP covertly, that means he's a master at this game and he's good at it.
All right, brilliant. Meadowman has left us. He sends his goodbyes. He didn't want to interrupt the session, but he said to tell everybody that he's had to leave, but he'll join us tomorrow. So thank you for joining us, Meadowman. Let me take you to this space, Adewale. So this is a preemptive strike by Festus Kiyamo. So he's revealing what Atiku's plans are for the few days to the elections. And what Kiyamo is putting out is that a few days to the election, a week, 10 days to the election, the desperation from Atiku will be that much that he will be tugging at the toga of ethnic politics. And his anticipation then is that he will launch just an overwhelming drive in the north. Just tugging at the emotions of ethnicity. So that's the anticipation then that it will ethnicize quite heavily the elections as his chances starts to wane. So do you see Atiku going down the direction then that Kiyamo?
I mean, he had told that line before now when he while at the Arewa's Constitutive Forum in was it Kano, when he was reminding the North that Nigeria doesn't need Yoruba presidential instruction only or Igbo, but vote somebody from the North who is capable and all that. So he was already hedging them to toe that line right from the beginning. But I don't really think that is the master game of Atiku, even though yes, he had made such pronouncement before. Politicians usually keep their game to their chest. So I don't know how, what is it called? Keyama is able to lay his hand on the master game plan of what is it called? This help me. Was he
Atiku.
Atiku?
Oh yes.
Atiku Abubakar. It's just his own assumption. Of course, I don't think APC would know the master game of their opponent and they'll start saying that in the public. I don't think that is. But of course, you can, hang it on the neck of Atiku because he had mentioned such before in the past and he won't hesitate to use it if it will work. But now let's put it in this perspective. Will it work? I don't think you will really need to do that again because the first time did not really work when it comes to the South and the Southwest. It didn't take it lightly. Now, if we can't totally take out ethnic and tribal connection when it comes to the election because people still toe that line in voting for who they really want to vote for. So, and if you look at this that way, Atiku himself knows that, of course, his wife is a Yoruba person, and he would rightly debunk it if that's what the APC is trying to put out there. But I'd rather say APC is using that as a strategy to, put that hang it on Atiku's neck, not necessarily his master plan, because I don't see how that is going to work for him towards the election period. Even though if that is the line is going to toe, that means he's digging his own grave, political grave, because some, especially in the southwest and the south, they are, such things will be resisted, even though they have Tinubu and some level of, disconnection between the Tinubu candidacy and some Yoruba people, especially the younger ones. But despite that, they will resist it because, Nigeria has moved on beyond saying that, the Nigeria only need their business. But I don't think that is the game plan. It's just a way of saying, let me blow your cover before if that is what you're going to, it's going to be part of your plan. Let me blow your cover a little bit. I don't see that happening at all. But there's no doubt there will be a lot of, I mean, give it next 2 weeks, there'll be a lot of uh, activities going on. We have something to discuss one way or the other because now everybody is going to be at it. Like really, 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 really going at it now with each other. You saw what happened in Lagos when the hoodlums hijacked and they started shooting at each other, and now that unfortunately that's what it has resulted into. But I don't see how PDP candidate is going to wrestle APC in Lagos State. Even I don't think the Atiku is also banking on Lagos vote either. Maybe he's trying to mop up some number from other parts of the southwest to make up, but not necessarily in Lagos State.
All right, brilliant. And to articles, not article, but Buhari's helicopter being stoned in Kano. What are you making of that? What message do you think they're signaling to him?
I used to think Kano is. I think Buhari lived in Kaduna before he was in Kaduna, not Kano.
Yes, Kaduna. Yeah, he used to live in Kaduna.
But I still also believe that he had a lot of followership in Kano before. Um, but come to think of it, those people that are stoning his helicopter, if you really ask very well, maybe they belongs to Kwam Kozo movement, not necessarily PDP, because Kano is still in the stronghold of both Kwankwaso, Ganduje. Remember, Kwankwaso had lost to Shekarau before, at the same time to his deputy, which is currently the governor, Ganduje, right? So it probably one of those elements that was throwing stone at Buhari probably belongs to the NNPP or PDP, because I don't think the entire state will be totally, totally against. But I still want to believe that Buhari still commands some, followership in Kano State to some extent. But as volatile as Kano State and every other cities, bigger city in Nigeria will be, uh, those such things is not going to be out of place, because sometimes when you go to those big cities, that's where you see those abnormal things happening. But whether they like it or not, it's leaving the government anyway. So their anger is misplaced, and they were doing it just like what happened in Lagos when the PDP spokesperson was asked. It was pinning it on the APC, and at the same time, that tells you the desperation of people. All right, and if uh, Buhari is supporting a candidate in Kano and that is not APC and doesn't belong to PDP, then that means it's going to be in NPP. And that means those people you saw stoning his helicopter are probably from PDP or NNPP. Now, will that translate to victory for their party during the election? That is a question that remains to be seen. But it's just unfortunate what happened. I don't see, the good in throwing stone at the helicopter, which is there's an ignorance, the level of ignorance people in Kano. I don't see that happening in Lagos, despite happening in Lagos. If that happened in Kaduna, I don't know. But it's unfortunate that that is happening to him. But I think he was motivated by the political movement, not necessarily the people of Kano State.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. So let's go on next to Fatai. So Fatai, then give us your thoughts on the Tinubu space. So the outburst. So they initially started off calling it an outburst, but now they are calling it a declaration. Whatever happened in Abeokuta, either outburst or declaration, do you think that went in any way in this towards this extension that we have now had from Emefiele 10 more days? Do you think this is Tinubu showing his potency?
One man, Tinubu Iyepo. Whether they give it to him or they don't give it to him, Iyepo. One man. They don't need to, Tinubu, who cares whether they give him credit or don't credit? It is very simple to understand, right? So everybody is feeling the heat. But the problem on ground is if you attempt to criticize this policy, you will look like you are criticizing Buhari. So it took a Tinubu to open up that space to make a differentiation between Buhari and Emefiele, right? Who start this is where the credit is to be driven to, not whether he spoke or he didn't speak, but what is the content of the speaking, what is the delivery in the speaking. Delivery in the speaking has given everybody the boldness to make a differentiation between Emefiele and Buhari, right? Because an Emefiele and whoever were in his cohort, whoever are his cohort, they are banking on the human shield called Buhari that if you criticize me or you are criticizing Buhari, that's why every day he goes to Buhari to tell him, please, I want to pee, I want to shit, right? So that nobody will criticize. So if you criticize me, it's Buhari, and everybody is scared, right? It takes a Tinubu to come and say no. Even if you look at that Abeokuta this thing, even as we are, especially Balane hinted before, everybody say FMC legend son, let me announce. They say, I'm not talking to you people in my back here, you people you have eaten lafu. I'm talking to the common man. So if nobody understands that Tinubu is speaking to the space of the tremendous suffering in the country, okay, it's up to you. I mean, I don't know what is complicated about that. Whether Tinubu benefits from that or not, okay, everybody benefits from anything, right? That's not the point. The point is the whole thing is a mess, and to the point that if the whole thing is a mess, the administration take the mental anger. And who is representing the administration? Tinubu. They say, I don't want to take this mess. I don't want to inherit a mess that, anyway, to start with, I don't know even if I agree with you. And then the implementation is horrible. So why should me and my campaign be the one to eat the results, the consequences of the mess? It's not my thing, so I'm not eating it. No. But the bigger point is everybody is a mess. The point is a mess. But how do you tell the people who are doing this mess that what they are doing is a mess without rupturing the human shield, the caricature they have built up, like, oh, it's Buhari, don't criticize me, if you criticize me, you are criticizing Buhari. No, we are not criticizing Buhari. We are criticizing Buhari to the point that he just stand there and watching people running the country into the ground, and he stand there like he's above it all. No, you can't be above it. There's a time you have to call them to order, right? And that's the only criticism Buhari takes, right? At my point of view, like why are you standing like nothing is going on? Like, who cares about whether it's your way of life? The country is running to the ground. We don't care about your style. Get involved and don't let this country run to the ground, right? And that's what you get. And so they say, oh, Tinubu goes to beg Buhari. Why should Tinubu go and beg Buhari? He doesn't have to beg him. He himself went to his home place in Kano. They are stoning him. So why should the Tinubu go and beg him? He should thank Tinubu for giving him this thing to tell the Emefiele and whoever they are to calm down, right? Why should he beg him? Beg him for what? For what? They go to make their meeting, whatever APC meeting they make, whatever they make it. He doesn't have any incentive to beg him. He has done him a favor because the whole rubbish is going on. Everybody says it's Buhari's policy, but people don't differentiate between the policy and the implementation. Now Tinubu has helped Buhari so that people can see that hey, it's not really me. Oh. It's me a little bit from like the policy, let's do this policy. But it's not me that is don't let you people have money. It's some guys who are doing it. So direct your anger at that guy. So Tinubu has helped Buhari. Why should they go and beg him? Right? They stole him in his own home, right? It's not. I mean, it could be orchestrated, but I think the North they have found a way to make stoning people their way of their way of showing you that don't come here again. So, but whatever it is, the bottom line is they stone him in his home.
No, that seems to be their political language in the North.
And then that is they have adopted that language now. Say we'll stone you. So Tinubu has done him a favor. Whether you give Tinubu credit or you don't give Tinubu credit, he has taken the credit by himself. The people who will give him credit have given credit. Everybody knows that he opened up the conversation. He has opened that space for that conversation to say, hey, what the heck is going on? Some people are even thinking maybe okay, they are doing some magic. Emefole is going around with his swelling head. Oh yeah. And you go and sit down or you are doing a mess, right? You are doing a mess.
Are you suggesting that Emefele's head is out of proportion with the rest of his body?
You know, the blowing by himself, blowing is like making it bigger. That hey, you are just CBN governor. We can fire you. You know, anytime you want to be CBN governor at the same time be president. You stop your job. You even like I think there must be some code of conduct violation there. You step down from the CBN and then you go and become politician. You can't be a politician and you want to also run. And even that's why I said it's swelling. I think one man you said it. I even tried to go to court to enforce.
Yes. I think the case might well still be in court, even waiting adjudication. You want to be president and governor of the.
I don't know what is going on in our country. Some people will just with swollen head, right? Hey, this guy just finished. He finished from what is it called in UNN? This Unzuka, banking and finance, right? And he did a master in banking and finance. That's all. Okay, that's not like okay, that's good. It's a good achievement. But it doesn't mean you are the most brilliant person in the whole of the planet that you have to let your head swell this much. And then he goes to Harvard and wants him to do some 2 hours.
Sandwich course. They call it sandwich course.
Okay. That doesn't give you any expertise. If you go to Harvard for 2 days, okay, so what?
It's a bit like when Dino Melaye will tell us that he's been to Oxford you know when they give them after the certificate of attendance. Yeah, they give them, some certificate of attendance. That he came on this day and he sat for 2 hours and listened to somebody, and we took $2,000 from him. He's a fool. He's a fool.
Are you joking me? It's not 2,000.
Oh my, be nice now. You're not nice.
Certificate of attendance.
The guy has not been nice to us now. The guy has not been nice to us now. These people are funny. And they come back with this pamphlet. And you know when they go to that court, they read them pamphlet, right? So he comes back now, he wants to implement a cashless policy because they told him in a word thing with one line. You know, these people, this pamphlet they give them, there's a lot of researches behind it, right? You need to actually study the field to understand the nuances. But they just come and take the one line summary that, okay, let's cashless policy.
It's a bit like when Obi will be telling us, this the Millennium Development Goal.
Women Development Index.
It's unbelievable. We don't suffer for that country. My God.
I was sitting at Said Business School in Oxford. Is it Oxford or Cambridge? And my lecturer tell me consumption to production.
It's unbelievable. Is it the millennium they give Index. It is if you go and get, God, shoot me now. Just shoot me now. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's incredible. These all these people are running our country one man.
God Almighty! You feel like you feel like doing a somersault and hitting. Hey, wait, how is
Fatai,
it?
Fatai, one man.
My
Fatai, do you know what baffles me most? They are asking Peter a big question, and he's saying, "Trust me, trust me." It's very ridiculous. Trust you what?
Trust me,
Is
as a
that an
policy.
answer?
Trust me, it's a.
It's a policy. Trust me,
My
I'll go and
God.
verify. Trust me, I'm verified. Go and verify. Go to Anambra and verify. I don't want to go to Anambra, but I don't want to go to Anambra. I don't want to go and verify. So go and verify. Go and ask the Inspector General of Police in that time said Anambra is the most secure place on planet. Go and verify. What am I supposed to do with this statement now? What am I supposed to do? Oh, well, we don't suffer our own man of our country.
No, it's just when you think about it, it's just it's quite a spectacle. It's a real spectacle.
I mean, even in the Western world, right? Okay, cashless is good for me to be able to buy abado on with my mobile phone. It's good. It's not, but it's not a tested direction yet. Even in the advanced countries, they are trying to see. They made Sweden to try it out. They made this to try it out. America is not shutting all of the economy down to turn everything into cashless. They are introducing it here. It has tremendous advantages. But even right there in America, there are still some people who are opposed to it because they feel it's a big government control. They are looking at China. I say we don't want to turn to China. They all these things still have their negative. It's not like it doesn't have any negative at all. But then you bring it to Nigeria, in which in Kano, I mean, the southern people, we only think only like Nigeria exists only in the south. Like, oh, Nigeria is ready for cashless. Because you are living in Lagos, go in the one village in Kano and tell them you want to do cashless. They don't know what you're talking about. They are still doing their cash. And then
let me show you something somebody sent me on Instagram. Let me make sure it's. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. They were asked the same question.
All right. Before I bring it, so this is the person. This person says they were asked the same question. How can, I won't say what he said after that. How can a person like this be in the same be in a race to become Nigeria's president?
Yes.
So same question, two candidates, different formats, different platform for us to say. But here is the question being put to Tinubu first. So let's listen to what he has to say.
8 years ago. What are you going to do different? Why should Nigerians be voting for you? Because I'm different. I am Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I have governed Lagos. I built a modern state that could be a country on its own. I've led an administration that is so prudent. From 600 million internally generated revenue to 5 billion a month. That's a record. Nobody else can brag about that. I've treated and tamed the Atlantic Ocean surge in Nigeria that will have perished many people in Lagos. The infrastructural renewal of Lagos is excellent. I've continuity in Lagos.
Now,
let's see Peter B.
Yes, if I can get the voice to play, let's see.
Up for us. Why would you want a job like this? Nigeria has so many problems. You could be in business. You could be making money.
Well, at a time like this, we need to rescue our country from collapsing. It's not just being in private business that is important. A country besieged with several problems where all we do now is producing poverty, insecurity, and everything. But, all symptoms of a failing state is here, and we need to start reversing that. And the only way to reverse that is to get involved. That's
Self up for us. Why would you want a job like this? Nigeria has so many problems. You could be.
So there it is. At least the one thing that is clear is that people are making a choice. So there's quite a distinct and there's a marked distinction between all the candidates. So people are actually making a choice. Yeah.
For a politician, his answer is not too bad. Only it's empty, right? So I think the person who tweeted that is, or whatever it is trying to say, I don't know, he's trying to denigrate Tinubu and say Peter Obi. Peter Obi's answer is a non-answer, right? Tinubu has given, he said, hey, I came the Atlantic Ocean, right? I brought down a transformative leadership right there in Lagos. Right, that is a credential. When you go to a job, right, your CV is like, what have you ever done? What degree have you taken? What have you done in your life to qualify you for this job? That the country is in a mess is not what qualifies you as a person for the job. It's 200 million people, could have been anybody else. But why does it have to be you as a person? Right? Everybody knows we need consumption to production according to if we understand what you're talking about. But it doesn't. That's not you. It's not today. People have been talking about consumption to production. What is you? What are you offering on the table? What? Not saying
actually, Obi's response, it wasn't that bad.
It's not bad as a politician.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
It's not bad. It's just empty rhetoric. Because what are you offering? Are you as a politician? Why does it have to be you? Not that Nigeria is a zoo. Therefore, let's go and clean it up. Okay, so anybody else can clean it up. What makes you?
What unique qualities are you bringing? What unique qualities that make
you the person
for the job? Yes.
For the job.
I don't think I don't think he understood the question, which is something we see that with increasing regularity, don't we? It never really fully grasps the question. So we give a catch-all answer that he knows that an answer that covers all the bases, and then he will hold that. Yeah, it's like a catch-all.
And his fundamental question is to bring, if say anything you want, one man, he will make it, try to twist it and twist it and twist it to consumption to production. It's like that day they asked him about foreign reserve. The problem is trying to twist it to consumption to production. Okay, it doesn't have to do with it. You can't force it to have to do with your. It's not everything you force to align with your consumption to production. Everything exists in their own parallel lives. Right? You can talk about this without talking about consumption to production. These are his two formula is to make sure everything comes back to consumption. If you say, why are people peeing on the street? If you say consumption to production, he will find a way to make it consumption to production. If you say this, he will find a way to make. And then the other one is to say, Nigeria is a zoo. So
but for time, has he ever demonstrated consumption to production throughout his tenure?
Even he doesn't know what it means, because in that town hall he did, they were asking I as a person I can completely say, because in that there was a question was asking him, look, this consumption production, we all know, like every major shift is going to be a lot of problem, right? So are you going to do import substitution, right? And are you trying? How would you tell Nigeria to be patient with you, to bear with you while you will make this transition, right? And are you going to do import substitution? No, I'm not doing import substitution. No. I don't know what you're talking about. You say, okay, how can you do consumption? You are saying you should go for consumption to production. The meaning is that we are only importing what we are eating. And at the same, and so you say we don't want to be a nation that is just importing and eating, right? The woman is asking you, are you going to stop the importation? You say no, you will not stop it. So what does it mean? What are you talking about? The woman is telling you exactly the meaning of your consumption production. You are saying no. We will continue importation substitution. The both of them can exist. No, the both of them.
No, it did not understand it. I keep saying to you, what the Obi's biggest struggle is that he doesn't understand the questions that they put to him. Yeah.
He doesn't understand the question. Even his consumption to question in his mind, he doesn't even know exactly what he is.
You know what disappoints me about that consumption to production? He came up with it as a catchy little catchphrase for his it's a little very very easy to digest and will resonate with people.
Which
So,
is good as a politician. It's a good man.
where my disappointment is that the brains or the thinking in Labour Party, the obedient movement, they couldn't then wrap a policy around that because it's a very good phrase
It's a good phrase.
and it's sufficient enough for you to be able to write a whole raft of policies around it, but they couldn't wrap it around their manifesto to give it the body that it needs. So they just left him hanging, hopping from station to station, chanting consumption to production.
That is why where you are disappointed with the likes of Pakitomi. That's what carries himself over television, Professor Pakitomi. That one I don't even know what he means. He says he's professor of political economics. I don't know if anybody knows what political economics means.
It's no different from media studies now. It's no different from media studies.
No, those guys have really let the guy down now. Okay, I mean, we know, but actually, even everywhere, even advanced states, right? The politicians themselves don't know what they're talking about. It's the people around them that formulate the policy. What are they doing? They are just everybody just cashing in on the guy. The guy is running around everywhere. So conducted production, but they are not helping him to shape him up. They are not helping him. He cannot do it alone. Labour Party is not helping him. Pakitomi and the likes of them, they are not helping. They are just using him to gain currency in social media. You know, help the guy to formulate a policy. What the guy is saying don't make sense. Right, as a politician, we give him a pass, but up to a point, at a point, we don't accept it anymore. What do you mean? What are you going to do for us? If you think all the youth are going to vote for you, what are you going to do for the youth? Consumption production, right? If you think about it, it's not a policy for the youth, because when you start this consumption production, who are the people who are the first the big first beneficiary? The big boys. They are the ones that have the money to latch on to this new frontier. If the youth maximum, if they get a job as a laborer farmer to do the consumption to facilitate it, they will be lucky. It's the big boys that will first benefit. So why is it for the youth that you're going to do consumption? It's not fleshed out, right? Maybe he's taking something, but I don't know what he's taking. Maybe I'm stupid, but I don't know. I don't know what it means consumption to production. You know.
All right, thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai, and thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to seek to start to round off here.
One man, just to say this before, I think the last time everybody was criticizing me about my spreadsheet when I take out Kwankwaso. I think even having this conversation about Kwankwaso, I think everybody should take it back. They should take it back when I take out Kwankwaso and they are saying, oh, they want to punch me. No, take it back. I take it. Everybody should.
Don't worry. I know you are pointing. I know you are pointing that at Kulata, and I know he's listening. Kulata is
Kulata, not just Kulata. There were many people. There were even Patrick.
Yes, I'm Patrick. They are trying to roast you.
Even having this conversation is a justification of my expression. I just want to say that.
All right, don't worry. It's pinned up on my wall in gold standards. It's a gold standard spreadsheet. So thank you for that. Always join us just as early as you can. Join us next time.
I try to sleep a little bit because
what entitles you to sleep? Plenty time to sleep when you're dead. You have no business sleeping whilst you're alive. No business sleeping. All right, thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. And thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, everyone. So we're going to round it off here, and we're just going to cap it off in a sort of like a cold turkey sort of a way. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody that's turned up. Thank you to the super chatters. Thank you for the super chats. It was Desmond, as always. Switch joined him, and Alexander Gomez, of course. And the coffee space, of course, Ayo, as ever, always the owner of that space. So thank you to everybody. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I determined to keep it under 7 hours. I was even hopeful to keep it under 6 hours, but there we are. We want to start to reverse it back to no more than 6 hours. So that's what we want to try and do. So if I was a bit more assertive with the time management, that's why, you know, the interjections, they are the unique selling point of the session, but sometimes they overspill, you know, to then elongate the sessions to just some ungodly hour. So we don't want to go to ungodly hours. Let's keep it godly. Let's keep it righteous. So come back tomorrow to fulfill the righteousness again. The church service starts at 9:45 p.m. UK time. Bring your Bible by way of, subscriptions and likes. I don't know. I was going to say bring your Bible by way of super chats, but I thought that was a bit excessive. Just bring your Bible by way of your presence here. So that's all that's required. So turn up, be here or be squared, as they used to say back in the day, but that doesn't seem to be a phrase anymore. So I leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.
Thank you, everyone.